I mentioned on the Junkies this morning that, quote, the roster is the deepest it's ever been with the most competition at every position we've seen. Meanwhile, down in Texas, they are the #1 preseason team in the country for the first time in its history. And that's not the only first. They are the first underdog as a preseason top team in college football history. They open as 2.5-point dogs versus Ohio State in week 1. Last night, the Nationals lost 7-4, leaving too many opportunities on base. Cade Cavalli started his second game back from injury, went 5, gave up 4. They fell to 47 and 71. Nats are back in action tonight at 7:40 on the Fan with Mitchell Parker on the mound. Shohei Ohtani homered last night for the 3rd straight game, battling with Kyle Schwarber in hopes for his 4th MVP in 5 seasons. He's currently second to Barry Bonds, who has 7. In the NL Central, the Brewers beat the Pirates last night 7-1 and have now won 25 of their last 29. Guys, a generational run for the Brewers right now. Meanwhile, the Commanders play an intra-squad scrimmage today and are calling it the Burgundy versus Gold game. The game is going on right now at training camp in Ashburn. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
Lyrically. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. We are out west, Ashburn, Virginia, for Burgundy and Gold game day. What up, B. Mitch? How do you do?
I'm good, brother. What's happening with you?
Yesterday, DQ told us about this. We watched kind of the jog through, they called it yesterday.
Yeah.
That was pretty low impact.
Yeah, it was a walkthrough.
Today had a little bit of juice, though.
Yeah. And the thing about it, once they say scrimmage, I think every player got to keep his head on the swivel and watch out for himself.
We saw it a little.
Yeah, and listen, I always love these type of little things because what it does, it brings the competition out. And I think as a young player, you get to establish yourself with the older guys, and as an older player, you get to see which guys are going to come to play, which guys aren't. And Tanner and I both, when you saw the little thing with Mikey and when Mikey hit Luke, we're like, never relax in practice. You know what I mean? I don't care if there's your teammates or whatever. Because when we watched the game on Friday, didn't a lot of the guys play like they were in practice still?
Yeah.
Not New England.
Right.
And I think that is what, like, when they asked me what I was looking for today, I say guys that understand you're in competition right now. And I think some guys got to know how to, when they step into a level of competition and not just practice, you must elevate your game and have your awareness around you being better.
For sure. I thought it was cool because you had – what I think DQ really did is because they had this giant break in practice times between the preseason games. I mean, dude, we can debate how many days it is, but Friday to Monday is more than a week off. You're talking like 8-9 days between preseason games, and you're trying to ramp up, ramp down. Mm-hmm. And I thought this was a really good idea because they're hitting, dude. Yeah. They're going, and then tomorrow's an off day. If I had to guess, Thursday will be pretty light. They'll probably pop a little on Friday. Saturday will be about nothing. Sunday will actually be nothing, and then Monday's the game. Uh-huh. So I like it from a conceptual standpoint. I mean this sincerely. I applaud DQ for wanting one. It shows he has the coach's best interest at heart because he wants to let these coaches get a chance to develop, kind of run their own practice, call their own plays. But it's also him planning for the future. You know?
Yeah, he's planning for the future. But that coach, the coach that does what he's doing, is a guy who believes in himself, who's not afraid, who understands that things happen like this. Not many coaches put guys in positions like that to be able to even do your job, okay? Let's leave you and go somewhere else and do a job somewhere else. That shows he has a lot of belief in him, and I respect that totally. You know, I've always liked him. I liked him since I met him when he got here. That makes me like him even more.
Sure, and if you think back to his Atlanta staff, now there was some overlap with guys that were here in Washington at those times, but like that Atlanta staff was pretty damn loaded. And, you know, on some level, you got to start to give DQ credit for finding good coaches, and there's clearly going to be something they want working for him.
What was I forgot that I was in when I remember my meeting. I was talking to Adam about DQ, and he was like, "Look, man, coaches and players want to play for this man. This man has a reputation out this world." And then all of a sudden, you know, you start asking around to try to figure it out, you know, because you don't know sometimes what people are saying. And I started asking people about him, and then hear other players discuss him. The man has a leadership quality about him. And when you're talking to him, you know, like some coaches talk to you, and they basically they're looking all over the place like you don't even exist.
Right.
He's not that. When he's talking to you, he's engaged in that conversation. And that little mindset right there only, that makes people believe like the man he's making me feel like I'm worth something. And if he does that to his players and his coaches, I can see why they love him so much.
Dude, I mean this, like when I talk about your generosity is not always a financial term. Like, you know, I will pay for this or I will give you that. There's a generosity of spirit, like of time, of interest, like to allow real interest in a person. And I think DQ has that.
Yeah.
And that is, there's a lot of head coaches that don't have that. And that does, I'm not even saying it's a negative, it's just a positive for him.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of head coaches that are so siloed and so focused, they can't step outside of that silo or that vertical to like give time to people just engaging in conversation.
Yeah.
And it's something DQ has. And I remember, dude, I mean, by Thanksgiving, it was pretty obvious Ron and staff were getting blown out, right? Going back 2 years. And I remember an AFC coach that had no dog in the fight, an assistant, texting me, DQ's the guy you want there. Like, he's the absolute right guy to turn that thing around. And, I mean, football's a results business, but, like, you can't argue with the person. Let's talk about what we saw today. So the teams come out. There's a burgundy team, and then there's a white team, but, like, they're the gold team. Right?
Yeah.
If we're gonna make this a thing, let's get some gold jerseys. But for today, you had burgundy.
Well, they could have won yesterday. They wore the outfits they had on yesterday. The burgundy had the burgundy number with the black jersey, and they had the gold number with the burgundy jerseys. It was like some mixture like that.
Right.
You know,
they did special make black jerseys for the special teamers.
Yeah.
That was kind of cool. But so they came out and they were like. It was like a scrimmage. Like they were on opposite sides of the field. They went through their own stretching. They went out and did a coin toss, which I thought you could argue may have been a little superfluous, but whatever. They had a coin toss. And we're all pretty focused on that. And then I'm standing on the sideline, and you know how I can't see much, but I'm good at noticing stuff, B. I'm paid to observe. And I see a dude in a hoodie walking out. And I'm like, that sure looks like Terry, man. and nobody else had noticed yet. And I'm like, that sure looks like Terry. And, you know, at this point, cameras were still shooting, and they can zoom across the field, whatever. And so I went over to Kerwin. I was like, that looks like 17. And he was kind of behind people. It was hard to see. And then he's able to zoom in. He's like, sure looks like 17. So then, I tried to do it the right way. I went over to PR. They're like, yep. And then it's like, okay, Terry's here. And then that's all anybody's focused on. Then Terry talks to Adam Peters, and that's all anybody's focused on. And then Terry walked over to the burgundy sideline, which that burgundy roster, I tweeted it out if somebody wants to look at it, sure looks like the starting offense on the burgundy roster. I don't know what, if anything, it means, but it's the first time we've seen him watch practice. That doesn't mean he's not watching inside.
Yeah.
And it's worth noting that there aren't fans here today. It's not like a packed day, so he can walk out, and it's not – You're not going to hear people screaming his name or chanting, you know what I mean? So it's a non-disruptive way for him to be a part of things, but sure noticed it.
Yeah.
And we all know that the clock is starting to tick now.
Clock is starting to tick.
Mid-August now.
And so, I mean, like, the thing for me, if something is going to happen, I think it was 2 years ago when you made this comment, you say pressure is when make things happen.
Yeah.
And it's getting to be a pressure cook situation right now. It's some guys that are starting to make a name for themselves, trying to do some things, but ain't nobody better than 17 out there.
No.
And also, as a coaching staff, you got number 5 who you know you want him to keep blossoming and growing. You don't want to stunt his growth by no stretch of the imagination. So those two things makes two people come together and try to come up with an idea of something. If it were to happen soon, I would not be surprised whatsoever. Because I think, and let's be real, when the crowd was sign Terry, number 5 was like rolling right there with him. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like it's not like people are looking at it like, oh, man, he's trying to get more money. No. They understand how this game works.
I don't think there are any – I haven't seen much. Like, sometimes in hold-in situations, fans will start to go the other way on the player. Mm-hmm. I haven't experienced that. I don't think his teammates – somebody asked me that over the weekend or something, like, oh, when do guys get frustrated? I don't think they will, and I don't think it's now. And
they know this guy. They know how he works. They know the stuff he puts into it. I don't think people are going to get frustrated with that one.
I don't either. I think as you get closer to – I think there's a reality here too. As you get closer to the finish line here, as you get closer to week 1, Terry should get every dollar he can. He deserves it. I am full Team Terry getting paid. Mm-hmm. Like, left hand up. If that questions my journalistic integrity, then question it. Like, I've known the kid since he's a rookie. I know his family. They're good people. He's a great player. He deserves it. This league is incredibly tough on its players.
Yeah. When the players leave and you be gone 10 years, 5 years, 15 years, you start feeling stuff. And the more you can get while you're playing, the better you can take care of yourself.
This is a cutthroat-ass business, right?
100.
But saying all that I support Terry in his quest for the most cash he can get, saying all that, the closer this gets to the regular season, the dollar amounts start to go down for him. If he has to play this year on this deal, mm-hmm. the issues plaguing him, whether they should be or not, but the concern is you're about to turn 30. If this song and dance happens a year from now, then it's 31, mm-hmm. and the numbers go further down. Like, there are actuarial tables on this, whether they're real
like
or not.
But if he steps up at this year and have a big year like he did last year, at 30, you can't say, oh, he's going to just fall off after 30.
They're saying it at 30. They're going to say it at 31, B.
No, at least you've proven to them that I'm not just falling off. It'll change.
The chance to get the most guarantees is right now.
Yeah, it is. But I think if you can't just automatically assume, because guess what may happen next time? May have some other people involved. You know, people may say, oh, this guy can still play. And then that changes all that. So, I don't know. But I understand what you're saying. If he were to go out there and have an average year, yes. If you have an outstanding year, you got to think again.
He's coming off an outstanding year.
And
they're still at an impasse.
I know. But if you get 2 in a row at that age where they feel you're supposed to be dropping off, somebody's going to say, hey, y'all don't want it, we want it.
Sure. I mean, that could happen. You and I, throughout this, have felt good that this gets done here. You talk to various people. One thing I've been impressed by is it's not hard to read the room when you see I think it was last weekend, or no, I guess it was before New England, whatever, when we saw, Terry and Josh Harris say what's up, and sure mm-hmm. looked like, their relationship was all love. It's not hard to kind of read that. Like, Terry still has support of ownership. Ownership, smartly and correctly, is letting the football people kind of run this thing and try to get to the finish line. And as much as, you'd like to maybe see him Monday night against the Bengals or at least next Thursday against the Ravens, I also think if Terry doesn't play in this preseason, that would be just fine. You'd like to get some practice. You'd like to get him out here.
You'd like to.
But I think they are I don't know. When Terry first came and signed autographs and stuff, I did not think that meant anything towards momentum towards a contract. Today feels a bit different. I had heard just hints of optimism at various points, and I think what we all know is, Bruce Allen said it for 4 years in this building. Deadlines drive deals in the NFL.
100%.
There's no deadline right now, but you're getting closer to it. The Terry thing is going to be the headline, but as far as the actual scrimmage, a couple other things I noticed. First time I had seen Brandon Coleman in a while. I don't know what that injury is, but he didn't have any sort of braces on his legs. Now, that could be a shoulder thing where he wears that. Remember last year we saw him wearing that big old brace a number of times. Saw Sam Cosmi, seen him plenty. First time I've seen Marcus Mariota in some time. I don't know if you've seen him.
He was out there.
It's the first time I've seen him since he actually went through a couple practice drills.
Yeah, I saw him Sunday. He was out there Sunday. As they were working, he was throwing balls with, I don't know if it was an equipment guy or a trainer.
Okay.
But he started off about 5 yards. Then he dropped back. He ended up like 45, and I said he was throwing the ball on a rope for 45 yards, getting it there. I saw him out there, but he had on all black with his hat on.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like he was in his gear showing anything.
Right. He hasn't been practicing. He hasn't been dressed for practice. But I saw him out there kind of just throwing some passes around, warming up. Obviously, there was a bit of a different atmosphere. There's a little bit of juice to it, I would say.
Yeah.
And I think one of the best things DQ does is get his guys to buy in, and it feels like these guys have bought into this burgundy and gold scrimmage. And frankly, when you put the starting offense on one side and the starting defense on the other, and you let them hit a little bit, you're going to get some juice.
Yeah, competition. And then all of a sudden, when somebody get hit a little bit, the other guys on the other side say, "Oh, okay, that's how y'all doing this." So, and the same thing happens when you go against other teams. Everything is cool until someone hits somebody.
Right. So
the other guy feel, okay, that's not going to happen to me. And then the intensity picks up.
Saw a little bit of a collision, a good, healthy collision, but Luke McCaffrey made a nice catch on a crosser and then kind of looked to cut up field, and Mikey Samerstill was waiting for him with a heavy shoulder. Looked to me right to the chest.
Yeah.
It took Luke a second to pop up, but he popped up, walked off the field, and then, maybe one or two possessions later, you saw Debo get the ball on just a little bubble out of the backfield, it looked like. And I don't know who was trying to initiate contact, but it was Mikey again, and it was Debo. And the collision didn't look the same as it did with Mikey and
Mikey
Luke.
neck snapped a little bit. Debo I'm bigger and I'm smarter. I've been in this league a while. I'm not letting you catch me. And, let's be real. The player that hits the guy and he goes down, it does nothing no different than when he hit the guy later on and the guy knows he's coming and he also puts some force against him. You have to always be ready for it. As I have said many a times, when you're going out there on the football field, never, ever think somebody's going to take care of you. You got to take care of you.
Sure. Definitely good atmosphere. The starting offense, the starting defense was kind of getting the better of them. When we came up to start the show, it was 7-0 gold team, I guess. Hartman ran a little option pitch to C-Rod for the TD. Offensively, you did have Laramie Tunsil out there, who I might even be overstating to say he left practice the other day. It seemed like something happened with his upper leg, maybe groin. Trainers tended to him, and he didn't finish practice. Today, though, it was Tunsil on one side, Connerly on the other, Wiley working in at left guard for Brandon Coleman. And I've been pleased with Connerly. I thought he was good in New England. I thought he was good in the joint practices against New England. But the young man did have a little welcome to the NFL moment today with Von Miller. Did you see that pressure on third down?
Von is going to welcome a lot of people.
But he's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
So let's not miss Let's not misrepresent that Connerly got beat on one rep by a future Hall of Famer into something else, because we have been very clear.
It's going to be someone that tried to do it, and that's because they don't understand ball. Because let's be real, if Connerly was a Hall of Famer, Von's going to get him once, at least. You know what I mean? It just happens.
Right.
That's football.
That is football. I am curious. Von seems really happy here. And the way he talks about the food and everything, if he decided to stick around the D.C. area, there's only one guy I would recommend Von Miller call, and his name is John Leahy.
Yeah, you can reach out to John Leahy and find out all types of things from John. John can sell your house no matter what. I've sat there before, and I talk about it a lot, where different people go in to sell stuff from John. Other real estate agents tell them they can't get the money. John and his team goes in with a great scheme. They get it. They know how to get these things done. They were going to get you signed. So we're talking about our good friend, John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs. He knows that life happens. And if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
Exactly. If you think about Ashley, she bought a house in Upper Marlboro about 2 years ago, but hadn't gained any equity in the house. Then, whatever reasons, it was time to sell. John Leahy and the Fine Living Group went right to work, and it didn't take long. They got the property under contract within 3 days and sold for the very price that John and his team had recommended. They got this thing done. They got it at the price they wanted. They got Ashley out of what she thought was a tough situation, and she did well on the back end. Trust me, man, you want to go with a pro like John. Call him today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
And powered by JTF Gov, the #1 HP Federal Power MPS partner. The Nats losers 7-4 last night. Paul DeJong hit his 3rd home run of the month, a 2-run shot against his former squad. Cade Cavalli went 5 innings pitched in his 2nd start back, giving up 4 runs. The Commanders are playing an intra-squad scrimmage today because of their 10-day gap between preseason games. Dan Quinn said, quote, "We're doing this to develop leaders." Before the scrimmage, Terry McLaurin was seen chatting with GM Adam Peters on the sidelines, so the lip readers are out in numbers this morning. In college football, Texas is the first preseason #1 team to be an underdog in Week 1. They open as 2.5-point dogs versus Ohio State in Week 1. Mission critical, that's JTF's specialty. We're a top-ranked HP MPS power partner for a reason. We don't just ship products, we deploy fully integrated, mission-ready solutions from DC to Europe, powered by HP, delivered by JTF. Check us out at jtfgov.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Kevin DiDomenico on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Looks like practice just wrapped.
Yeah.
Good session today. No podiums or anything. I think they want to treat it like a game and let these guys kind of get back inside. We're going to get some reports from the scrimmage. I thought it was pretty fun to watch. Pretty good stuff. I'll see if I can get somebody to sit down with us maybe at 11. Landfill, if I can do that, I'll text Nate and move him to noon. I just saw this, B, from Green Bay camp. Jordan Love having a procedure done on his left thumb. It's a ligament thing, hurting the preseason opener. They hope he returns to practice next week. Now, he's a righty, so that's his non-throwing hand.
Yeah, but still.
Ligaments, taking snaps.
And the thing about guys today, they take a lot of shotgun snaps, and that's a lot easier than taking it from under center. Because when you're under center here, look at it. They can hit that ball right here, that hurt. Shotgun is a little softer. And if they expect him to be back to practice next week, it's not something super, super serious. But anytime you cut, you know it's serious.
Right.
Yeah.
It's interesting, man.
It is.
It's interesting to watch. And for all the talk, let your guys play, let your guys not play. I mean, that's a starting quarterback that hurt his thumb in the preseason opener. Mm-hmm. And it's a ligament thing. It's not like just a broken nail or something. 2 sides to every coin, man. Mm-hmm. B, what guys, whether it was today or just in general, what guys have stood out for you?
We always go to young guys when we do this, and I've always said something to say. I'm not going to talk about the older guys because they should be, and I'm impressed by number 5. But I've been impressed by Trey Amos, and rightfully so. You would think when the guy's drafted that high, he's going to do well. I've also been impressed by Connolly. You know, after he got his feet wet, I saw things beginning to get better for him. Krosky Merritt impresses me all the time. But I'm going to go with these other 2 guys that we haven't, you would think no one really was expecting a lot from. Jacoby Brooks. Jacory Brooks, and they got so many Jacobys and Jacory.
Yeah.
They're killing me. And then Tay Martin.
They both
6 and 16.
Yeah.
Both of those guys have impressed me. And watching Cade a little bit, I've been impressed. And I've talked enough about Jalen Lane, watching him make plays all the time. I'm just ready for him to get a returnable ball that he can go do something with.
Yeah, and it's interesting. He really hasn't gotten much slot work. I think because they have him on the outside with Terry out.
Mm-hmm.
I will say outside of Debo, I think it's been tough to get a lot of wide receiver evaluation because in that game, I don't know that Hartman or Johnson, for that matter, unfortunately, the evaluations we've been able to make of this receiving core, the guys that I think they thought were towards the top of the depth chart, I think the evaluation came back the other way.
Could be.
Dude, there was a play today where Chris Moore I thought was even open downfield, and it looked like Jaden just went to the flat instead. And maybe that's just where the read went or where the play was designed. You never know.
Yep.
But you wonder if it's also like, I'm going to keep it over here.
No.
I think, a veteran, you're right. We always do want to talk about young guys.
Yeah.
To me, of the young guys, as much excitement as there is around Bill, Amos has been the best of this draft class.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been –
Well,
that's not knocking anybody else. He's been damn good.
I listened to Fred and Sean talk this morning about him, and then Tanner also. They say the guy just plays like he's not amazed by nothing going on. He understands everything. He sits right there on guys. Doesn't – like we were talking about people panicking on the field. He doesn't panic. And I think that's a big thing for a young guy like him.
Dude, there was a play in Sunday's practice where it was kind of a broken play, and all the fans were there, and they were down in that end zone where all the fans are. So they were kind of just messing around. And the play was broken, and Jaden just tried to wing one in to Jalen Lane.
Mm-hmm.
And Amos just saw it and stepped in like Dikembe and just slapped it down. And there was a little bit of like a, don't play with me, man, vibe. You know what I mean? I love that.
Yeah, I talked to him after the game, and he was just, so laid back, easy, just easy going, and he's like, yo, man, just need more opportunities. He's gonna be all right. He's gonna be all right because like you want to find those cornerbacks who are under control because that's a position where you have to try to have that stoic mindset.
You need elite confidence. You need a short memory.
Very short.
Sounds like Jeff, kind of. No memory.
Jeff
elite
has
confidence.
no memory.
I think some of the veterans that have really impressed me, I thought Jalen Holmes, some people could say he didn't set the edge well in that New England game, but I don't know that in real games that will be his role. He had a good pass rush today. I like Jalen Holmes. I think he's on this roster.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know that it's great for him. Have we seen – Baptiste wasn't out there today. We haven't seen Baptiste in a while.
No, we haven't. He was injured.
Right. I like Jalen. I think he's got a real path to a roster spot here. I also think – did you notice – I noticed Jeremy Reeves was running with the ones today.
Yeah.
And Will Harris was on that side of the field too. Like Will Harris and Revo were on the gold team.
Mm-hmm.
And that defensive backfield was Amos, Lattimore, Mikey, Quan, Revo.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
could it be a little nick here or there, or
I don't
you
know.
Want to see?
But Harris was down the other night, and Revo played a lot, and I thought he looked good. And
they might want to see a little bit more of him. Because Revo, I'm going to tell you one thing. He'll hit you.
Definitely.
And what I don't like is defensive backs that don't want to hit. So he got my vote.
They don't really have – like I'm trying to think. They don't really have a soft DB. Noah I is flying around.
They don't have no soft one in the top 7, top 6.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of guys I think that are going to be on this roster when we get into September.
Thank you.
Your point is made and understood. We saw some guys not particularly interested in contact in New England.
There's a lot of different little leagues popping up if you want to play flag. This is a get hit and hit league.
I also think we've talked about Tunsil plenty and he's been great. I think Andrew Wiley's having a really good camp, and his ability when for a while he was kind of starting as that right tackle, and then Brandon Coleman's down, and now he slides over to left guard, and I think it's looked pretty good.
Yeah, Wiley had played well this year and practiced well. But when you have a guy that can just slide into another position, and it's not a problem for him because you hear the guys talking about, well, you get so used to this, that, and he's played multiple positions. You need a guy. He could be a swing lineman, not a swing tackle or a swing guard. He could be a swing lineman. He plays all of them. So that's a good thing.
For sure. Noah I has popped people throughout camp and flown to the ball. I think
he's been impressive.
Dude, if you think about just the corners, Amos, Lattimore, Mikey, and then Noah I's kind of your fourth, I think there's a lot to like with that group, man. honestly. Like, I think Igbenogany can go, man. I don't know. I mean, corners, you got to keep going down the list. Like, they're going to have a lot of them. I don't know how confident you are as you keep going down. Seymour just got put on IR. We haven't been impressed with Viggers. I think Jonathan Jones is clearly established. That's probably your fifth guy. They'll be watching roster cuts like everybody will, but I like the DBs.
Yeah, I like them way better than I did last year.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah.
I am much more comfortable this year. And Marshawn Lattimore has been playing well. He looks totally different. His whole demeanor, is different on the field.
Totally.
You know, like when you are a guy that's very brash or outgoing, when you can't be that, you kind of disappear in a sense. And I felt last year he was nowhere the confident guy that he truly is. He was trying to act it at one point, but that's not – I mean, he knew he wasn't healthy enough to go out there and live up to what he had proven. This year he seems differently. I'm seeing smiles more. I didn't see a smile one time last year. You know, he's smiling.
Much happier to talk to the media.
He feels, and that, man, confident people know when they can go out there and produce what they know they can. When they don't think they can do it, they're a little less boastful.
Totally. And I think he was upset last year because they traded for him and he wanted to make an impact and show them why they traded for him, and then wasn't able to. And it just sets everything on kind of a rough path, I would say. Yesterday, I'll be honest, I was a little skeptical of the inter-squad scrimmage.
Why?
Because it's what you said. You're like, man, it's 11 on 11. Like, you were like, they do this all the time. That's what you said, yesterday.
Yeah.
And then today you could feel dividing it up, making it feel like just something different.
Yeah.
Something different has value.
When you separate them, now bragging rights comes into play. And you want to be able to say, yeah, and then inter-squad scrimmage, we whoop y'all. And I know certain guys who are not very talkative, but they will let you know if they beat you. Bobby Wagner.
Sure.
So they were doing a thing yesterday, 4 or 5 major cities in the United States. And everybody would come up, like it was one guy from Oakland saying East Oakland, West Oakland. They all Oakland. And then Bobby say, Jaden is still a rookie, and walked off. So he likes to agitate, irritate people. I can see him if the defensive led side got more than the offensive led side. That's bragging rights for the old dude.
Bragging rights matter, folks.
Yeah.
Especially this time of year when you're just looking for something to keep you going. And so practice is wrapped. They're going to go in. They're going to watch film. They're going to recover. I imagine today will be a pretty healthy recovery day after what was a pretty physical little practice there. Tomorrow's an off day. Thursday, they're treating it like a game week ahead of Monday night. So, I think what DQ did here is built something so that this wasn't just 2 boring-ass practices.
Totally.
You know what I mean?
And Logan said he did this in Atlanta as well.
Did he?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
you know what I did last night?
what did you do, Jay?
Tuesday's trash day at our house. And I had to get
My house, too.
Oh, no way. Who knew? I had to get all the trash out last night, but I kind of forgot to do it, and then the girls were asleep. So you know how I went in and out of the house rather than mess with that front door?
How did you do that?
The garage door, baby, because it's silent. If you have an old beater of a garage door, call my boys at Door Pro America, because the new garage door I have is silent. And you can, if you got little kids, you can go in and out of the garage door and not wake anybody up. It is a major advantage. I use the app, the MyQ app, to open and close that thing whenever I need to. Whatever it is you need from the MyQ technology, maybe you just need a spring repaired or a replacement or a brand new joint like I got. Do what I did, call Door Pro America. The brand new garage door will boost your home's curb appeal. It has for me. These guys are experts. They give you all these options. They help you narrow it down. Whatever it is you need, Door Pro America can take care of you. They've been proudly serving the DMV for over 50 years, and their team can do it all. Repairs, maintenance, installation. Call today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Phone number 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Tell them JP Finley sent you, or you can check them out now at doorproamerica.com. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Shout out to Ricardo, man. Me and B just got some oysters delivered. WWSCO. Hopefully I'm saying that right. He made us char-grilled oysters with crab meat and with like a barbecue chicken on there. These things are banging. And it also, more importantly, so B and I were walking up to do radio, and we see this dude setting up his grill with all these oysters, and we're like, yo, we're in on this. He's like, all right, I'm getting them going. I'll have some up to you in the tent. We were like, great. And B's like, so what do I owe you? He's like, nah, man, the team took care of it. Like, all these small examples of the team doing stuff. There weren't a lot of people here, probably just friends and family. Yeah. I mean, there was fewer than 50, maybe 100 fans watching practice today. And the team took care of, like, just a nice little snack for everybody that was here.
You got some lemonade over there, too, Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff, we're going to need some lemonades, too, dog. Shout out to Jeff for running around getting us food while we on the air.
Appreciate it, Jeff.
I did want to talk about.
Those are good.
Those are good, dude. The kicking situation. Dan Quinn has been clear that I don't think they want to generate a kicking competition. The B. Mitch and Finley AAA poll of the day is, do the Commanders have a kicking problem? And the answers here, I think, are fair. Yes, no, maybe. I would say right now, no.
Yeah.
They signed a veteran. They don't want to do the song and dance.
Yeah, he missed one in the game, and he missed one. They had missed that one in the little practice thing, I think the day before, whatever. They don't make all of them. So if he starts missing 2, 3 in a row, that's a problem. Miss one here and there, it's not a problem.
Totally.
But I think the problem is we've had kicking issues for a long time to where as soon as we see one, we automatically assume that it's coming.
So here's the question. Do the Commanders have a kicking problem? It's our AAA poll of the day. You can level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. Already a AAA member? Upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders.
AAA is fantastic, brother.
Yo, I imagine they still have them. My mom was always like really into maps. And back in the day, when I was a kid,
you needed maps.
Driving back and forth to North Carolina all the time, it was all maps. There was no phones, no nothing.
Nah.
And we'd always go to the AAA store. I always thought it was so cool because I'm kind of a map nerd myself. The results.
You just drop a map.
Just straight nerd. That's Jeff.
No, I used to do a lot of stuff with AAA, man.
I remember.
I would go to all of the NASCAR races and stuff like that.
I remember at the cable station, when we were all at CSN, you were always doing AAA stuff. Yeah. So the B. Mitch and Finley AAA poll question of the day, do the Commanders have a kicking problem? Yes, no, maybe. The results, 37% say yes, 18% say no, 44% say maybe. If you want to say maybe, I can handle that. I think saying yes is
I go with the no or maybe. I think the no and maybe are leaning right. If they don't have a kicking problem at this point.
I just think folks are too – the kicking position in the NFL, you cannot evaluate in a microwave. You got to allow that thing to cook. And I think if you bring somebody in right now – you're just trying to microwave it. And I think Matt Gay is a guy that's won a Super Bowl. He has made Super Bowl winning kicks.
Yeah.
Now, one thing I will be curious about, B, this team prides themselves on their kickoff coverage. They love the dirty kicks to the goal line and cover. I don't know enough, and I'm not ready to offer an opinion on this, but ideally that ball gets high in the air and flutters and then comes down at the goal line to give that coverage unit plenty of time to get down there.
Yeah.
Now, if you're kicking low liners, if you're kicking screamers, that eats into your coverage unit's time.
Yep.
Like, that's almost more – like when we get to Monday night against Cincy, obviously you want them to make his field goals, but you got to watch that because what DQ and Larry Izzo aren't going to do is change their philosophy of wanting to field kicks and get advantages – in field position.
But that field goal is more important. And I even in the last game against the Ravens, they already had again. What's his name again? Jadante, whatever dude name, Wester.
Yeah.
Wester already returned a kick, a punt. It was a punt. So and then John Harbaugh, although he's a head coach, he cut his teeth as a special teams coordinator, and they're going to be ready to go. So
100%.
But the thing I said the other night, Izzo will get this fixed. And a lot of guys, you watch them in that. If you watch that coverage, they ran down, they engaged, they never disengaged. They started doing the waltz. You know what I'm saying? When you go down, you got to violently. It's only 5 yards, but as soon as you take off, you go full speed. You attack, you extend, and you dismiss. You got to throw them left or right or whatever. But if you stand there and you just stand on one side, the returner is going to use you against yourself. So they got to get a little bit more aggressive at it. And I think they were passive in that first one. Didn't expect. And my man hit the ball fast. He hit the hole fast. Didn't stutter at all.
Travion, for all the talk of who has looked good in camp, Travion looked good.
Yeah,
I know that we're supposed to evaluate Washington players, but, like, I mean, even from a fantasy perspective, Travion looked
He
good.
did.
All right, here's the plan. When we return, Barstool Nate will join the program. Then we're going to get some of the folks that are here at camp breaking down what they saw. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
All right, good news for Virginia Tech fans this morning. Head coach of the Hokies, Brent Pry, mentioned on the Junkies this morning that, quote, their roster is the deepest it's ever been, with the most competition at every position we've seen. Meanwhile, at the Commanders scrimmage, the big deal out of Commanders training camp is that, you guessed it, Terry McLaurin was seen having a conversation with GM Adam Peters on the sideline, and the lip readers are out in numbers this morning. Elsewhere in the NFL, Jordan Love will undergo a procedure to repair a ligament injury on his left thumb, but the Packers quarterback is expected to start Week 1 against the Lions. In the MLB, the Nationals lost 7-4 last night after leading 4-2 in the sixth. Cade Cavalli got his second start back from injury, went 5, gave up 4. Paul DeJong hit his third home run of the month, a 2-run shot against his former squad, but they fell to 47-71 after last night. The Nats are back in action tonight at 7:40 on the Fan with Mitchell Parker on the mound. In the NL Central, the Brewers beat the Pirates last night 7-1. They've now won 25 of 29, and there is magic in Milwaukee. In golf, the number 1 player in the world, Scottie Scheffler, will be without his caddy at the second playoff event on the PGA Tour as Ted Scott attends to a family matter. He will tap Chris Kirk's caddy this week. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan.
My vision.
Time for us to get to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC equipment in the DMV. And talk to our boy, Mr. Barstool Nate. What up, Nate Dogg? How are you, buddy?
How are you, JP? I'm well. B. Mitch, hello.
What's up, dude?
Happy August 12th. Happy, very, very, very close to regular season football. Very close.
Yep.
Getting there, dude.
Getting close, brother.
What did you think of the preseason game? We haven't talked to you yet.
Well, it was terrible, right? There's no real other adjective besides terrible. But that being said, am I worried, which I assume would be the natural follow-up? Not at all. I mean, we had Josh Hartman playing quarterback, and he is as bad at quarterback as he is handsome, and that's how you know that he's pretty bad at quarterback. So not worried at all. It's preseason game one.
Josh Hartman, by the way?
Josh Hartman.
Did I say
You
Josh?
just combining them?
Yeah, you said Josh.
Oh, Sam. Whatever. He's very lucky that he's Jaden's best friend. I don't really think he has a future playing quarterback in the NFL, but it seems like a great guy to be around. So, no, I'm not worried about the Patriots blowing our brakes off. I don't think it's, anything to worry about. And I saw, a lot of people saying, but what about, like, our run defense, this and that? 30 starters on the bench, it's just, it honestly, like, it could not matter less. We saw good things out of players that we wanted to see good things out of, which I think is important, but overall, I would say it's a non-factor.
Nate, I agree with you that it's not nothing to be worried about at this point, but as you look to the game coming up with the Cincinnati Bengals, what is it that you would like to see in that game?
I would like to see Terry McLaurin on the field. No, we could go down that path again. I think I recall a conversation we had on this very program, the number 1 rated show in the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area, and I remember J.P. Finley, who I love and adore, saying that he is 0% worried about Terry and that he will be under contract by preseason week 2. And now here we are, and he's still yet to be signed, or sign an extension. And
Wait, am I catching shrapnel here?
No, he's not catching shrapnel. You got the arrow.
I said
right in the heart.
preseason week 2. I gave that precise of
Yeah, you were that
time.
precise. You were that precise.
I find that hard to believe.
I recall like it was yesterday. I find it very frustrating that he is on the field in a hoodie and he's not taking any reps and he's not catching any balls, and I find it just increasingly frustrating. And I don't like passing around blame pie. I don't want to do any of that. But at the end of the day, like, he's getting on my nerves now because I do think that I understand it's an agent's job to get the deal done and this and that, but if a player he's showing up to practice and not practicing, I think it's just I don't like the optics of that. I don't like that he's
on PUP,
chit-chatting.
man. He can't practice right now.
Say that again?
He's on PUP.
He's
Yeah,
on the pup list, B, Sam.
I just don't like the optics of it. I think if you're showing up, you should be putting in the work like everybody else is putting in the work.
So I want to point
out
know
the rules,
a big differentiation, even beyond the pup stuff. Like, I think Terry didn't come out to practice once when fans were here because that would have created a big distraction. I think fans would have started chanting for Terry while the team was trying
he did.
practice.
He went and signed autographs.
After practice was over. It was never
right,
a
but he was still
distraction.
there.
Right, but he's also in team meetings. Do you not want him in team meetings?
Thing is, he's under contract and he's coming to practice and not practicing, and that's what I don't like. It's if you're holding out, hold out.
Today's the first day he came to practice. But it's worth pointing out today's the first day he came, and there weren't fans here, and it wasn't a distraction.
No, he's been there. He's been skipping along. He's been signing autographs. He's been chatting with whoever he wants. I don't like that he's doing the half in, half out thing. Put in the work like your teammates are when you're under contract, or actually sit out. Like I want him on the field. I don't want him half on the field. Like, just be there or don't be there.
Interesting. I don't agree with you.
That don't make much sense to me, though, Nate. I mean, what? There is only one way to do this thing, and then they put him on the PUP. So when they put him on the PUP, he's going to be there for a certain amount of time. But when he shows up, he's still learning the offense. He still has to go through stuff with the trainers inside and things of that nature. So he's actually putting in the work, just like a guy being injured putting in work.
He's not injured, though. He's under contract for this season.
Well, if he wasn't injured,
so
and they wanted
Cosme.
to mess with him. Cosme is under contract.
Listen, I think the injury stuff, I don't think he's injured. I think the team's trying to kind of do the right thing. I don't agree with you, though. I think had he come out on the field during practices with fans here, that would have been a real distraction. I think guys here today were kind of happy to see him out there. I don't think it made any impact. I don't think –
Look,
I guess to your point of half in, half out –
I'm talking from a place of my frustration with this whole situation where it's annoying to see that, we know he's not injured. So, I miss me with that. But he's there. I want him practicing. I want him getting reps in with Jaden. We don't have a number one wide receiver. Luke McCaffrey hasn't done a thing. We have Michael Gallup trying to catch passes. We have, Jacoby Jones and KJ Osborne. These are guys that you wouldn't even pick up in Madden if you were down to your final wide receiver. I want him catching balls. I want him getting on the same page with Debo and Jaden and Zach Ertz and the offensive line. I want him putting in the work. It's August 12th. Enough of this already. He's under contract right now. He wants an extension. Just let's figure this out and get it done. I'm beyond frustrated with it.
Interesting. I'm not there yet, but I wonder if you speak for more folks. And
Don't seem like it.
Exacerbated today by seeing him out there? I mean, do you feel that?
He came out and he went straight and he talked to Adam Peters. So I guess if he came out today, they probably knew he was coming out.
Yeah, I can't imagine that was a surprise.
So my thing is, you got to sometimes take your selfish feelings and put them away and understand this deal is not necessarily just what we think we see. It's bigger than what we see.
It's also preseason week 2. It's not July anymore. We've had enough of the chit chatting. Let's get it done.
Wow.
Well, how about you just go call them and tell them you got $30 million? You'll give to them.
Hold on, real quick.
Obviously,
shout out to hold on, Nate. Quiet down for a second. Stop. Shout out to Commanders PR. They just brought us in lemonade. A lot of lemonade. Thank you,
That's
Sam.
Cool, refreshing.
I'm in on lemonade, dog.
I like lemonade.
All right, Nate. Now,
I got
please.
a strawberry one.
We're
That's for Derek.
Talking with our boy Barstool Nate here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Nate, a little frustrated with the state of the Terry McLaurin situation. Here's where I'm at, Nate. If you're frustrated because this is leaking into August, I agree with you. The clock is starting to tick here. You'd love him to be able to get a little bit of work, real work. Whether I think Monday night against the Bengals, I think that's pretty unlikely. But next Thursday with the joint practice against the Ravens, if you can get him in by this Thursday, I think you got a real chance at him running a little bit there. So I hear you as far as the clock ticking. I do not view Terry as the culprit, or like it's time for him to just cave and suit up and you're under contract and keep it moving. That's where I disagree with you.
I'm not here to count another man's money or take money out of his pocket. I know if I was his agent, we would have a deal done by now. That's what I know.
All right.
If you were his agent, I doubt if you would have a deal, but I think you'd be fired. And he would have got
if Buddy Baker can be an agent, anybody can be an agent.
All right.
He's better than you, Nate. Believe me.
No, he's not.
This rabbit hole has no good end. You. All right. Nate Dogg, you said you were encouraged by some of what you saw Friday night against the Pats. Who encouraged you?
That's a fair enough question. Well, our young rookie, Josh Connerly Jr., I think proved that he belongs in the league and that he's going to be a force. I think just every single pundit and scout is just very impressed by him, and I agree. I love that pick, and I think that he will be a cornerstone right tackle for this team for a decade to come. And outside of that, I mean, Ja'Cory Brooks, who I've been rooting for, he led the team in catches and yards, 5 for 59, caught all 5 of his targets. So, I mean, I've been rooting for Ja'Cory Brooks this entire time, and I just liked him, proving me correct. The special teams needs a lot of help. Kicking, I'm not worried about, but kicking game needs a lot of help. And trying to think if anybody else really stood out. And Bill. I think we're all rooting for Bill. So Bill should be our starting running back. I like the cut of his jib a lot. I'm interested to see how he progresses.
What are your non-Terry division biggest concerns?
Non-Terry division biggest concerns. God.
The man with an answer for anything, stumped.
Yeah, like I do think it's early. I mean, I guess running game. We all were not impressed by the Brian Robinson 1-yard runs up the middle last season. So I guess running game is, until we really see what we have there, could be a little bit of a concern. But everything to me revolves around the wide receiver core right now. And Chris Moore can't catch a ball. KJ Osborne can't catch a ball. We're not really sure what we have in Jalen Lane. Luke McCaffrey has shown next to nothing. And then we just have Debo and, Zach Ertz looks great once again, but we do know he's another year older, and we don't really know what kind of depth we have behind Zach Ertz. Is John Bates going to step up? Is Sanat going to step up? We're not sure. So there's a lot of worry for me just who's going to catch Jaden Daniels' perfect balls. And right now it's just Debo and nobody else, in my opinion.
I mean, that's somewhat fair. Yeah. I'm curious, as we get closer and closer to the NFL season, how much attention do you pay to all the news going on around the league? Up there in New York, between Fields and Wilson and Dart, what is the football is coming mindset for Nate Dogg?
I'm not positive I understand your question, but
how focused are you on getting ready for fantasy and just watching football? I know you kind of only lock in on the Commanders, but you can hear the entire country is starting to focus more and more on ball. Where are you at with that?
I'm 100% locked in. I think I'm developing a theory, and you guys, I'm interested in your thoughts. Young quarterbacks are getting better and better every single year, where 15 years ago you would never just throw a rookie into the fire. They would sit, they would learn, whatever. There's so many young quarterbacks just across the league. We're getting this new wave of young QBs, and they're all so impressive to me. besides Caleb in Chicago. I think he's absolute trash. But I'm excited for, like, J.J. McCarthy in Minnesota. I'm excited to see what Jackson Dart can do. I'm excited. I mean, I think Baker Mayfield. I just saw a tweet about Manziel.
He's
not a young quarterback anymore, dog.
I know he's not young, but, like, he developed, and now he's just, like, putting on a show down in Tampa.
You also just called him Johnny Manziel.
I know. I just read a tweet about Manziel. It made me laugh. Like, Jordan Love in Green Bay. Like, I just think there's so many. Bo Nix, I think, is exciting. There's so many young, good quarterbacks and Caleb that it's just, I think the NFL is in a really, really, really fun spot right now.
What do you, as somebody that gets down in the muck on the internet, what do you make of the Bears fans' seeming obsession with Jaden Daniels and, like, how Chicago is holding on to this Jaden versus Caleb thing, where I think the rest of the universe has moved forward?
Yeah, they just need their quarterback to be good so badly that I get it. I get they already know that they made the wrong choice. Ryan Poles didn't even bring Jaden in for a pre-draft interview. They were so focused on Caleb, and Caleb clearly stinks out loud. So I don't blame Bears fans for coping in the way they cope and lashing out. They don't got much else there. They've never had a good quarterback in the history of that franchise. So I don't really blame them, and they'll probably have to take another quarterback after they win 3 games this year. So, to all the Bears fans listening, I'm sorry that it has to be this way for you guys.
You live in Chicago, don't you?
What are you talking about? I've lived in New York for a decade.
PFT
That's
is in
PFT.
Chicago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you better not go to Chicago. You're in trouble. You can't go to Chicago, and JP can't go to Philly anymore.
They love me in Philly.
Nah. I told them exactly when you're coming in.
Hanging out at the Hard Rock, baby.
I put one of them air tags in your bag so they know when you're coming.
Great. I might just start staying in the burbs. Just stay in Delaware. Nate Dogg, random question for you.
Sure.
Talking with our friend Barstool Nate. You can read his work at Barstool Sports. When does summer end to you?
Ooh, great question. Summer really ends somewhere around now when it's still like 90 degrees today, but we'll have some of these, high 70s, low 80s, perfect, crisp, feeling like fall days. Then, college football starts. I would say summer officially ends week 1, or I guess they call it week 0 of college football. It's that nice overlap between the NFL starting, preseason hockey, basketball kind of inching its way forward. It's just when all the sports combine and you can go outside without melting into the sidewalk, that's when summer is over. I don't know what the calendar says, but it's in the next couple weeks that fall officially begins. Fall is the longest of the seasons. It's from about mid-August through Thanksgiving.
I thought of you today because you're such a fall pumpkin lover.
Yes, sir.
That
I thought you was calling him a pumpkin.
Nah, man. But they're already selling Halloween candy at the grocery store. Did you notice that? I saw it yesterday.
No, I haven't seen.
Of course.
Like the big bags of Halloween candy are out for sale.
And how many did you buy just for yourself?
I got 0 so far. I'll have you know. We'll see. What comes next. But I don't know, man. I'm a summer guy. I know
they're getting early and early with all that stuff coming out.
People like to hate on summer. I'm pro summer. I'm in no hurry for it to go away, man.
I'm pro summer as well. It just gets tough in the Big Apple, as they call it up here. It gets tough in the big city. It's not very forgiving with the heat and humidity and the tall buildings and no access to the beach. So it does get a little tough. I'm ready for no more 90-degree days.
Good luck with that, Nate Dogg. I think it's supposed to get super hot for like the next week on the East Coast. So
yeah.
Get ready to water your lawn, Nate.
I'll let you know next time I have a lawn.
He has no lawn.
I gotta water my lawn. Thank you, buddy. We got a boogie.
All right, Nate.
See you guys.
All right, Nate's getting frustrated with the McLaurin situation. I'm curious if other people are.
Nate frustrated just to be frustrated.
I think a lot of things have been not real steps. I kind of think today was a little bit of progress, even just on a superficial level. Maybe we open the phones on that. 800-636-1067. Terry McLaurin talking with Adam Peters, watching practice. Does it matter? I'm taking your calls next.
This sports update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. The Nats were losers last night, 7-4. Paul DeJong hit his third home run of the month, a two-shot home run against his former squad. Cade Cavalli went 5 innings in his second start back, giving up 4 runs. In the NFL, Terry McLaurin is on the PUP list and still holding in one of the many players in contract disputes throughout the NFL. Cowboys star Micah Parsons is holding in as well. He finds solace in the fact that CeeDee Lamb got that deal done last year. Meanwhile, James Cook of the Bills just returned to practice amidst his contract disputes, where conversations have, quote, improved. Commanders fans can only hope. In college football, Texas is the first preseason number 1 ranked team to be an underdog in week 1 of the season. Expect some parity in college football this year. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal. Call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Kevin DiDomenico on The Fan.
I am everyday people. Yeah, yeah. B. Mitch Finley from a tent in a field. I'm pretty sure I stepped in gum. B thinks it's poop, dog poop, but there's a whole bunch of grass stuck to my shoe. But
if it's grass stuck to it, it's probably gum.
I think it's gum. There's a pending investigation into what's going on with my shoe. Jeff will document. Jeff, you need an Instagram reel? Let's have a shoe investigation. Right now, though, the MGM National Harbor listener lines are open. Terry McLaurin on the field talking with Adam Peters. Good news? Let's go to Blake in Wilmington. Blake, what'd you think about seeing Terry on the field for practice, first time?
Well, I was happy that he was there today, and I was happy that we could actually see him talking to AP. I thought JP, it was another great olive branch for Terry to be there today. I know the first one when he was there out signing for fans, that was more of a PR thing. But I think you see Terry at practice with Jaden. He's itching to be out there. He was around the first team offense. This is going to drive – the deadline's going to drive a deal on this one, and this just makes me more encouraged that he's out there. So hopefully we'll get a deal done soon, and we won't have to keep talking about this. So I appreciate you guys.
Thank you, buddy. There you go. More encouraged.
I'm with that.
800-636.
Hopefully we get one done so we don't have to talk about it no more.
800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. You feeling more encouraged now that Terry is at least on the practice field? I think it's important to note Terry has done – I know that there is the small subset of hardos that are like, he's under contract, tell him to show up, right?
Tell them to shut the hell up.
I think by and large, people understand the business of the NFL is different. And when you don't have guaranteed money left, this is when you start to, this is the normal procedure. None of this is unusual. And I think Terry has handled this as well as any, especially wide receiver, has in recent memory. Wideouts aren't usually
quiet.
Yeah, dude. These are guys that like to make a fuss. And I think Terry's handled it really well. I'm not surprised knowing Terry. I mean, that's just kind of how he operates. But I think, dog, even if it was just Terry and AP talking, how's your family? Are you doing anything for Labor Day weekend? Like, it's still just, it's a little bit of a positive step.
It is. I mean, I don't care what they talk about. When a deal is done, I'm cool with that. But every time they have a conversation, I don't really care. I mean, what you think, they're going to see each other and not say something to each other? I mean, if both of those guys are class dudes, if they walk up, they're not going to just walk past you like, I'm not talking to you. I think that's what we got to get past. And I think every time we see them talking, the speculations can't always be there.
This
They're
is
not signing the deal on the sideline.
Of course. This is the first time we've seen the two of them talking, though, I believe. We saw him talk to Harris. We've seen him talk to DQ.
But the day he talked to Harris, he walked up and he saw him.
Right.
So it's like by chance, and he spoke to him. Like
Right.
same thing he would have done with AP.
Well, it's also like he's in the building at meetings and in the locker room. So he's probably running into people way more often than we think or expect.
Yep.
Let's go to the phones, 800-636-1067. John is in Herndon. John, you a little encouraged by Terry coming to practice today?
Absolutely. And again, thanks, guys, for taking the call. You know I love you boys.
Thank you.
You know, for me, you know, I've been a lawyer for 40 years. People who are grown-ups put on their big boy pants and they don't show in public that they're negotiating. And to me, it's got to be north of 30. Make him number 7 among the wide receivers in the league. And that's the discount you get because he's going to turn 30 soon. But let's just get this done because they all want to get it done. Terry's not a disgruntled employee. He's a guy who deserves money.
He might be a little gruntled. Maybe not fully disgruntled, but he might be a little gruntled.
I'll concede that, but, you know, it's a negotiation, and maybe he wants to get it done. But, you know, he's got an agent that, you know, is looking out for his interests, Terry's interests. I don't believe all this stuff that he's a bad agent, this and that. I think he's a guy that's just in a negotiating stance. Anyway.
All right. Hey, thanks for the call, dude. That's what B's been saying all along. This is a negotiation, and this is what happens in negotiations. Keeping the phone lines open. Are you encouraged to see Terry at practice today? 800-636-1067. Joe is in Reston. Joe, you fired up? You feel better? You feel worse? You have indigestion? Where you at?
Yeah, guys, I think I'm feeling a little bit better about it, but not in the way that you may think. I think that Terry's camp kind of realizes that the team has all the leverage in this situation, and I really don't. I truly feel that we may not get a long-term deal done and that the team plays the kind of their leverage. And I don't see Terry not playing this year. And so it's good that he's out there, but I think it's more in the sense that he's going to play regardless of what's going on with the contract situation. I don't see him giving up game checks, and I don't see him causing that much of a distraction.
I definitely don't think he's causing a distraction. That's one thing that it's a good call, Joe. Thanks, buddy. I don't think Terry being a hold-in and walking out to the practice field today is a distraction at all. Did you, B?
Nah.
Like, the hold-in structure has been created by the NFLPA and the new CBA, and I think guys play on contracts they're unhappy with all the time. And they know when they're on the field, you put it all on the line. And when you're in meetings and lifting, like, what do you always say? You have to be all in for this thing.
Yep. You got to be all in or you're going to get in trouble. You're going to get hurt. I don't agree totally with what he said, but they just realize they have all of the control or, you know, power in their hands because have you been watching the games lately? So I don't buy that at all.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think there are does Terry have a ton of leverage from like a contractual machination place? No, like they could make him play, they could tag him, all that. But Terry's leverage is, did you see Chris Moore drop 2 passes and KJ Osborne drop a touchdown?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's his leverage.
Yeah.
And that.
Unless people believe that that's not leverage, unless they feel like, oh, you okay without. You and I watch the red zone area. We know what we've seen 17 do. And we know what we saw.
Totally. Taking your calls, 800-636-1067. Do you believe Terry being at camp is a positive step for the Commanders and the captain, all-pro wide receiver? I think, you know, regardless what has happened, Terry and the team have kept the right attitude about this.
Totally.
Attitude's not going to get you all the way to the finish line, but I do think it helps. I think there are moments where just being professionals helps on both sides.
Yeah, because when you unprofessional or you go out there and just say whatever you want to say and act how you want to act, then all of a sudden you make people hunker down for real. But if you're being respectful throughout, that's what people are going to go on. You know, this person even in a situation they probably could have said something, they didn't say something.
Right.
You know, like, I don't think Terry has done anything wrong the whole time. I don't think they've done anything wrong. But I listen to some fans, and they act like, well, he should have never done this. He should have never done that. The team got – no. They're negotiating, and things are going to happen that make you uncomfortable. I don't think any negotiation I've ever seen has been totally comfortable.
I agree with that.
So
Everybody's got to give a little. We will take your calls, plus celebrity guest out here in training camp yesterday. Who was it? And damn, was he cool. Nobody go anywhere. Mitch Tishler is going to join us at noon.
Commanders fans, it's B. Mitch, and I'm ready to take the excitement global. So join me and True Fan Travel this November for the ultimate fan getaway as Washington takes over Spain. Complete with game tickets, all-inclusive tailgate parties, 5 nights at the Western Madrid Cusco, and curated local events across Madrid. Spots are limited, so head to truefantravel.com and lock in your seat. True Fan Travel, they handle everything, and you make the memories. Be part of history for the first NFL game in Madrid. That's truefantravel.com. I'll see you in Spain.
Yeah. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. It was really cool. John Bernthal was here yesterday, and we got to talk to him. But before we get there, my guy Drew in Forestville is on the listener lines. And, Drew, are you encouraged by Terry McLaurin showing up, man?
Hey, boys. Hey, Mitch. How you doing, man?
Man, I'm good. Answer the question.
Oh, yeah, I'm encouraged, man. I'm just like this, man. I played semi-pro football in D.C. for 12 years, back in the 90s, early 2000s. Terry wanted to be out there with his boys, and that's why he's there, because he want to be with his boys. And, you know, it's business at the end of the day. You know, I played for free, but he's out there, man. And I like that. And, you know, I've been listening to the show every day. And it's like he talked to Adam Peters, man. You know, they talking about they on the sidelines of training camp. And they talked to us today. Yo, he want to be out there.
I agree with that. He definitely wants to be out there. Thank you for the call, Drew. I appreciate you, man. I want to get to this Bernthal audio real quick, but Jeffrey, what did you think of seeing Terry out there?
It kind of like lowered my worrying, because I'm like, okay, he's watching.
How much are you worrying these days? Because you've been all over the place.
Yeah, because it's like a roller coaster.
Life with Jeff Walker is a roller coaster.
It's like
ride.
one week it's a report that eases your mind, the next week it's a report that raises your mind. That lowered it, you know. That lowered the worry, because he's out here with the team. Yeah, he's not practicing. I understand it. I just think it needs to get done. Like I said, I'm worried until it gets done. Until we get that notification, I'm worried. It's a little worry, but that's what it is.
Jeff said he wasn't worried, then he's still worried, then he's going to stay worried, and then he's not worried. Thus, the Jeff Walker experience.
That's what this Terry experience is. You get one report that, you know, he's out there, this could be good. You got some reporters saying, oh, he's out there, it's going to get done, it's going to change. But then you hear the next week he requested a trade. Then you hear from Fowler about certain numbers.
Yeah, but the trade request is just I get procedural.
It. I get that. But
all right. I want to play this John Bernthal audio, because I don't know that I don't want to run out get to do it. John Bernthal's a really accomplished actor. I think at this point, best known for his role as the Punisher. Is that his biggest role, Jeff? It's got to be, right? To me, I think of his role in Wolf of Wall Street. That was awesome. I know he's been in The Accountant. John Bernthal, I believe, went to Sidwell. He's a D.C. guy and a big-time Commanders fan. He was here yesterday. We got to talk to him for a few minutes. Start Landville, just how much fun he's having rooting on the Burgundy and Gold.
It feels so good, you know, to be a Commanders fan, and it just it feels like it was back in the day, 83, 84, 87, 92. And you know, these guys are not just incredible athletes, and this team isn't just so beautiful. You know, for me as a father, just to see the quality of men these guys are and the role models that they can be to these kids. You know, my son's a quarterback, and for Jaden to take the time and say hello to him, say him, throw the ball with him on the field, it's just incredible. And you see them, they're all out here with all these fans, and you know, it's truly a wonderful thing to be a Commanders fan, and this team and this culture. It's the absolute truth. I'm just so excited for this team, and I believe in them with all my heart.
It was very genuine listening to Bernthal. I love this when he talked about where he was for the Hail Mary last year, a play that everybody that roots or cares about the Burgundy and Gold is going to remember for their whole life.
Listen, I've been all over this world making movies, Morocco, Ireland, Greece, you know, all over North Africa, wherever it is. And no matter what time of day, I'm finding a way to watch those games. And over the years, it has been hard. But right now, it's payback time, you know? It's payback time. And I was on a set last year with that Hail Mary pass and went running through the streets of Morocco, grabbing people, you know, and you know, the truth is the truth. You can't mess with this team. And everything's right. Everything's right with this team.
I mean, imagine that scene. I don't know what movie he's filming or whatever, but like you're just a dude in Morocco, you know, having your afternoon tea, And this dude just got, I don't know what time the Hail Mary here was about 6:30, 7 o'clock at night. So over there, I think that's like Spain, 6 hours ahead. So you're talking 12:30, 1 a.m. in the morning. And there's just this like world famous actor running around screaming about a Hail Mary. They might have been confused unless they're NFL fans.
Yeah, you wake a lot of people up at that time. I promise you that.
Yeah, for sure. And then Bernthal just on like what he thinks the culture of the team, of the staff, of everything that's being built here in Washington.
Oh man, it's just it's focus and it's zoning in. I mean, there's really no such thing as easy. Practice is practice, but it's all the work they're doing all day long. And I think immediately that's the sort of points of connection that we're all talking about. And I think you're either a go-getter or you're not, and you can feel that this team's just a bunch of go-getters. Coach Quinn's a go-getter, and I think we're in real good shape, and moving forward.
You could tell just how genuine he is about this team and how much he loves the organization. It was just really cool to briefly chat with him. I got to ask him about RFK Stadium and what that would mean, and it was sincere how much he hopes that gets done. It sure looks like it's going to get done, but for whatever reason they have a second vote. Did you get to chat with Bernthal at all, B?
Nah, man.
I didn't know if you were over there.
I'm always running around doing something, Jay.
He was very cool, man, and you could tell he's one of these guys that has accomplished a lot because people know him from like 100 different roles.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a big comic book guy, but The Punisher's big deal. He was in Walking Dead, which a lot of people are really into. I thought in Wolf of Wall Street he was brilliant as like I don't know what you would call his role in that, as kind of like this trainer.
We get all our celebrity fans to come out.
It's fun, man.
I like it.
It's cool. It's very, very cool.
All right. Get him to come out.
You think McConaughey's coming to practice, or we'll just see him like
we'll
week
see him
one?
at a game.
Yeah, game for
we'll
sure.
See him at a game. We'll see Dale at a game.
Durant.
Kev. You get all those guys to come out. Some of the guys don't come out. They weren't coming out before.
Right.
They were staying behind the scenes.
Right.
Now things are starting to perk up again.
Very, very different scene with the celebrities walking around. Here's what we're going to do. Speaking of celebrities, Mitch Tishler watched all of joint practice, or that's not joint practice, inter-squad scrimmage, and interesting little nugget to relay. Mitch Tishler joins the program next.
And brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Good news for Virginia Tech fans. Head coach of the Hokies, Brent Pry, mentioned on the Junkies this morning that, quote, this roster is the deepest it's ever been with the most competition at every single position we've ever seen. In the NFL, the Commanders are playing their burgundy and gold game today. Before the scrimmage, Terry McLaurin was seen chatting with GM Adam Peters on the sideline. Everyone has spent their work morning trying to decipher just what was said. Elsewhere in the NFL, Packers quarterback Jordan Love will undergo a procedure to repair a ligament injury on his left thumb, but the Packers quarterback is expected to start Week 1 against the Lions. Last night, the Nationals lost 7-4 after leading 4-2 in the 6th. Cade Cavalli started his second game back from injury, went 5 innings, giving up 4, and the Nats fell to 47-71. They're back in action tonight at 7:40 on the Fan with Mitchell Parker on the mound. In golf, the number 1 player in the world, Scottie Scheffler, will be without his caddy at the second playoff event on the PGA Tour as Ted Scott attends to a family matter. He will tap Chris Kirk's caddy here this week. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Kevin DiDomenico on The Fan.
Had a bunch of hits. Chinese food makes me sick. Remember this stupid song? Is he talking about Abercrombie and Fitch? Bang! High noon in the District of Columbia. And joining us now on the Rude Guest Hotline is the big man, our buddy Mr. Mitch Tishler, Beltway Football, Monumental Sports Network. What's up, Mitchell?
How y'all doing?
Good, man.
We are good, dude. How are you?
I'm doing great.
I love that Jeff claims there was a mic check. And it's just not on.
You guys got me? I love listening to the music. Yeah.
Great job, Jeffrey. So there's a lot to discuss from the burgundy and gold scrimmage, but probably too much already has been made on the Terry stuff. We'll get to that. Tell me about the end of practice with, a little bit of Bobby, a little bit of Noah, just kind of get everybody up to speed on that scene.
Noah Igbenogany. You had Mikey Sanders still. It was one of the guys who I think was bringing the most juice in this scrimmage. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you guys talked about it early in practice. Yeah. He gave a little thud to Luke McCaffrey, maybe a little more than a thud. Close as the practice was winding down, Noah I was running down the sideline with a running back who was kind of starting to make his way out of bounds. Noah gave him a little extra shove, and Mikey came rolling through with kind of swag, kind of talking trash to Noah. It looked a little bit, kind of just two guys talking ish to each other. Noah turned around and gave Mikey a little bit of a shove. That got Bobby Wagner and Frankie Louvu out onto the field, kind of walking back to the huddle with Noah. And it kind of just looked like two vets being like, "Hey, dude, let's, we're both on the same team. Let's, make it happen." And then, Noah got upset at something that was said and kind of turned and had to be held back a little bit. It certainly wasn't a dust-up or a skirmish in any way, shape, or form, but DQ did have to step in and, talk to Noah a little bit. And my favorite part of the whole thing was, I believe, do we know, was Brian Johnson calling plays for the White offense?
Tavito on one side, Brian Johnson on the other.
The very next play, after all this went down, they called a double move to Braylon Sanders down the field in single coverage against Noah I. Noah made a good play on it, and just some fun chirping back to the huddle.
Was Noah and Bobby on the same side?
No, Bobby. So
see that? Bobby, what you got to say then? You're on the other side. Don't come talk to me. We split up today. I don't want to hear that crap. I don't care how old you are.
I can't imagine Noah said just that.
Step your ass back. I don't want to hear that from you. Your guy hit my guy earlier. What the hell? You didn't say nothing then. Don't say nothing now.
I think you like seeing those juices get up, and I think that's exactly what DQ and everybody wanted today was to see that thing go a little bit. I was just saying, we went through the joint practices in New England, preseason game. We'll do the joint practices with the Ravens, and I was like, is it really going to be the burgundy and gold when we see a real skirmish, a real skirmish break out on the field? And luckily, cooler heads prevailed, and the guys chilled out.
I understand it, but that is defensive players to the max. Your guy on your side, when we split the team, we all in the team together. When your guy hit Luke, nobody said a word. But when my guy bumps you a little bit extra out of bounds, you got something to say now. Dog, come on, man. Defensive players got them damn one-track minds, man.
We talked to Bobby Wagner after practice about it a little bit, and he said, I asked him kind of about that, and he was like, we've had a couple of these scrimmages. He's like, earlier on in my career, that might have been an actual, skirmish, and we maybe would have had to end practice early. He's like, but we've matured a little bit, and we're moving on.
Well, if I was a coach, we wouldn't end practice early. Somebody get into a fight, you in practice early, guess what's going to happen the next day? A fight. So if I'm a coach and you get into a fight, I'm going to let you finish. Then I want you to practice. I'm tired as hell.
And then I want you to go run wind sprints after practice.
No, you don't need to run wind sprint. I'm about to make you run, and I need you. I'm going to run 2 minutes against you if you're a defensive player. Keep you on the field.
You ever get in a skirmish?
I got in fights all the time.
I mean, is that the easiest question of all time?
I got in fights all the time, but you know what, though? I didn't care about keep practicing. I wasn't trying to get rid of practice.
That's because you're crazy.
I mean, nah, bro. It's like, come on, bro.
No, after 2 days of short work, both Sunday and Monday with what they're doing, it's good to see them get a
little energy. Because their energy was missing on Friday.
Today was like the payoff. Like, yesterday I was like, all right, man, like this jog through is really, really light. But you
Call it what it was, Jay. It was a walkthrough.
Sure. It was really, really light, and it was about 35 minutes. But you got the payoff today. Like it seemed like both sides bought in, and kind of to your point about a little bit of barking. I mean, I think the tone was really set on what was the second or third play from scrimmage when Mikey popped Luke like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, even before that, they came out in the different colored jerseys. They warmed up on different sides of the field. I mean, they tried to make it feel like it was two different teams that were.
And animosity starts to come up now.
Yeah.
It's. I went back to my room many times training camp. Boy, I sure wish I can go against so and so. And the next day, Coach Gilbert gets something, and I'm like, oh, I get a chance to get him.
Well, I loved you saw Cliff Kingsbury, you saw Tavita Pritchard calling the offense for the Burgundy squad. And he was just going for it on fourth down over and over and over again. And
who called the hook and ladder?
Yeah, dude, that was wild.
That was the white team. That was Brian Johnson, or the gold team. I guess that was Brian Johnson.
I like that.
Brian got creative with
the option at the goal line.
Yeah.
I also wonder if the other team has Jaden and we got Hartman. We're gonna get a little creative. We're gonna call some stuff, try to generate some offense here.
Right at the end of what was the second quarter, Jaden's team had the ball and they were trying to run one of those big hook and ladder plays all over the field. Got blown up pretty early, but this is the time to play around with that stuff. Try it out.
Yeah, let's have some fun.
Talking with our boy Mitch Tishler here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow Mitch at Mitch_Tishler, Tischler. As much as like the play on the field should have been the biggest story, I think was Terry showing up and talking to Adam Peters. What if any reaction do you have to that?
Honestly, not a whole lot of reaction. I think today being the first day, really, that fans weren't here since Terry started holding in, I think is probably why he was out at practice, because I don't think that he's a distraction in the building at all. We've talked to enough of these players. They know the business of it. But if Terry walked out here and watched practice with all the fans here, and you think about what social media is today, it doesn't really make a ton of sense. So I would think or hope that we see him kind of watching practice from the sidelines, as we start going forward. What it means for what's happening with him and AP and, getting a deal done and all that, it doesn't really change a whole lot for me. I mean, we're starting to get close to a point where, deadline spurn deals and whether it's roster cutdown day or, whatever the deadline ends up being, not much is changing in my mind. I'm still, I still don't feel good in my belly about it. Still feel a little nervous that things are going to work out well. And I think ultimately, we're at a place where there's as many bad end scenarios as there are good end scenarios. And to me, that's not a great place to be sitting.
You think there's as many bad? What is a bad scenario to you? That he ends up somewhere else?
I don't. Not just that he goes somewhere else. That I think that's the worst scenario. If he's unhappy, with whatever deal ends up, or no deal at all, is the ankle injury? Does that continue on into the season? Does he miss a couple games for it? Does he get re-injured if he has a couple good? I don't think that any of these things speak to the man that we've gotten to know Terry McLaurin to be. Mm-hmm. However, start messing with someone's money and you start getting frustrated. All bets are off the table, I would say.
Yeah, but I think Terry's been a guy who basically has overcome so much.
Absolutely.
If things didn't work out and he had to play under the contract, I don't think he's half-stepping. I think he's trying to prove a point and try to prove you wrong. Like Urban Meyer, whoever told him he had to, you're not good enough. You need to go get better. He went and got better. Right. I believe if they didn't give him the money, he would go out there and put something on tape to where somebody else would be willing to give him money.
Or trade for him. And then,
But I think you look at what happened in L.A. with the Chargers and Rashawn Slater. He signed a 4-year extension and 3 days later tore his patellar tendon and is out for the season. If he doesn't sign that extension and tears his patellar tendon, next year when he comes back, I don't know if he's getting quite as much money because he's going to be damaged goods. And I know that Terry has been healthy and has played.
But stuff happens like that.
But that's why I understand Terry wanting to get that deal before he puts his body on the line, because if he comes out here, even if they force him to play on his 1-year deal, if he comes out here and, God forbid, gets injured, tears an Achilles or to ACL or whatever ends up happening, which could happen any time, his contract that he gets after that will be lesser.
But if you go out there and you half-step and don't do much, you still don't get a lot of money.
Absolutely.
So it's one of those things where you just got to go and count your blessings.
Absolutely. And Terry's shown that he's a guy.
That's who he is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He's a put his head down and work his tail off. And I hate that because he's not this diva receiver and loudmouth guy that
normally those guys get paid.
That's what I'm
the
saying.
The guys that are quiet get screwed.
That's the case.
Sometimes the quiet dude got to just be an ass for a moment.
I hate that for Terry because he's done everything he's supposed to do on the field from the moment he got here with whoever was throwing him the football.
But when he's fighting for his family, he got to fight for his family. He can't worry about what a fan may say, a media person may say, or whatever else. You fight for your family's future, you fight for it.
But I also, and maybe there's fewer and fewer people with me, but I still think getting the deal and being a part of this team, I still think that Venn diagram is very large. This gets done.
I agree with that.
Everything's cool. As much as it is August 12th and they have a preseason game in 5 days, preseason game number 2, I do think it can continue to work out just fine. I kind of think seeing him out there today is emblematic of, everybody in the building is good.
I agree. It does seem, when you talk to the players about it, when you talk to the coaches about it, these guys, when we talked to Bobby Wagner earlier in training camp, and he talked about the business of football, and he's a guy that's negotiating his own deals.
Mind your business.
Exactly. And they all understand that.
Yes.
You're not watching everyone else's pockets. You're not trying to, you're not trying to do that. However, there is going to get to a point where they're starting to prep for a season, where they're starting to game plan, and as much as Terry and Jaden have worked together a lot over the past, 12 months or so, you gotta get him on the field, and he can work out in the weight room, and he can sit in meetings and do all those things. But we talk about it all the time. I mean, you know it as well as anyone. Mm-hmm. Getting on a football field and playing is different than running around in shorts and a t-shirt. So you're getting close to a point where you need to be concerned about all this.
I think both sides need to be concerned.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Agreed.
So I know people like to say that the team don't need it. Both sides need to be concerned.
If they've
been looking, they need to be concerned.
Well, the practice today, I mean, Jaden and the first team offense were largely out there and got nothing. I mean, the final score was 14-0. They couldn't really generate first downs. It was, you don't want to take too much from practice or a preseason performance or whatever, but the collective body of first team offensive work, when we were in New England and they were on the separate side fields, the offense looked really good. But outside of that, in true 11-on-11 and especially in red zone stuff, the first team offense has not looked that good. Now, are we getting every version of Jaden? I'm not sure because he's not going to. He did run one today,
Yeah.
but
If he don't run, when he runs, momentum comes to this side.
There's also the domino effect of Terry not practicing and Noah Brown also being hurt, in that you have to have Luke McCaffrey and Jalen Lane working outside so that you can have, more reasonable receivers, for Jaden to work with. Ultimately, I think we're going to see much more of both of those guys in the slot, with Debo mostly on the outside and Terry, mostly on the outside, or Noah Brown, whichever the breakdown is. And particularly for Jalen Lane, I want to see him get as many reps in the role that he's going to be working on come season time at this point. You don't want to see it, not that none of those reps are wasted reps. I just want to see him getting those slot reps, because that's, I think, ultimately where we're going to see the most of them.
Yeah, end up being that most of the time, yeah.
Big man, what did you think of Connor Lee today and kind of in general?
I think Connor Lee was a guy that showed up really well. I think he showed up really well when the lights shone bright in New England, and even in the practice, in the joint practice. He gets really good work here at camp, and Von Miller still has that speed and that quickness. And there was one rep early in practice where Von just got low and got around the edge, and you saw Connor Lee kind of kicking out and thinking that he was going to be able to get a hand on him, and all of a sudden Von was just gone. And that's something that Von Miller does to
everybody.
Everybody, exactly. But then you also have a guy like Dietrich Weiss, who's a big, strong dude. And what I like about what these vets are doing is they're giving Connor Lee the business. On these plays, they're playing through the echo of the whistle, and you're getting Weiss, who's getting up in the pads of Connor Lee and giving him kind of bull rushes and stuff along those lines. So you're getting kind of the test from two different guys with both strength and speed. And while today, maybe in a vacuum wasn't the best day, I think we've seen incrementally better play as training camp has gone on. And I'm actually starting to get closer to a point where I think we might see Connor Lee just flat out be your starting right tackle come week one.
He's going to have to get his sometimes he's going to lose some battles. And just like last year when we put, that left tackle Coleman.
Brandon Coleman.
He lost some, but he won a lot of them. He won probably more than he did lose. But Connor Lee is that guy fit for that outside. And I know that a lot of people, oh, man, he got beat. You must have never played anything in your life, because somebody's going to get beat once or twice. But if they keep winning more than they lose, I'm willing to work with that.
And I know folks love to think, O-linemen just throw their heads into other players, and, there's not a lot of thinking involved. But one thing that I've really liked from Connor Lee is you see him working through the process of who he's supposed to block and working off double teams and reading, tackle end, twists and stuff like that. And, the speed and the strength is all very important, but so are the mentals.
And those guys that Von, Wise, they talk to him about what he did, what can help him. And I think that's the whole thing. It's not just the offensive lineman helping him. Those defensive guys can tell him, this is why I was able to do what I did. If you were to do this, you could be in a better position. And he takes that stuff and he works with it.
And by the way, Laramie Tunsil's over there too, who has a little bit of knowledge that he might be able to pass along.
A little bit.
For sure. With the backs, with the run game, we didn't see Bill Merritt today, just kind of taking care of the shoulder after he got popped Friday. I think a little too much has been made of B-Rob's demise. I think Robinson's pretty clearly still their RB1, but it's going to be a straight up committee. I thought Chris Rodriguez played all right today, and you don't want to take too much from any one thing, but I'm curious what you think. We saw the second half of the season, their inability to run the ball. That was a lot of injuries on the offensive line. Today didn't look like they ran the ball that well either.
Yeah, I agree. They didn't run the ball that great today. We've certainly seen that be a struggle for this team. I think when you talk about Bill Merritt, I think he will be able to help here and there. This season, I think he'll be able to help here and there in the run game. But I think we have to see him improve his pass pro a lot. And I think that's kind of, one of those places where your, alternate running back, if you will, needs to be good at doing that. We saw, going back to Alex Smith and plenty of other quarterbacks along the way, what happens when you don't have a running back block. I also think fans are way too down, like you said, on Brian Robinson. I think outside of the top 5 running backs in the NFL, I think that, there's not a lot of disparity between the next, group of 15 guys or so. And he's a solid NFL running back. I'm not saying that he's going to go do Saquon Barkley things out there, but he's going to get you yards when you need to get them. And, so I think that ultimately, as much as Bill Merritt has been making an impression here, I don't know that there's a big path to him having a huge impact on this season.
I think if it was Bill or whoever, we saw a stretch last year, nobody was getting yards. It wasn't just Brian. Nobody got a yard, but people just jumped on Brian for some reason. The offensive line has to be healthier and more. If they're healthier, they're more stable. I think you get more more yards out of the whole running back.
I agree with that for sure.
Yeah.
My one question in the back, that I'm starting to have is, what do we think happens with Jeremy McNichols? Because he was playing into the second half, fourth quarter of that preseason game, and we know that he is a son of a gun in pass pro. You just go back to the Terry touchdown on the last play in Cincinnati and watch the block that he laid on that linebacker. However, if you're going to keep Bill Merritt and he's kind of your half scat back, half power running back type guy.
Merritt?
What?
Merritt, you talking about?
Merritt is, you have B-Rob and you have Eckler, who, B-Rob's your, between the tackles guy, Eckler's your more in the pass game guy. And then you have, last year, McNichols played that kind of half and half role, running between the tackles and also being able to make catches. If Merritt's on the roster, do you keep 4 running backs? I think, we got to start kind of talking about roster cutdown day and where this thing ends up at.
I think it's all changed so much with the way the practice squads are now, and DQ even talked about, there's a 53, but there's also a 70, and I think you can keep, unless Ja'Cory Brooks continues on, some real breakout scale, I think you stand to lose one of those backs more if you try to get them back to the practice squad.
Totally
Felton, they keep using him a lot, and he can streak.
Yeah.
Kick returner.
Streak.
I don't know. It's going to be interesting. Did you notice Revo out there a bunch today?
They were running a bunch of some three safety stuff out there. The fact of the matter is, I think you can see by what we saw in the game in New England and the practice, the tryout guys, and then signing linebackers that, they don't love their linebacking depth right now. And I think part of that, Jordan McGee's injury. Kane Madrano's young and still learning. You have
they just cut Hampton.
Right, they just cut Hampton. It's hard to keep Revo off the field because every time he's on the field, he makes plays. And even today, he had a big thud on a run stop, and got up and was flexing on the guys. And,
that's Revo.
That's Revo though, but he brings it. You want those guys who bring that energy. And you talked about in New England there not being a ton of energy.
Oh,
Revo's one of those guys.
Oh, he
I
had
know
it.
that's what I'm saying. Revo's one of those guys that amps things up for everybody.
And he does it all the time. Like he said, he was talking to Tanner and Fred on his way out this morning. He said, I only know one speed, big bro. And that's how he goes with it. So I love that.
We got a boogie, Mitch. Thank you, buddy.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for having me, guys.
That's our guy, Mitch Tishler. Give him a follow at Mitch_Tishler. Check out the Beltway Football Podcast with me and the big man. When we return, let's check in around the NFL. Mike Sando from The Athletic joins us at 1.
And it's brought to you by Fully Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. All right, Tuesday afternoon. Yesterday, the Nats were losers 7-4 against the Royals. Paul DeJong did hit his third home run of the month, a 2-run shot against his former squad. Cade Cavalli went 5 innings in his second start back from injury, gave up 4 runs throughout the start. The Commanders played a burgundy and gold inter-squad scrimmage during their long break between preseason games today. Terry McLaurin was out at practice with the team. He did not participate. Elsewhere in the NFL, Packers quarterback Jordan Love will undergo a procedure to repair a ligament injury on his left thumb, but the Packers QB is expected to start Week 1 against the Lions. Training camp is heating up. Is your house? Call Fully Mechanical. They're the pros for HVAC, boiler, and radiator heat in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Privately owned, proudly installing Amana. Fully Mechanical, no gimmicks, just game-ready comfort. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Kevin DiDomenico on The Fan.
Talking to me.
B-Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We've been doing this every day now for a while, kind of checking in on the rest of the NFL. A little bit of quarterback news today, B. We already talked about Jordan Love has to get surgery on his left thumb. Jordan Love, obviously,
his left thumb.
Yeah. What many people think could be an absolute star quarterback in this league. Tyrod Taylor, however. Tyrod is now the backup to Justin Fields with the Jets.
Okay.
And if I had to guess,
he going to play a lot.
How Justin Fields' career has gone, Tyrod is a part of the plan, maybe more so than like a clear backup.
Yeah.
Tyrod Taylor having a knee procedure. They hope he's back ready for Week 1.
What type of knee?
Preseason is done.
Is it just a little drain, or is it a meniscus?
I mean, head coach Aaron Glenn said at a Tuesday press conference that Taylor had a procedure to address the knee injury that's kept him off the field. Glenn said the team hopes to have him back in time for their preseason opener against the Steelers.
Okay. To reach out.
Yeah, I mean,
call my friends.
Very little information provided on that. I mean, whatever it is, isn't great. Could it be nothing? Could he be back? Yeah.
Yeah.
Could it be something of more importance? I would say yes.
Could be.
All right, so according to Rich Simony that covers the Jets for ESPN, he said it's a knee scope.
Okay, scope.
What does that mean?
They go in there to look, see if something is more serious. If it's nothing there, he can be playing in 2 weeks, week and a half. If it's something there, they have to fix it. It can be Week 1.
Okay. Yeah.
I've had some scopes.
All right. One thing that I think is really pretty fascinating that could be bad for the NFL, and all I would say is this is far from the finish line. Have you seen this John Gruden lawsuit?
No.
So John Gruden, when he got fired by the Raiders after there was that email leak, filed a big old lawsuit against the NFL, and he said they leaked these emails on purpose. These were confidential. You violated my whatever.
You know who they was.
Well, so
they may be caught again.
Right. So the case was filed way back in November of 2021. And Gruden just got a ruling before the Nevada Supreme Court on his behalf. So, like, he won, but now the NFL is going to appeal the decision. I think this now goes to the U.S. To the Circuit Court before it maybe gets to the Supreme Court. But apparently what happens is they get discovery, which means they have to submit all this information. It's not far-fetched to think this could show a lot of what was going on in Washington. Because it's widely believed, let's choose our words carefully here in case lawyers are listening.
I'm not talking. You talking.
There are those that have made a theory that the leaks came from the previous Washington, whether it was ownership or administration, but it came from here.
Yeah.
And there were emails leaked against Bruce Allen that made Bruce Allen look bad. Like, I don't know why you would do that, but
you do it to you. Well, the speculations. You can do stuff that try to make, okay, why would I put it out for myself? Or could have been somebody else. Or you want everybody to get messed up.
Or you had already fired him. Bruce was gone by then. Mm-hmm. And I don't know. We don't know where the email leaks came from, but
there's been people who speculated.
There have been people who speculated. The email leaks did the NFL zero favors, so I find it hard to believe it came from the league. That's going to be really, really interesting to watch to the finish line.
There's a lot of things went into play right after those leaks happened, though.
Well, dude, if you read, there was one of the many big Seth Wickersham, Don Van Natta articles in ESPN.
That's what I've been trying to pull up for you when they said Kyler Murray got it.
That's messed up. One of those big ESPN investigative articles said that Snyder was, kind of going under the radar, dealing with his, at the time, suspension from the team, and that he was getting antsy and just decided it's time for me to come back. If you remember when he walked out on the sideline with Jerry Jones in Dallas, then those emails came out, and according to this article, that's when the league was like, he's got to go. That's when they finally had enough. So keep an eye on this John Gruden thing. I don't know that it gets to the Supreme Court, but it could, certainly. And then one other one for you, B. Preseason week 2 is what a lot of us has thought would be when you get some level of real dress rehearsal. Michael Penix, Atlanta Falcons quarterback, will not play in the Friday night game, but he will take part in 2 days of joint practices. Penix started, what would you say, 4 games, maybe 3 games last year? Maybe it was only 2. That Atlanta game was the second to last game of the year. Wasn't that week 16 last year? So I think Penix only got 2 starts last year. Didn't play in the first preseason game. Now it appears he's not going to play in the second preseason game. Also looks like Kirk's not going to play either. So it's not just Penix.
They ain't letting neither one of them get hurt.
All right, so Penix started 3 games last year, threw 105 passes. Do you think he could use a little bit of work?
I think he can, but I think the ultimate thing is they know that they're not going to play Kirk. They don't want to have to pay him everything that he's going to be owed. So they're going to keep the other
I'm not talking about Kirk. I'm talking about Penix.
I'm saying they're going to keep Penix healthy, too. They're keeping him out. They'll get started when the season starts. They know where they're going to be.
What do you always say?
I know what I say, but this is an organization trying to prolong and keep their product there for a long time. We watch football these days. Like, if he was going to play a lot, if they were expecting him to go out there and win a lot this year, I can understand it. I would see them trying to play him.
I think Atlanta thinks they're competing for that NFC South.
We're going to find out.
Bills running back James Cook returned to practice. He had been a hold-in, and now he is just practicing again. You wonder if, I don't know, James Cook ended his hold-in. Terry's back at practice, didn't practice, but at least was out there. You wonder if a lot of players around the league are realizing where we're at in the calendar. Or
could be. Do
you think today's Terry appearance was more – this might have been the first time they've been out here without fans? Or do you think it was burgundy and gold related?
I think it was more fans not out there, and they had a discussion and be cool. Because he tried to come incognito anyway. I don't know what it means. I'll wait for the information to come out in the next week or so.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think you'd love to have him on the field for next Thursday. Also, bad injury news down in Houston. Houston Texans tight end Brevin Jordan out for the year after injuring his knee in Monday's practice.
We're starting to see some of those injuries like that now, so I can see why guys fight to get paid, and also guys, why teams do what they do. Because what's a kid in Philly, Dickerson, isn't it? The guard. He got some injury.
Landon Dickerson.
So,
last year, power just went out in the tent.
did it go out or did they turn it off?
We'll find that out. Nobody go anywhere. What happened to the power? It's B. Mitch and Finley. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Don't worry, we're investigating the power situation. We're going to get power back. All's well.
How about we just go get a little hamster wheel and let Chick run on it and give us some electricity?
It's our understanding Chick Hernandez shorted out the power. Can't confirm per sources. All right, Landini, help me understand. We got the best players in baseball ranked, correct?
Yeah.
Who's number one?
Shohei.
I think it's Shohei. It might be Aaron Judge.
Shohei can strike you out, then hit 4 home runs on you.
But he has barely pitched, and I think Judge is hitting better.
It doesn't make a difference.
But Judge is hurt, right?
But he has a capability of pitching.
So this list goes Judge, Shohei, Skubal for the Tigers, who's just been an absolute dog, who the Orioles could have traded for 2 summers ago, is my understanding. Cal Raleigh.
Oh, so
I like rooting for that dude, man.
The catcher?
Yeah, big dumper.
Big dumper. You don't need no nickname called the Big Dumper, though. It's not good.
That is just so baseball, man.
That is not a good name right
Dude,
there.
I don't know. I don't know if you know how more and more, if you notice on Instagram, more and more stuff you don't follow just pops up on your feed?
Yeah.
And I'm not talking advertisements. I'm talking just like other stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's other stuff.
So
and they try to get you to click on it because you click on it one time, it will be coming again.
Right. I've been getting this MLB old school videos or something.
Mm-hmm.
And I watched this morning when I was hanging out with my children, just looking at Instagram on my phone.
Were you babysitting?
Nah, man.
I'm messing with you on that one.
Yo, I got to show you this. I'm getting off topic. I don't care, Landfill. Sorry.
You always off topic, though.
Dude, I had to text Lauren. So we're focused. I don't know. My wife wants everybody to eat very healthy, right? So my girls like yogurt, so we've been doing these yogurt parfaits in the morning. And, I'm Mr. Mom. I'm in charge of breakfast by myself 3 days a week these days. I'm in charge of everything. Got to do school drop-off soon. I got this. I'm built for this, B. So a yogurt parfait, it was yogurt, honey, some strawberries. Maybe I slice up a banana. Ainsley thinks it's cool because I flip the slice of banana way up in the air and it plops down in the yogurt. I call it my trick. Then it got a little more involved. I had to get this granola and break it up. Okay, no problem. Tell me this doesn't look like a science experiment to make this yogurt every morning now.
Yeah.
Doug, I'm putting it up on the stream.
Let me help you out a little bit. How about if we got to do it tomorrow, how about do it at night and then it already be done? Then I ain't got to worry about waking up doing it in the morning because you might be off a little bit. Have it do it at night, put it in the refrigerator.
So Shelby has a dairy problem, right? Not a problem, but just doesn't do great with dairy. So we somehow, this sounds like a myth to me. We somehow have dairy-free Greek yogurt for Shelby.
Okay.
Ainsley uses regular Greek yogurt, so that's already differences. Ainsley,
so we done at night with a S and an A on it.
Ainsley likes flax seeds, which I don't know what they are. Shelby needs chia seeds.
Chia seeds.
Which I also don't know what they are.
They're healthy for you.
Shelby, I now have to mix in peanut butter powder, which I'm unfamiliar with its work.
Still not listening to me. Do it at night, or you and Lauren do it together. It's a date night. Y'all do it at night. It's done in the morning.
If making yogurt parfaits for your kids doesn't get you in the mood, call me Barry White.
All you got to do is mix it up, keep moving. It's already there. Don't wait till the next morning. Then you by yourself with nobody to watch over you. That's the problem. Lauren should know that already. She knows she can't leave you to do something by yourself.
I've been doing it well, dog.
Yeah,
I've been doing it well.
You're going to do it not well real quick.
I don't know. It seems a little complicated. That
Jay, it is.
Breakfast for the kids. Can you do it the night before?
Yes. Everything you have can be refrigerated, right? Everything there. What do they do with your fruit?
I guess I could just add the honey and the granola in the morning.
You could add all that at night.
Does the yogurt not need to be sealed up? I'm asking. I don't know.
I'm sure you have something that seals that they can eat out of.
All right.
And then the next day, the granola, you can have that just crunched up on the side. All you do is pour the granola on top, mix it up, and keep moving. You know how to do stuff, man.
I don't mind doing it in the morning. My complaint is not doing it in the morning. It's just the length of steps involved.
Okay.
It just is a lot, B. I'm not a scientist.
That's why
it feels
I say,
like a science experiment.
If it's a lot of steps, help yourself out by doing something at night. The next morning you wake up with the granola, just crunch, crunch, pour it in there, keep moving. And make sure you write the A and the S on it because you will forget which is which.
I can tell by the seeds because the chia seeds are like
they're a little brown and they got a little shape to it.
They're a little larger, and
the chia seeds are kind of reddish.
They're kind of black.
black.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the other ones are brownish.
The flack is brown,
Yeah.
and it almost looks like kind of like a real fine brown sugar or something, but it's not. It tastes like butt as far as I'm concerned.
Good for you too.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
I just look, things that taste real good probably bad for you. Things that taste like butt probably good for you. Just letting you know.
Yo, pause.
I'm just saying.
All right, Landfill sent us this list because I do think it's important. Of the top 50 players as rated by ESPN in all of baseball, we got a national on there.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a big surprise that it's only one, but
J-Dub.
James Wood is on there. Went through a little slump, but I believe he went yard last night to lead things off. I might have that wrong. I know he just hit a homer. James Wood is kind of the one real shining star for them. Actually, how did my guy Cade Cavalli do last night? I bet on him. I bet on him to get some strikeouts, and I know he didn't maybe have his best stuff, but we had a bet, B, of the 6-game road trip they were on, would they win more than 2 games? They took the series against the Giants.
I know you said 1.5, and I said 2. And I know they beat them 8-0 the other night, or 6-0, something like that.
Damn. So Cavalli went 5 innings, gave up 7 hits, 4 earned runs, only 3 strikeouts. I think it was 3.5 was the number, and I took the over. But it's good to see James Wood make this list. It's good to see him kind of get that national, love, recognition, whatever that is. And that's got a long way to go, though, man. And what's tough is when you look at this list of the top 50 players in baseball and you realize how many of them were playing here. That
happens a lot, brother.
You don't have to scroll down too far. Number 12, Juan Soto. Number 14, Kyle Schwarber. I'm guessing. I'm scrolling. There's probably other dudes before I get through this list while we're live on air. But it's just like, the baseball crowd wants to yell at me and tell me I don't understand. Trey Turner's number 32. Bryce Harper's number 33. Until they will spend money and be a real organization. I think Lavero was on the Junkies telling this story. I didn't know.
Baseball fans just like to tell people what they don't know, but they can't give you an answer or a reason exact why it should be better,
right?
Or how it could be better.
I guess Lavero officially reported it. I kind of thought everybody just assumed that Rizzo got fired because he wouldn't fire Davey and all the coaches.
That's what we assumed,
right? Because Riz knows. The problem is not the coaches. It's not the third base coach. You spend 20% of what the Red Sox spend. Not everybody has to be the Mets or the Dodgers in spending, but you got to compete, and you got to build an organization that will compete in scouting and film study and all these things that they've just gone super cheap on. And I don't want to, at some point, screaming about the learners is just screaming in a void, and have you ever dropped a toothpick in a volcano? Who cares? But until that changes, it's not going to matter. When we come back, Mike Sando from The Athletic joins us.
And it's brought to you by the Chesapeake Bay Sox. Purchase tickets at baysox.com. The Commanders played a burgundy and gold intra-squad scrimmage during their long break between preseason games. Terry McLaurin was out at practice with the team. He did not participate. Elsewhere in the NFL, Packers quarterback Jordan Love will undergo a procedure to repair a ligament injury in his left thumb. But the Packers quarterback is expected to start Week 1 against the Lions. More quarterback news. Jets QB Tyrod Taylor had a procedure to address a knee injury he's been battling throughout the year. He is listed as the backup to Justin Fields. And last night, the Nationals lost 7-4, falling to 47-71 after leading 4-2 late in the game in the 6th. Cade Cavalli started his second game back from injury. Went 5, giving up 4 runs. We all have hopes for Cavalli's return, who had a 3-year road back to the Bigs. The Nats are back in action tonight at 7:40 on the Fan with Mitchell Parker back on the mound. In the NL Central, the Brewers beat the Pirates last night 7-1, have now won 25 of their last 29. It's incredible what this team is doing. Also incredible out west where Shohei Ohtani homered last night in his 3rd straight game, battling with Kyle Schwarber in hopes for his 4th MVP in 5 seasons. He's currently second to Barry Bonds, who has 7. You can catch the Chesapeake Bay Sox on Friday, August 15th for Daddy-Daughter Night, then return Saturday, August 16th for Touch a Truck, a Jordan Westberg bobblehead giveaway, and post-game fireworks. Get your tickets now at baysox.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Kevin DiDomenico on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan, live Ashburn, Virginia, as Commanders training camp is wrapped up for the day. We're really excited to get to the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud makes the best heating and air conditioning equipment in the DMV, and talk to Mike Sando from The Athletic. You can read all of Mike's work at theathletic.com. You can follow Mike at Sando NFL. Mike, thanks for joining us, man. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on. We got fun stuff to discuss for Commanders fans here.
Well, dude, what's funny is you do this thing every training camp where you talk to coaches and general managers, folks all over the NFL, and you put all of the quarterbacks in the NFL into different tiers. You've been doing this for a number of years. I am curious, before we get you have Jaden ranked 6th overall, the top of the 2nd tier. Have you ever, going into a season, since you've been doing these tiers, has a Washington quarterback ever been rated this high?
I can say off the top of my head, I can assure you no. I don't have to look through the records. I don't have to go see who it was. Not at all. So this is new. In fact, I've been doing this 12 years. So 2014 was the first year. Was that the year Kirk was drafted, or he was drafted right around there, Kirk Cousins?
He was drafted in 12.
12, yeah. So he was just becoming a starter maybe. But I've been doing it since then, and we never put rookies in it before their rookie season because they haven't played, and some of the teams haven't even studied them if they weren't looking for a quarterback. So I always track, hey, what's the highest that a second-year quarterback has been in quarterback tiers, debuting? And so Justin Herbert had that record in 2021, and then C.J. Stroud broke it last year, and then Jaden Daniels shattered it this year. So, we saw Stroud back off a little bit last year. Herbert sort of plateaued a little bit, but I think one of the big differences, one of the most amazing things for Jaden Daniels is the deep playoff push. That's unusual to make it to a championship game as a rookie quarterback. And then not only did he not have a top 10 defense, I think he kind of had a bottom 10 defense. So that's a huge component. When you look at like a Bo Nix having a good rookie year, he had a top 5 or 10 defense. That changes everything. So there was a lot on Jaden Daniels' plate. First quote in my piece is, what I respect most is it never seems too big for him, right? So very good vital signs all the way across for him.
What would it need for him to jump into that first tier?
Yeah, about a half a season of doing what he did last year. That's really all it is you want to see the second year because there will be, everyone's got tape on him. There's going to be a much more concerted effort coming into the year with better plans to face him, right? So he'll have to deal with that. I'm sure he'll have some ups and downs. All the quarterbacks do, but you know, I think that people are optimistic about him being able to do it again.
The quote from Jaden's portion is you had an NFL head coach said the following: I think he is tremendous. I don't want to want him because I want to see another year. Get me halfway through that second year and I'll have a good feel. The defensive coordinators will have all had their shot. My stance with Jaden is, you know, you hear some people talk about regression or sophomore slump, and I think a lot of that is just kind of the content wheel spinning in the offseason. But I don't see it coming just because Jaden puts the work in constantly and is just so focused. Now, you know, what happens with Terry McLaurin? Like, there are things that could impact him beyond his control. But, like, I see him continuing to ascend. I just think he's that kind of guy.
I think he is, too. I think he has that. So, you know, I think so much of the things you hoped for him were affirmed and kind of proven to be true in the first year. I guess the only thing, he got banged up in the ribs one time. You know, is his style of play, is he going to take some hits and wear down at all? And he was able to come back from that and finish the year strong. So I'm with you on that. I think it's a little unfair to Cliff Kingsbury to hold Kyler Murray's failure to sustain his early promise against him, just because, you know, Kyler famously had to have a contract clause saying that he'll study. You know, no one's saying that about Jaden Daniels. He, like you said, he puts the work in. So that really gives him a great chance. That's a huge differentiator at that position in particular. It's such an intense position mentally. It's so demanding that if you're just relying on your talent, you're going to be found out. And so we don't think that Daniels is just relying on his talent, right? He's got a lot of it, but like you said, he works at it, and that's huge.
Yeah, absolutely.
Caleb Williams from the area. Someday I asked a question about him. I'm sure people always want to know. He's at 23. What's holding him back?
So there were big concerns after this year about his ability to process the game quickly. I heard that over and over again. I think one of the coaches said it was kind of alarming. There's a lot of people that looked at their tape this off season, you know, when their head coaching job opened. A lot of people give a look, hey, you know, is that a place I could land, that sort of a thing, in various roles. So I heard that over and over again. He obviously had the sacks to prove it. He had over 60 sacks during the season. I think a lot of sacks is oftentimes a bad sign. We've seen over the years, you know, David Carr took a lot of sacks. I just think the quarterback controls a lot of that, even if it's bad coaching, and you can say it was bad coaching in Chicago. An ability to get the ball out is critical at that position, and the top quarterbacks don't take a ton of sacks. I mean, at the extreme back in the day, like Dan Marino took like 6 sacks out of 600 pass attempts. You know, I mean, that's a guy who really knows what he's seeing and can get it out, and I think that's the biggest concern for Caleb Williams.
How much do you think that Bears offense, Caleb, all of it can get better with Ben Johnson there now?
I think it can get better. I mean, good coaching is, you know, building around and what your quarterback can do, and Caleb Williams has talent. So there's no excuse for the coach. That's not an excuse for him to just have another year like last year. I think they've got to find out what he does well, and if it's too much for him to do certain things, then adjust accordingly. Maybe you aren't going to run the exact Jared Goff offense that you want to run. You have to adapt. So I think that will be the balancing act in this first year. I think it's very interesting, though, that I think Ben Johnson has shown that he's not afraid to make public statements, to hold people accountable. He's talked about Caleb Williams' body language. So what's going to happen during the year if it's not clicking for Caleb Williams? Are we going to see, you know, we saw some stuff with Caleb Williams' opinions coming out through various books or his dad talking. Is there going to be any kind of, agendas there? I think that would be interesting.
Yeah, for sure. Talking with Mike Sando from The Athletic here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can give Mike a follow at Sando NFL, Sando. You can read all his work at The Athletic. Of course, right now, like it seems like the whole league kind of talks about your tiers story every summer. So in that top tier, you've got Mahomes and Burrow tied for first, then Josh Allen, then Lamar, then Stafford. What of that top tier was most surprising to you, if anything?
Yeah, I think I wouldn't have predicted that Stafford would climb into Tier 1. He'd been Tier 2 11 straight years. That said, he was on the border. He was close. And, I don't have the same voters every year. So 50 voters, let's just say half of the voting block turns over every year maybe. I'm just guessing. He got 5 more votes in Tier 1 than he got last year. It was just enough to inch him over. I probably didn't see that coming in the top tier. I think the rest of it's fine, I'd be fine if Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson were unanimous as well, but I think there's a history of guys who rely on their legs like that, being docked just a little bit if they're not quite as good of pure passers. There's always been a belief with some merit in the league that, the legs can dry up and that you've got to be able to win from the pocket as a passer, and that Burrow and Mahomes probably do that as better than the other two guys. But at the same time, you can make a case that Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson could be tougher matchups overall to face. Mm-hmm. So they needed to be overwhelming Tier 1. They are. I don't have a big problem with how it came out.
Quarterbacks that are drafted in the same class will always be compared to each other. And we look at, you have Bo Nix, you have Drake May and Caleb all down in that third tier. What's the major difference in them and Jaden in your eyes?
Yeah, I think Jaden's ability to win without having a good defense differentiates him from Bo Nix, who was able to win with a really good defense. I think that's one for sure. Then I would say Jaden Daniels, ability to process would separate him from Caleb Williams. I think the game wasn't too big, too fast for him. It looked at times like it was for Caleb. So that would be a couple things. And then, Drake May, I think, had an extremely bad situation with his offense, to whereas I think Jaden Daniels had a more coherent plan for how to use him with some better weaponry that probably gave him a better chance than Drake May to succeed early.
Going down kind of the tiers here, I can't help but notice Aaron Rodgers landed right in the middle, 16th overall in the third tier. I imagine that's as low as Aaron Rodgers has maybe ever been since you've been doing this exercise. What did you see with Rodgers last year, and what are you expecting this year?
Yeah, I saw, a very limited player physically early in the year when he was coming off of the torn Achilles. Probably got a little bit better late, but, he's 41. He's going to a place where he just showed up in June. There's not a bunch of receivers that really are his style in terms of the precise route runners. DK Metcalf's a very emotional player. There's obviously going to be some frustrations when they're not on the same page. Arthur Smith can be, a little bit chippy as an offensive coach, offensive coordinator. So I think there's a lot of reasons to believe there's going to be some inconsistency and up and down play. That being said, I think Rodgers is better than what they've had at the position. They still should have a good defense. I think Mike Tomlin's still a good coach. So, they may have a chance to win a playoff game that they didn't have before. I'm just not ready to say they can go deep, especially in the AFC, until we see, Rodgers sustain excellent play, which he hasn't been able to do recently.
Looking towards – well, let me go through the NFC East. So Jalen Hurts, Eagles Super Bowl winning quarterback, who honestly I think has played his 2 best career games in 2 Super Bowls, comes in a tie for 9th in I believe that's that same tier 2. Hurts remains like polarizing for people. I think he's a heck of a player. I think he's an accurate passer. They go through offensive slumps. But what did you learn when you asked the league about Jalen Hurts?
Yeah, I felt like voters were almost apologizing for having him so low because they like him. But they just don't feel that he is as big a part of their success as Jaden Daniels was in Washington or Lamar, Josh Allen, Mahomes, Burrow are for their teams. And so that has held a little bit against them. And last year, of course, they took the ball out of his hands. They made it a Saquon Barkley offense. They've had a great offensive line. Look at those receivers. They haven't really shown an ability to put it on his shoulders as a passer the way you've seen Matthew Stafford do, the way I think we saw Lamar do a little bit this last year when his defense wasn't as good. Certainly Mahomes and Burrow, Josh Allen have done that. I think there's a feeling that if you took Hurts out of this good situation, that, he might fall off some, whereas some of those guys that are above him might even benefit from a different situation or would at least still be a star.
I don't know the answer, but I can understand that logic, right?
Yeah.
Because Hurts, when he is good, he's fantastic. But there's enough duds in there that make you wonder, like, all right, if you didn't have Saquon and A.J. Brown and the best O-line in football, what does this all look like? So I can kind of understand that. Of the Tier 2, who do you think is most likely to jump to Tier 1?
I would say Jaden Daniels, and then it may be Justin Herbert, although I don't know if through their style of play they're going to do that. They want to run the ball, so I think it's less likely for Goff. He sort of is what he is. They lose Ben Johnson. C.J. Stroud has a chance, but I think we need to see it. I don't think Jalen Hurts is going to do it. I don't think Baker Mayfield. I don't think Dak Prescott. Jordan Love seems like a little bit of a long shot to go that high, so that's probably it.
All right, let's keep going around the NFC East then, because you've got Dak Prescott here, Tier 2, but outside of the top 10. Dak Prescott's 12th. Are people split on him? The injuries kind of continue to be an issue with Dak.
Up.
Yeah, you're talking about Dak?
Yeah,
Yeah, I think Dak is what he is at this point, and what's held, he was second in MVP voting 2 years ago, so I think he's good, but when you play Dallas, you're not like, oh my gosh, we got Prescott this week. He's going to just blow us up, right? I don't think you feel that. And then you feel the weight of 10 years of having pretty good teams, winning a lot of games, and not being able to make a dent in the playoffs. So I don't think he's going to change the perception of him until we see Dallas in a championship game. They have the longest drought in the NFC, famously, of being in the championship game. So, just another good year, a Pro Bowl year or whatever from Dak Prescott. I think he's going to stay where he's at. He's got to make a dent after when the games count.
For sure. All right, then we're continuing, just checking in with the NFC East. I'm
Giants.
not throwing any shade, but the highest Giants quarterback is Tier 4 Russ Wilson, ranked 26th on this list. Clearly, the folks you've talked to around the league aren't too high on what Russ is doing at this point.
No, I mean, he's fallen every year for 4 or 5 years. The athleticism that made him so maddening to play and so exhilarating to watch is gone. So he is somebody who can run an offense with some limitations by his height and ability to see. And he's going to need a really good defense, going to need a run game, and isn't going to be a super differentiating talent, right? So you probably drafted a quarterback in the first round, Jackson Dart, Giants, for a reason. It's because you don't think Russell Wilson is the answer. You think he's a placeholder.
What do you think of Dart up there?
Seems like he's somebody who's going to need some time to develop. It's a very difficult atmosphere. I think New York is not for everybody. We've seen that with Sam Darnold. We've seen that with Geno Smith, a number of quarterbacks who've done better elsewhere than they did with the Jets. Even Aaron Rodgers, didn't have a great experience there. Eli Manning kind of weathered it. I mean, he has that Manning pedigree, right? Probably helped him. But I'll sort of believe it when I see it.
I agree with that.
I tend to agree too, man. It's funny, kind of transitioning. We're talking with Mike Sando here from The Athletic. You can give him a follow at Sando NFL. Coming back specific to Washington, there is no question at the quarterback position here with Jaden Daniels. But just, what do you think happens to this offense in year 2? You add Debo, but then you have this complication of the Terry McLaurin holdout.
I would sure think Terry McLaurin's going to be there when it comes time to miss paychecks. So I would think there's going to be a continuation of what they were able to do last year. I think the Laramie Tunsil addition is obviously good for their offensive line. So I'm not anticipating a big disruption by the situation at receiver. Now, Deebo Samuel, Deebo Samuel takes hits like a running back, so his availability to me is always in question.
Yeah. I think the way they use him is a little different than with San Fran, where he'll be used more outside than San Fran. They used him inside, and that was not smart.
Yeah, he's dynamic on the inside, but man, if you just put together the tape of him getting tackled, it's like he's getting bent on his back, like a back. It's not healthy long term. I don't know how much of a differentiator he is on the outside.
Mike, one thing I wanted to ask you, did you get to watch Shador the other night, and kind of what did you think?
Yeah, I think so far so good. Nice for him. I think there's less pressure on him being the later pick, and even when he's out there, it's like he's not going to be the starter probably. So I thought it was nice for him. Good for him. I think it's more in preseason to me. It's more telling if you're bad than it is if you're good. I think it's easier to look good in the preseason. I think the coaches can help you look good in the preseason. I think if you look bad, it's a little bit more concerning. So I'm not going to read too much into it, but it sure beats the alternative, and it was a good start for him after a weird off season.
Totally.
Yo, and last thing, this is the least talked about number one pick ever. In Cam Ward. And he's a quarterback, and still just nobody talks about him. What do you think of his prospects in Tennessee this fall?
Yeah, I think he's seen as just solid, right? Not amazing, and I think that's a difficult place to go. I don't know what they've got around him for him to have a great rookie season. The coach is under some pressure. There's a new GM, but you're right. That's just a place that's just ignored, and so I think it's a kind of nice to have a number one quarterback there to monitor. I think it's going to be fun to watch him. Maybe it helps him it's sort of the opposite of being in New York, isn't it?
Right.
Like maybe he just gets a chance to go play and not have it be a referendum on him on every sports talk show every week.
Right. I'm looking at the bottom of your list. The worst quarterback situations: Cleveland, Indy, New Orleans, both the Giants and the Jets.
I tell you about New Orleans every day.
Can you tell me, is there one quarterback situation around the league you think is just the absolute worst?
I think Indy's tough just because of the road they've been on, and to use such a high pick on Anthony Richardson and have it look so bad, and then even the preseason game the other night where he didn't see the rusher coming and he got injured, that's tough. I think that's tough when your whole organization needs a guy to succeed to take him to the top five, and your fallback's Daniel Jones, which he could be okay, but what are you really going to do?
Yeah. Right. It's not the answer. Eventually, it's
all.
not the answer. Hey, Mike, thank you for
Appreciate
the time,
you, Mike.
man. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Enjoyed it.
All right, man.
All right, Mike Sando from The Athletic. Check out his latest article, putting all the quarterbacks into tiers. Jaden, the highest a second-year player's ever been. That tells you something.
He's going up the board, baby.
That tells you something. Nobody go anywhere. I want to talk about where Jaden belongs. Some people are upset who he's behind. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
B, I could go for a Rude system in this tent right now. Power cuts out.
I tell you.
Temperature's going up. It's hot as hell in here. Jimbo, save me. You know what Rude has done? They've saved me at home, man. They saved me money on my Pepco bills, and my house is just so comfortable, dude, that when you eliminate the humidity, especially these DC summers, Leo season, August, when you can control the humidity in August, you can control everything. And that's exactly what Rude's variable speed compressor does. It ensures precise temperature and humidity control, which allows you to operate efficiently even in extreme conditions. You get comfort and performance perfectly balanced. And B, you got to tell them about the tax credits, man. You can get federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
It ain't right.
And it's brought to you by Prince George's Community College. The Commanders played a burgundy and gold intra-squad scrimmage today because they have a 10-day break between preseason games. Dan Quinn said he wants to find some new leaders on the team. Terry McLaurin was out at practice with the team, but he did not participate. The baseball playoffs schedule was released today. It could span across 3 months with the wild card rounds beginning in September 30th, and the World Series beginning on October 24th. Needless to say, the Nationals do not plan to play past September. They lost last night 7-4 to the Royals. Paul DeJong did hit his third homer of the month, a 2-run shot against his former squad, the Royals. Cade Cavalli got the start, went 5 innings in his second start back from an injury, gave up 4 runs. College isn't for everyone, but a great job still can be. At Prince George's Community College, our continuing education programs offer fast, hands-on training. Get skilled, get hired. Visit pgcc.edu. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Kevin DiDomenico on The Fan.
I got to be honest, B. I'm kind of cooked on list season. I like this tier thing because I know Sando puts the work in and gets like actual NFL people to spend the time to tier it out for him. And we've been – I think you and I agree. I don't want to speak for you, but I think you and I both said that we believe Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Lamar, body of work.
Class by themselves.
Yeah, they've separated themselves.
Yep.
So those 4 are ahead of Jaden, and then Matt Stafford is ahead of Jaden.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to talk about a body of work, I mean, Stafford's been excellent for a long time. He's won a Super Bowl. I would put Stafford ahead of Jaden, especially with this ongoing like lower back thing for Stafford. But I also think he's going to be just fine when the season starts.
You just go with what the track record is right now, and dude's won a Super Bowl.
Right.
He's had some years, big years of throwing that ball, man.
Right. Like, the fact that Jaden is the highest a second-year quarterback has ever ranked is good enough for me. And the one quote in that story where it's like, yeah, man, I think we'll know by October if Jaden's a Tier 1 guy. I just couldn't do it out of the break.
Yeah.
It's kind of what you've always said is like, it's great to have a good rookie year, but let me see it again.
Yeah, in other words, that's what most people are telling you.
Is it harder for you? Because you're always I got to see it again kind of guy. Has Jaden, with his level of play, maybe pushed past that?
I don't know if he necessarily pushed back just with the level of play. It's the way he goes about his business. You know, a lot of guys do not work like he does. And it's hard for me to ever give them the benefit of the doubt. Watching the way he goes about his business tells me that he's not a guy who's satisfied with what happened last year. He's dissatisfied. He wants to improve upon that. He tries to do it every day. And that work ethic is what makes me really say, okay, this dude is special.
I'm with you, man. I think it's the work that makes the biggest difference. And I think when guys when there are regressions, I think a lot of times it's because of, like, not working.
Yeah.
Now, I do wonder, I don't really think we need to figure this out because I don't think it'll get this far, and I've been pretty clear about that throughout. But if they didn't have Terry, I think could impact some stuff. I think Jaden and Cliff can manufacture some offense, period. But, like, not having Terry McLaurin would be a real issue.
Hell, if he does it without a Terry, then he's damn sure in Tier 1, right?
For sure.
So if they add defense and all that stuff in it, but, you know, the whole thing about it, you want him to be able to hit the ground running. You don't want him to have to go out there and figure something else out. You want him to hit the ground running, and having Terry would be a big plus for that.
Yeah, absolutely. looking at the list, I mean, there's not that much that I find that surprising, honestly. After Jaden, they go Herbert, Goff, Stroud, Hurts, Mayfield, Dak, Love, Purdy. Where are you at on Purdy? I think you like him more than a lot of people.
Listen, man, it comes down to decision making, and that kid get the ball out of his hands quick as hell. You know, the problem with most fans, even media types, if you're not drafted high, they never give you credit. They're always looking for something to go wrong instead of watching you constantly do stuff right. So I don't have a problem with Purdy, and I think Purdy's a lot better than people give him credit. If he was drafted in the second round, first round, late first round, people would be right on board. But the fact that he was the last pick, nobody's going to give him credit for it.
Like, dude, I mean, here's a great example of that. In this list, Purdy is ranked 14th. Kyler Murray's ranked 15th.
Yeah.
Like, if you just look at their body of work and remove the names, it'd be Purdy by a healthy delta.
Probably so.
But Kyler, dude, I mean, look at this next tier, and you talk about the benefit of the doubt of draft position. Murray, Rodgers, Tua, Lawrence. Like, Trevor Lawrence was bad last year. Maybe he can get better.
Very bad.
I still think he's got all the physical tools. Like, there are some guys in that tier that I'm pretty curious about. I unfortunately don't think Tua can stay healthy. Like, if you had to bet, listen to this, B. 22, 23, 24 on this list, Drake May, Caleb Williams, Bryce Young. Of those three, who do you think – that's the bottom of tier 3. Of those three, who do you think could emerge to tier 2?
Based off what I saw the other day, Drake May.
Who would you put second, Caleb or Bryce Young?
I'm going with Caleb at this point. I just think if he ever listens and do something on schedule, he would be amazing. Somebody got to be able to get him to understand, brother, you have to do something on schedule or you're going to have problems the rest of your career. And if you keep getting hit and keep taking those sacks, you won't make it to the rest of a career. It's going to be shortened.
Yeah.
I think it's something that simple where Charles Barkley, okay, we saw Charles Barkley. He came up with this swing where he would get ready to go down. He was very hesitant on hitting the ball. And everybody said, man, he needs to go to a golf coach. When you listen to the story of why he started doing that, he needed a psychiatrist. Because he hit this lady in the pro-am, and he was scared to hit the ball at that point, so he needed a psychiatrist. Caleb may need a sports psychiatrist to tell him, dude, no matter what, hit the back foot and let the ball go. He has a strong enough arm. He is athletic enough. If he does that more often than not, he's going to find out his receivers will be in the spot where he wants them to be all the time. But when that receiver runs that route and you don't throw the ball, and they keep running, you don't throw the ball, now they stop running it. They don't run it on the same in the same speed. Now everything is off. And then instead of you just having a problem with your receiver not being there, now he's not there consistently at the same time. Then that's going to throw you off. You hold on to the little more. He has to throw the ball on schedule.
So looking at this, Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Jackson, Stafford. The only person that I think could fall out of tier 1 would be Stafford. I think everybody else stays
at this point, yeah.
Yeah. All right, tier 2. Daniels, I think, could go up.
Yeah.
I don't see him going down an entire tier, period.
No.
Herbert, I think could go up. I don't see him going down.
But as Mike just stated, Herbert is a guy where their play style is they want to run the ball before anything, and that could hurt him.
I think most likely he just stays where he is. I think Goff stays where he is. I think Stroud could go up. I think Hurts could go up. I think Baker stays where he is. I think Dak stays where he is. Jordan Love?
I like Jordan.
Me too. What he showed in that playoff game a couple years ago.
Yeah, kick and play.
Purdy? He might be a tier 2 guy.
We'll see. We're going to see. Now he has to step up and show us exactly what he's about. You know, he's done a lot, and he's done enough to get a better respect than he's been given. But you don't have all the weapons around you anymore, Mr. Purdy. Can you carry that team now?
Now, in tier 3, I think this is really interesting. You just more likely to go up or down a tier, Kyler Murray. Or stay, I guess.
As much as I like his athleticism, I've always felt this way. When you can't, his size hurts him some.
Yeah.
Because
see
what
over the line.
teams make him have to do it. And then when he get outside the pocket, he's running more than he's throwing. And I'd much rather him run the ball than throw the ball down. Because if he starts throwing it a lot more, you got problems.
The reaction you had when you saw Bryce Young in person is the reaction I had when I saw Kyler.
Oh, bro,
I was like, damn, that dude's little.
He might be shorter than Bryce.
But he's a little more jacked.
Thicker.
Yeah. All right.
But
this could be quick. Rodgers up or down?
Rodgers he's gonna go
down.
He's going down.
More likely to go down.
Yeah, he's starting to mess up.
Tua.
Don't know what Tua's gonna do.
I think the head injury.
Tua's strange.
Lawrence. I think he could go up. That's been a lot of moving parts down
We
there.
want him to go up, but I don't know.
Geno. Geno might just stay where he is.
Yeah.
He's an accurate passer. There's not a lot of big plays. Bo Nix.
Bo can go up.
I think so too.
Because Bo's defense is great, and then he played well.
Dude, he got better and better and better.
Yeah.
I almost want Landfill. You answer this one. Is it more likely that Sam Darnold goes up a tier or down a tier?
Down. Last season was the height of his career, and he sucked by the end
Where
of
they
it.
have him at? Second or third?
They have him tied for 20th in the third tier.
Was it the third tier? Yeah, he could go down. He won't have that defense. They may have a better defense. No, his defense is going to be okay. In Seattle at this point, it's not going to be better than what they had last
Minnesota,
year.
yeah.
When they got down to him having to make plays, he could not.
I think we both agree Drake May could move up a tier. Drake May's got some talent. Caleb Williams has talent. He could move up a tier.
That he does.
I remain a Bryce Young truther. I know you do not. I think he could move up a tier.
I think you like him because you're taller than him.
Kirk Cousins, I don't even think he's starting.
Yeah, Kirk going to go down, and Kirk going to stop making all that money. People going to stop paying him all that damn money.
What we're going to do is take a quick break and then make some bets. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. On Tuesday, August 26th, it's FanDuel Futures Day, a new holiday for football fans. It's 24 hours of deals on all your football season predictions. So you take a flyer on the MVP race. Will it be Lamar Jackson or it's going to be Josh Allen again? I think I'm going to go with Lamar Jackson. How about you pick a Super Bowl champion? Will it be the Chiefs? Will Pat Mahomes come back? And who is going to win the Super Bowl? I just stated out the Chiefs. Who are you going to pick? Or you can parlay your division winners, dark horses. Mark your calendars. This is your day for your hunches, your hot takes, your calls, and all your odds. Visit the FanDuel app today and start planning your future's best now. Because Future Day is one day and one day only. FanDuel, play your game. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Another day, training camp in the books. Training camp is officially over next Thursday.
Okay.
Because Saturday's game. And then the viewing goes back to
that game's at 12, Jay.
I'm aware, Brian. I told you that.
Hey, man, probably could get a 4:30 tea time.
4:30 seems a little aggressive.
No, it ain't. If I'm calling the game, I'm over when the game's over. So I don't do nothing else after.
So you're over at like 3:30?
Yeah. No. If the game's over at 3, I'm done about 3:05.
B, what I'm saying is these preseason games, it'll be over about 3:30.
They're running the ball. They're going to run the ball.
B.
I'm calling Harbaugh and say, hey, you called me for a favor, I'm calling you for a favor. Run the damn ball. Tell Lamar and anybody else they don't need to throw anything. Just run it.
Lamar's not touching the field in
Run
that game.
Run the ball 55 times straight.
Lamar won't even warm up for that game.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we've been making bets. I'm pretty sure I'm undefeated on the week until we get our first update. Let's do it, boys. Heard it here first.
Love. Gather around. Well, heard it here first.
Whitest Brian. How'd we do last night?
Brian actually had to leave a little bit early, so I got the update here. You guys ready?
Sure.
All right, me and Brian won. JP and Jeff lost, and B. Mitch's game actually got canceled. So I guess he gets a
loss.
0.
No, it's not a loss.
That's a loss.
No, it's not.
If that happens to someone else, you say that's a loss.
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't happen if the game got canceled. You wouldn't lose in regular gambling. So why you gonna try to make up rules now?
I don't know, man.
I would not say.
I got to agree with B on
shady?
this one.
Oh, of course.
If the game hadn't been played, how the hell is it a loss?
All right.
You're starting to
like
be
it
a little
be known.
little wuss.
Is my mic?
Hold on, White Brian's here?
I would like it to be known that Jeff and B. Mitch both bet on the same game.
Oh, so Landville's just lying.
So Landfill lied. So Brian, did you win?
Jeff was the only one that won.
Okay, so
I like
the
mine a
Yankees
lot
won.
better.
I lost either way, but I think I like Landfill's better, too.
Right?
And you talking about, hold on. Jeff and B. Mitch did the same game. You took the same damn person I took, Brian. What are you talking about?
Accurate.
Yeah, we all took the same game.
Except for me, I bet on tennis.
But damn, Landfill, you trying to mix that one up, didn't you?
What do we like tonight, boys? We got a packed, we got some WNBA.
I'm taking the Marlins plus 1.5 because their pitcher is named Jay Junk.
Yo, love the junk.
Nah. Who are we taking tonight?
Yo, I have $25 towards a Marlins junk jersey for Jeff.
Jeff left. Jeff lost.
Jeff's definitely lost because he left as soon as the power went out. I think it was too hot for him.
No game tonight.
White
NFL.
Brian, see if we can get Jeff a junk jersey. We got to get Jeff some junk. Definitely no NFL tonight. We got baseball.
Baseball. Let's go with the baseball.
I might go WNBA. I've been hot WNBA.
WNBA been playing well, man.
The Brewers are probably the hottest team in baseball. The Nats are on the road against the Royals again. O's are hosting the Mariners.
I'm taking the Marlins. They're plus. They're what are they, Marlins? Well, they're not favored anyway. I'm taking the Marlins. Give me the Marlins.
Landville, Kevin Sheehan's pitching for the Dodgers. You believe it?
That's wild.
He gonna get rocked tonight.
Sheehan is on the mound. That's all I can tell you. Give me the L.A. Sparks at home getting 4.5.
Give me the Giants too. I want the Giants and the Marlins.
Did White Brian make a pick, even though Landfill said he had left?
I'm taking the Braves. The Mets stink.
You know he went to get his coffee. It took him 18 days to get his coffee.
How do you feel about the Mets being god-awful, White Brian?
It's unfortunate.
Is it, though?
You took him. You chose that crap.
You chose that crap, sir. All right, another day in the tent in the books.
Brian, we'll see you tomorrow.
Boys are back in studio tomorrow. White Brian's making lunch. That's the word on the street.
That's what I hear.
Thank you to Barstool Nate for joining the show. Thank you to Mitch Tishler for joining the show. Thank you to Mike Sando for joining the show. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Grant was here earlier. I'm sure he's going to have a whole lot on what he saw. Fun day in Ashburn. Tomorrow's an off day. you know what? DQ did a good job making this burgundy and gold thing. Gave today a lot of juice on an otherwise juiceless August 12th.
You think, Shaq?
Be just showing me stuff. Show me something. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. Jeff owes you some lemonade.
And it's presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. The Nationals are coming off a loss to open their series against the Royals out in Kansas City. They're back in action tonight at 7:40 on the Fan. The Commanders played a burgundy and gold intra-squad scrimmage today during their long break between preseason games. Terry McLaurin was out at practice with the team. He did not participate. Texas is the preseason #1 team in the country, but is the underdog for their Week 1 blockbuster game against Ohio State. There's a first time for everything. Also, Oklahoma quarterback John Mateer had screenshots of his Venmo surface today that showed past references to sports gambling. College athletes are prohibited from gambling on any sport, and Mateer denies ever being involved with gambling. In golf, the #1 player in the world will be without his caddy Ted Scott in the second event of the FedEx Cup playoffs. Ted is dealing with a family matter at this time, and he'll have Chris Kirk's caddy, Michael Cromie, on the bag next week in Owings Mills, Maryland, for the BMW Championship. Looking to upgrade your office game? At PVI, we'll come to you to design the perfect office space for your team. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Hit a grand slam with PVI Office Furniture when you call today to score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVI.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Kevin DiDomenico on The Fan.
Good Tuesday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny. It's August 12th, 2025. We're at full strength today. Danny is back. Vacation in the rear view. Looks like he's refreshed.
Yeah, more or less. Yesterday evening still, I was in that weird daze that you get when you change time zones so far and don't sleep from the night before, or whatever. And I remember I was sitting at my son's soccer practice after our show, and I realized I was talking to another parent, and they've been speaking to me for almost 3-4 minutes. And I've been kind of just staring off into some abyss that wasn't even there.
Very obviously not paying any attention.
Yeah, and I was like, I'm so sorry. I flew internationally, not even yesterday, the day before. And anyway, I'm sorry. I'm not a good person.
Nice show planned for you today. We've got Matt Miller of ESPN, their draft expert. We'll talk to him about the Commanders rookie class and how they looked in their first preseason game. But we also want to check in on some of the rookie QBs. We saw Cam Ward of the Titans for the first time. We saw Shedeur Sanders shine with the Cleveland Browns. I actually really liked what I saw from Jackson Dart of the New York Giants. So there's a lot we can cover with Matt Miller when he stops by to talk about some of the young players in D.C. and around the NFL. That's coming up at 3 in 1 hour. Was also out at practice today, Danny, and so I got conversations with both Jacob Martin of the defensive line, signed to a 1-year deal, has a chance to not only make the roster but help out a bunch at defensive end, and then also Ja'Cory Brooks, who was one of the talks of camp over the first couple of days at wide receiver, undrafted free agent out of Louisville. Everything got more quiet as camp went on, but then he was the guy that led the team in catches and yards against New England, and the way that their receiver room looks right now, I don't know where you're at on this, but I would rather keep an upside player like a Ja'Cory Brooks who wasn't drafted out of Louisville but is young and ascending, than maybe one of these veterans like a Chris Moore who we saw with 2 drops, or a KJ Osborne who we saw with 2 drops, or a Michael Gallup who feels like he's on his final legs in the league. So I'm intrigued by Brooks, caught up with him. You'll hear that interview coming up at 5:45. Jacob Martin today this hour, in 40 minutes at 2:45. But those will be our camp conversations here on Grant and Dan.
Yeah, Brooks is him and Krosky Merritt have kind of been a couple of the buzz guys from camp, as the sort of the great unknowns. You don't have a lot of game sample for them yet. And I realize I fall into this trap all the time, and it happens in fantasy sports too, where the unknown, the guy that hasn't done it, good, bad, or indifferent yet, is always way more exciting than the boring steady Eddie.
Well, if you
know
know
what I mean?
that a guy is not going to be that good, like
Right.
there is no real significant upside for me for like a Michael Gallup or a KJ Osborne. Osborne at one point in time in Minnesota, by the way, was an excellent receiver.
Was a nice young piece, yeah.
I don't know that I see that when I watch him now, but I guess it's kind of, to use what you just said as an unknown, it's the knowns, which is to the unknown of what if he is okay. And I think that's reasonable to say.
Oh, it totally is.
Youth and upside on the oldest team in the league should be the priority.
And that's where I was going. It's got to start at some point, right? I understand why we're here. I'm not criticizing. I'm just observing. You were left with no young talent, basically. The young talent is new here for the most part, right? There's a one or two holdovers, Quan Martin, and maybe another couple guys, but for the most part, Ron and all the Martys were terrible at this. So I get why you're filling in with one-year veterans of guys in their mid-30s, a lot of Von Millers, a lot of Bobby Wagners, et cetera. At some point, you got to replenish, and that's where it starts for me. You can't do it at key positions right now this second, but the fifth guy at a spot, I'd rather do a Ja'Cory Brooks than Michael Gallup on knee surgery number 5. No disrespect, but that's kind of where I'm at. I'm not ready to say you're now my starter opposite Deebo Samuel, and I don't care what happens to Terry McLaurin. Not there, and I don't think I'll ever get there. But at the fringe part of the roster, I think that's where you start to implement some of those young guys and try to fold them in and see if you can find another Jeremy Reeves situation. See if you can find another young player that kind of grows into a role.
So there were 2 significant stories today at camp out in Ashburn. Fans are no longer going to be involved. The final days of fan participation at training camp are over. Everything's winding down now because you're into basically dress rehearsal mode. They're going to play the Bengals on Monday Night Football 6 days from now. That'll be the one time this preseason that they take anything even moderately seriously. Then you'll have no starters play in the 3rd preseason game, and then it's on to the Giants and week 1 of the NFL campaign. But today, the 2 stories were Terry McLaurin being at and on the practice field for the first time during an actual practice. Now, he was not practicing.
Right.
He was standing on the sideline in a hoodie, still in street clothes, but he had not come out of the building during a practice to stand on the sideline and watch a session that we were at. I asked a couple of team employees, had he been out there for any of the closed stuff when the media and fans weren't there, and they said possibly a walkthrough, but this was the first time for an authentic practice that Terry McLaurin actually came down to the practice field. So I'll circle back to that in a second. And then the second storyline was that they did this, what we called a burgundy and gold scrimmage. The team, basically named it that, and so that's what we went with. It was actually a burgundy and white scrimmage because the gold team was wearing white jerseys, if anybody cares. But it was good on good. It was ones against ones, and it was the most authentic version of a game simulated practice that I've seen out there in years and years and years. I actually really liked it. So I'll go into that in a minute. But I want to start with McLaurin, and then we can just set that to the side and get to the news of the day with the Commanders. But Terry being at practice was really interesting. Again, the media's out there. So when you go down there, people are going to be taking pictures. You're going to be seen. It's going to be a story. That's a choice you have to make. The team was clearly okay with him being down there just based on the interactions where he's spending time with members of the coaching staff, members of the front office. He actually had a conversation with Adam Peters. And I took a picture from a mile away that I was zooming in on. And, then basically they're like, hey, we don't want pictures taken of those guys talking. But got a picture up, as did many others, I'm sure, of Peters and McLaurin speaking. We didn't know if they've been talking at all.
Right.
This is the first time we've seen that. So this is notable if nothing else. I don't know if it means anything. Later in the show, we could play Thing or Not a Thing. That Terry McLaurin, who hasn't been at any practices, was today. That McLaurin's on the sideline talking with Jaden Daniels after a drive when the offense had come off the field. I mean, he's standing there kind of right in the thick of things, right in the mix. It feels like progress because he's gone from sitting in the building during whatever was going on today to being down there with his team and having a conversation with the GM. We've seen him dapping up and hugging an owner recently. We've seen him giving a big hug to the quarterback's mom. This is not, to me, the actions of a guy who's furious and hates everybody in the building. That's what I would say. Do I think they're closer to a deal than they were 48 hours ago? Personally, no.
Right, like that's not a sign that they're almost agreed to terms and this whole thing is in the rearview mirror.
I don't think so.
Right.
Maybe the team would be happy for it to be taken as if progress is being made and they're getting closer, and if he was still every bit as odds as he was at the start of camp, maybe he still wouldn't be coming down to practice. I don't take him being there watching to mean that anything has really changed in the way of the negotiation or that they're knocking on the door of a deal. But my takeaway is if Terry McLaurin was going to miss games or hold out into the season, something that players don't do and just doesn't happen, there would have to be a venom and an animus and an anger that is abnormal for him. This legit hatred and disdain for the org or ownership or the front office or whoever he feels like is not giving him the deal for him to not be on the field when game one happened against the Giants. And nothing about what I get to see gives off that vibe. I get that he's not practicing. Right. I get that he has requested a trade, but he's out there in the hoodie talking to Peters. I don't know what they're saying. It doesn't mean they're best buddies or they're going golfing or they're hanging out having beers. But when I see him dapping up an owner, when I see him spending time with Jaden's mom on the sideline, when I see him having this conversation with Adam Peters, I assume that he is not in the mental place you'd have to be to actually risk not playing football games. That is my takeaway. And I would point to Cam Hayward in Pittsburgh, who yesterday told reporters, I won't play in the regular season if I don't have a new contract. I don't believe him. My guess is he's going to play. Just like Trey Hendrickson is going to play. Just like Terry McLaurin is going to play. But Terry's not saying that. It's been days since McLaurin spoke to the media. If I'm Buddy Baker, Grant Baker would get on the horn with Terry and say, every single day I want you to hold court. You talk to any Tom, Dick, or Harry out there who wants to ask you a question, and you tell them you're not going to play in the regular season unless you get a contract. That's your leverage. Be a pain in the ass. He's not doing that. He has stopped answering questions. He kind of goes in at a time and in a direction where nobody can grab him. I think he has really cooled off now, especially without the fans and the autograph stuff happening. And he wasn't doing that for the last few practices anyway. I think he's cooled off on the distraction part of it. And to me, that feels like progress, which is different than the money coming closer together. Mm-hmm. But to miss games, he would have to be livid. And he does not appear that way to me. He could make it more obvious or just say, I'm not playing. And he has not done that. Other players have.
And it may be a lever that's yet to be pulled from Baker and company, his agent. But the way I viewed it was similarly, but I guess I'd say 6 of one, half dozen of the other. To me, it was a reminder that it was a business thing versus I'm personally insulted and I hate your guts and I'm never going to play here again. See Trent Williams or what's going on with Micah Parsons now and Jerry Jones and company in Dallas. This is more hey, we're still in this thing. We're still, we got the commander tag with each other and we still are, personally able to communicate and chat and talk and want the same thing, which is you to play for this team and me to play for this team, depending on who's talking, and to play well and have this team go win. And that's kind of still the mission. We're at an impasse right now, business-wise. And I think that to me is a big deal because when you escalate to the personal stuff, and Terry, I know has said multiple times that it's a personal thing because it intertwines when some of these guys that are such alphas, when you don't value them in their view, where you don't pay me similar or more to somebody else, it means that you don't think I'm as good as that player or whatever. And it validates kind of, your feelings about them. And seeing them together doesn't necessarily mean that like they were hammering out the final bits of guaranteed money. It doesn't mean that, so it's just less than DK, but more guaranteed money because of the way the cap is. None of that crap was happening. They're talking to each other, and it reminded me the personal is still salvageable and okay, and we're all in the mission together. This was the business part is where they aren't seeing eye to eye.
The last time Micah Parsons made waves with any comments, he was basically saying he doesn't trust Jerry Jones. He doesn't want to be approached anymore. He said the words like, I don't want to play for this team. I don't want to be a Dallas Cowboy. You can convince me, while I still think he's going to play in week 1, also, by the way, that it's more likely that a guy that is saying those types of things and acting the way Micah Parsons has may not play in week 1. It's just hard for me to feel like Terry McLaurin is angry enough to not participate. I mean, you have to be, unprecedented is strong, but you have to be wildly unhappy. You have to be substantially more frustrated and loathsome toward your team than all the other guys that have held out and are held in over the last several years. Because other than Chris Jones, I don't even remember anybody who's missed a single game. And in Jones's case, it was only the one, and it was because, I think, they opened on the opening Thursday of the season. He actually signed a couple days after that and was back for week 2. But if Terry McLaurin was either holding out and still not in the building or holding in and wasn't interacting with people, if we saw him walk past Adam Peters and not speak, then the speculation begins. But I just don't think he's got that club in the bag. Like, people get tired of us talking about how good a guy Terry McLaurin is while he's got this business fight going on. I just don't think he's able to really be a jerk with the team in the way that you probably need to be to get where he needs to go. His agent is probably telling him, like, hey, man, we don't need to be dapping up Josh Harris. Like, let's keep our distance. There's a lot of time after you get your contract where you and Josh Harris can be best buddies. And I'm not saying you shouldn't be able to have a quick conversation with him or Peters. It doesn't have to be that way. What I am saying, though, is for you to not play in the regular season when you're under contract.
Because that's the last threat you can pull. It's the last thing you can try to convince people of how, calling your bluff or whatever.
There's just got to be a level of animus and anger that is not currently seemingly on display. That's all I'm saying. That said, we can get into Terry a little bit later. I don't want everything to constantly come down to him. I thought this team scrimmage thing today was awesome. I've got to say. They really leaned into it in the sense of the players got super into it. They had prep yesterday as if
it's like
they
a college spring game.
Totally.
Man. That's awesome.
Like they were playing a game. They kind of went through the motions yesterday. One of the things I really, really liked today being at Quinn's presser was they let some of their young assistants be the play callers, and then the de facto head coaches were the coordinators. So Joe Witt was deciding fourth down, punt, go for it, that kind of thing. On the other sideline, Cliff Kingsbury was doing that. But the two coordinators on each side of the field were Tavita Pritchard calling plays for the one team, who's the quarterback's coach, and Brian Johnson, who's pass game coordinator, who's been an OC and a play caller in the NFL with the Eagles. And he was doing it for the team that actually won and the only team that scored touchdowns, which was the second string offense. I should point out, by the way, that Brian Johnson was kind of in his bag a little bit as a play caller. I got a little bit steamed up. They ran like a high red zone hook and ladder at one point, like straight out of Ben Johnson's playbook. There was just a couple little things where they went like speed option on the goal line. He was definitely dialing some stuff up and having some fun. But on the defensive side of the ball, the play calling was done again by, it was like Tom Donatel, who was one of their DB assistants, and Jason Simmons, who's the DB's coach. And they were getting to act as coordinators, so to speak. I think that type of coaching development is awesome. That's the kind of stuff I love within an organization. When we talk about all the time, Cliff may leave and he may take one guy with him. You constantly need to be readying those assistants for coordinating jobs if you're going to be, first division championship level program. And days like today are actually how you do that. We've seen guys like Sean McVay say, I'm taking this preseason game off and I'm going to let Thomas Brown or whoever his assistant is that day, be the head coach of the team in the third preseason game. I would do stuff like that if I'm Dan Quinn. But today was an element of that, which I actually really enjoyed. But they had a coin toss where they send out Josh Johnson and Jaden Daniels, and players are all hopping around right before the kickoff with music blaring. They didn't do kickoffs. They did do punts, although nobody really ever punted. They went for every fourth down just about. But it just felt like the closest thing you can simulate in-house with only your players to a game. You called it right, the college version of the spring game. And quick disclaimer, this is not important and no one should take big takeaways out of this in the grand scheme of what players are going to become. The first team offense got their butts kicked by the first team defense, like dominated. This was the worst I've seen their first team offense look this camp by far. And again, people will get upset or be bothered by this. You shouldn't. It's one practice and it happens. Jaden Daniels was by far the least accurate and the best that I've seen, probably the worst I've seen him at any point over the last couple of years. I don't even know how much of it had to do with him, though. Pass rush got home constantly. The O-line got worked by the D-line. And receivers weren't getting open. Almost all the completions, he probably completed sub 50% in the 11-on-11 good-on-good stuff. It was all at the line of scrimmage, behind the line of scrimmage, 5 yards or closer, like check down, crossers and stuff. But nothing down the field almost the entire time. Sanders still with pass breakups. Will Harris with pass breakups. Like, I haven't seen that lopsided a butt kicking for a side of the ball in a while.
What should we make of it? Like, because I'm with you. It's not time to pass any kind of judgment, but it's also a data point. Like, it means something to me. Yeah.
Honestly, like,
is it that?
That's what I take. It was like, but the problem was it was not just a normal 11-on-11 in normal practice. Like, the winners get these T-shirts. Sounds dumb, but like they cared about this and they're dancing around and like there's trash talk and guys are in each other's faces. Yeah. Like, they cared about this, and then the defense went out and quite literally dominated the offense. Dominated.
So the good side is the side of the ball that was terrible last year might actually be improved. There might be something here. I'm not talking about a top 5 group, and I think that would be ridiculous. But an improvement of like 9 or 10 spots would go a long way for this team being in some games and not getting bailed out by Jaden Daniels having to be Superman. So maybe that's the positive part of it. But I don't know. I mean, at a certain point, you'd like to be able to hit the ground running, and a game like atmosphere like that not going particularly well. Again, glad it's happening now and not in October or November, but just it's something to keep in the back of your mind if they sputter and don't look particularly good 6 days from now against Cincy.
Sure. And now you've got this preseason game where it didn't go great with their, I'll stop short of saying they're starting offense.
Their 2s and
they didn't
3s
play.
and 7s.
But the receivers that were out there that everybody has no issue dropping a pass because they won't be on the team, that's what I heard a lot of on social media. Those are the guys that are running with the first team, plenty. Now, Terry McLaurin is not on the team right now. He doesn't count at this moment. Until he shows up, he's not on this roster. And because of that, you then go to the next spot down, and Noah Brown is currently hurt. He was standing there talking to Adam Peters at one point. He's not available. Someone could say, well, Noah Brown will be back soon. It's not a big deal. Noah Brown's always hurt. Noah Brown was hurt in Houston. Noah Brown was hurt last year. And I don't want to make light of that. He had like a lacerated kidney and a serious thing.
It was serious, yeah.
But he had multiple injuries he dealt with beginning of last year, end of last year. He got hurt in, remember, minicamp. He got hurt again now in training camp. Like, this has been a ongoing, reoccurring thing. Are you sure that Noah Brown's not going to be hurt at some point this season? When you tell me it's not a big deal that Chris Moore drops passes because he's not going to make the team, or KJ Osborne drops passes because he's not going to make the team, or who cares what that receiver looks like, those are the guys running with the first team at practice right now. Like that is what's happening. It's a lot of Luke McCaffrey. It's a lot of today KJ Osborne. So eventually, are they going to be in a better spot, or are they going to sign someone that gets cut? Very possibly. But I'm not willing to just say, oh, who cares what those receivers are doing? If you're getting first team reps, there's a chance you might be a part of this thing early in September.
Yep.
Until you're not getting first team reps anymore. But yeah, good defense, I would say, on a lot of stuff. Like Mike Sanderstel was fantastic. I mentioned Harris already. I thought he had a really, really good scrimmage. There were other guys that stood out, but there was also just some bad offense. A couple of pre-snap penalties where they go 1st and 15 on a 1st and 10. Pass rush, as I said, getting home where it just wasn't clean in terms of protecting Daniels, who was just less accurate than he normally is, probably because things around him were not ideal. But yeah, file it away or don't. To me, bad day for the offense. But it was a level up in terms of intensity and excitement, and the players were super into it.
It's a great idea.
And then the offense, I mean, they couldn't get first downs. Like, they didn't get to midfield. They didn't forget scoring. They finally got to continue a drive after a 4th down incompletion that got like overturned on they pretended like there was a review or whatever on a bang play to Osborne in the middle of the field. And they like kept him on the field. And then a couple plays later, they were back off the field. It was like one of those things where they're just like, well, let's keep these guys on the field somehow. We'll just say he caught it.
Yeah.
Like, that's the kind of day it was.
That's not great, Bob. Yeah, so it's one of those things where if, they hit the ground running in the regular season or next week against Cincinnati, I'll have forgotten all about it. But if it doesn't happen, if they don't play well or the offense doesn't look good early on, we'll go, hey, wait a minute. Was there a trend emerging that we didn't really realize, that they maybe weren't really ready to go?
So I get this sense, and I'll ask you this directly as soon as we come back, but based on what you're kind of lobbing at me here, that maybe some of what they've shown, whether it's the preseason game, the offense today, whatever, like, you're saying it's not a zero for you in terms of moving the needle for Adam Peters with McLaurin not having a legitimate wide receiver one out there. And I think people that listen every day know I'm on record as saying this kind of stuff to this point shouldn't really change anything for Adam Peters. But I want to ask that question on the phones next at 800-636-1067. When you hear that the defense whoops up on the offense way more often than happened last year, or that the receivers without McLaurin just don't look like they're ready for the bright lights, or then you see a preseason game where you can say they're not important receivers, but they're guys that are getting first-team reps occasionally are dropping passes. Should or will any of that move the needle for Peters as he continues his game of chicken with McLaurin? And then if the answer is no, which is perfectly fine, when would that change? Or does it not? Do you just say, well, Noah Brown will be back, and it'll be Brown and Debo and McCaffrey, and that's good enough? I'm not worried about the rest of it, or the fact that in a practice against a defense that really struggled last year, the defense looked like they were the 85 Bears. 800-636-1067 is how you can hop in with us on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
Brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. Let's be honest. Hold-ins will continue to be a part of the game this time of year in the NFL. Terry McLaurin continues his, but he was seen on the sidelines this morning during the team scrimmage talking to GM Adam Peters. We're going to go ahead and let the lip readers figure out exactly what was said in that video. Bills running back James Cook back at practice. He had a week-long hold-in. Cam Hayward also in the middle of one for the Steelers. He's talking about missing the regular season now. The Nats are back out there tonight in Kansas City. Coverage starts at 7:10. First pitch 7:40 on the Fan. In the NBA, we know the regular season opens October 21st. More key games out, though. Cooper Flagg's debut against Wemby and the Spurs, October 22nd. There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to beat the heat. Surfside's only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Look for the can with the sunset stripes. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Nick Ashew on The Fan.
So we'll try to work in about 2 quarters. We'll play a second quarter, see if we can work some situations. Then we'll work into like a fourth quarter, try to work in some situations there, have officials try to just move the ball, throw fouls down. Obviously that was something, in the last game wasn't pleased with, and certainly want that as often as we can. Cliff and Joe are the head coaches, and we also split coaches and staff members, and so they'll all be on opposite sides, so a lot of fun with that.
Stan Quinn today talking about the scrimmage that was held out in Ashburn. I was on site for this morning. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. Our coverage of the Commanders at camp is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. You can listen to the show all over the DMV on our flagship 106.7. Of course, the Odyssey app you can take with you on the phone wherever you go. And you can watch us streaming in high definition on 106.7 The Fan's YouTube page as well. Danny, the question at the end of the segment that kind of popped up was, do any of the struggles of the offense, whether it's a day like today in the most authentic practice they're going to have to a game, or the preseason game, I tread lightly on that because none of the starters played, but plenty of the wide receivers played that are going to play early this season if McLaurin and Noah Brown aren't available. Does any of that move the needle, in your opinion, for Adam Peters as he holds his ground, or should it?
Yeah, a little. This is not 10 out of 10, sky is falling, cancel the season. We're not even close to that yet. But, we've had so many conversations over the years as it comes to the draft, and this is a similar thought for me. My axiom is I would much rather defend great stats than explain away bad ones. So if you're talking about a quarterback, for example, a guy that throws for 50% completions and only, 7 touchdowns and 10 interceptions, but he's a great pro prospect for X, Y, and Z, I don't love that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to have to explain away why he didn't dominate at a lower level if I'm going to take him high with my draft pick. Conversely, if a guy's prolific, I'd rather go, okay, yeah, but he's still doing it against great competition, etc. We don't have many data points yet. This is so early in this football formulation process for who this team is going to be, etc. The only data we've got has not been good for the offensive side of the football. That's where we are. So I'm going, hey, I've noticed that. And if I get another data sample, say this coming Monday against Cincinnati, I'll go, okay, I'll file that away. That's important. And then if they have a sluggish start against the Giants or something to that effect, I'll kind of go, hey, we had a trend line here that was forming, and it's important to acknowledge that so we avoid it or fix it or something to that effect. Remember last year, the conversation, everybody who was arguing with, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but with me or whoever about the cliff was missing the point. The point wasn't just to point it out and see, look, there's a fire. The point was to address it and put the fire out. And that's what Cliff Kingsbury did. He changed things. So instead of Terry McLaurin standing on the left side all the time and then they'll throw to him like they did that Thursday game against Philly, they moved him around and did some things differently. That's all I was saying. Let's fix it. Let's see the problem and fix it. So far I'm going, okay, I've noticed that. I wrote that down. I'll write it down the next time I get a data point. I mean, I wasn't there. You were. But if we get more and more, then now we've got a trend, and it's something that we should be concerned with. I am not concerned yet. On the scale of 1 to 10, the Geiger counter went 1 time, and it's like up. It's like a 1 at this point, but it's something. It's now registering, and I've noticed it.
So for me, it is not time to panic. I don't even think it's worth suggesting or using that word.
Mm-hmm.
It's not time if I'm Adam Peters to abandon whatever my plan is as I talk to my cap guy, Sasta, and we figure out, like, just how deep are we digging in here. But I believe what they already knew has been confirmed. I would imagine they would have gone into camp understanding that their wide receiver room without McLaurin is not good enough to go on a playoff run. I don't know how they would have thought otherwise. And it is possible that you're open to being impressed. You're open to the possibility that guys are better than you thought they were, or found the fountain of youth, or just look like they're ready to go make plays. And Osborne's feasting, and Gallup looks like he did 5 years ago, and Moore's working dudes. And, okay, maybe we feel okay, and we're not as urgent and aggressive and desperate to make sure that this thing gets done for a few weeks, because as long as McLaurin's around for the better part of the season, we're fine. But that's not what's happening. And in fact, the opposite is, in my opinion, which is to say that in man coverage, guys aren't getting open, and quarterbacks, the corners are winning routinely and consistently. And so should it be a major factor? No. Is it an absolute non-story? Absolutely not. No way. And does it mean that McLaurin should now get more money, that you go up $2 million with your offer because you had a bad preseason game with those guys dropping 4 combined passes, or because you had a bad scrimmage? Of course not. That's not what I'm suggesting. But for people that just act like, oh, those guys don't matter, Adam Peters doesn't have to worry about it. Sure he does. He's got a quarterback in his prime, and you can't waste a season of a top 5 type QB in the league potentially who's healthy. And by the way, you went out and you brought back Wagner and you brought back Ertz, and time is ticking on those clocks. You know, those guys, the hourglass, the sand is falling to the bottom of those jars. You can't just go into the season with Debo in motion and McCaffrey on one side and KJ Osborne on the other. Sorry, you can't do it. They probably will sign someone if it comes down to it and Noah Brown's not ready and Terry's not around that is on a camp roster right now that will be cut because there's nobody out there. Like Amari Cooper is not a guy I'm bringing in. He does not look like he's got a lot left. But they'll bring somebody in who's in football shape, probably.
Right. I mean, you work out so many guys this past weekend. You didn't work out a receiver. I would have.
Well, so they signed a wide receiver early last week in Braylon Sanders, former UFL DC defender. They've now signed multiple veteran wide receivers since camp started, because I would put Tay Martin on that list as well. So they're not names. They're not the guys like you and I are thinking of.
Sure.
But they have, since the start of camp, brought in 2 players at that position, which is probably more than any other, or right there with linebacker, I would guess. But I think people are anticipating they're going to go sign, like they didn't sign Keenan Allen or Amari Cooper, who were out there. Allen's now a Charger again. My guess is they're waiting, and they've got a list of guys that they like, that if someone were to get cut,
someone gets Noah Brown, then
exactly.
they have an answer.
And they'll have a new Noah Brown type player. You're also banking on the fact that Noah Brown's going to be back. I just don't know how long he stays back for. I don't think you can set that in stone.
You look at the injury history. It's hard to count on that guy.
Elijah's in D.C. on Grant and Danny. What's up, Elijah?
What's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, man. For me, this is a growing concern, and the concern for me is that I think the byproduct of having not legit receiver play is that there's going to be a gap, and I think 5 is going to have to make up that gap, which is going to put further risk to him, because when the lights get bright, if somebody's not there, we've seen him do it, he's going to wheel the team. He's going to put the team on his back. But he showed me that last year. This year, and the coaches have to have this awareness too, they need to protect him. You have to protect your investment. I'm going to give you this one example. Think of those rocket ships, those big rocket ships that got those big boosters on them. Sure, maybe, I don't know, but maybe one could get you up there, but, you need 2. For me, Terry's like one of those boosters, right? And if you're still talking about carrying a team, if you think you're going to get past certain areas, like a Kansas City or certain things on your schedule, you're going to have all your boosters, man. You have to have all your horses. If they don't have what they need, I think there's going to be a growing concern as how they're going to get the
analogy, Elijah, because
thank you, bud.
This has come up. It came up a bunch last week with callers in one of the topics we did, where they said Jaden Daniels is probably good enough now to elevate other guys and like mask a deficiency of being light at wide receiver. You see this with Josh Allen, or Lamar's done it in the past with the Ravens, where teams will still go out and win 11, 12 games without having great wide receiver play. And that is very possible. I am open to that option, the possibility that Daniels is that good as a running quarterback, as a throwing quarterback with Ertz out of the backfield, running backs like Eckler. Maybe you could get by. But do you want to have to ask him to. Like, to me, that should be the question. The question should not be, is Jaden Daniels good enough without Terry McLaurin to still get you to 11 wins? Why are we having that discussion?
Right.
You don't have to. It's not like Terry McLaurin ruptured something and is unavailable for 17 weeks. You're choosing to put that on his plate. You don't need to.
Right. Eventually you will. When Jaden Daniels makes $80 a year, which is great. I can't wait to pay him that when it's time, but you have to make sacrifices. Like, what kind of team you want to be from Mahomes? You have to give something with Kansas City. They chose to try to find a replacement for Tyreek Hill. They sacrificed a couple years without an elite deep threat, and they became a different team. Defense first, underneath, kind of, working some magic that way. You're going to have to do that. Not yet.
I could come in here and do decent radio shows with 5 minutes prep every day. I choose not to. Why would I put that on myself? I think I could figure it out and make it work, and you wouldn't know the difference. But there's no real reason for me to do that. Let's go to Jupe in West Virginia, listening on the Odyssey app. What's up, Jupe?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How y'all feeling?
Good, buddy.
Good to hear from you, buddy.
It's good. It's good. I'm not concerned just yet. I always like to wait till week one, game one. I can kind of get a better sense. But my thought on this is, even though we upgraded on both sides of the ball, I feel like we upgraded on the defensive side with more proven vets like the Von Millers, the Jonathan Jones. And granted, we have Tunsil and Debo on the offensive side, but with the offense, it's all about timing. And it's going to take a little bit of time for them to get that time down, to get that chemistry down, which is to me could be the reason why the offense is struggling a little bit. Also, too, we still need Terry, because between Terry and Ertz, I call them the 1A, 1B of short-handed catchers. So that's all I got for you guys.
Appreciate you, buddy. The only saving grace, Quinn mentioned this today, and it's something I have been thinking a lot about. The amount of targets Debo Samuel gets in these practices is crazy. Like, it's just a really, really high number. I think without McLaurin out there, the Daniels-Samuel relationship probably got to a good place faster. And they're probably on a better page, because a lot of the stuff that would be going 17's way in practice isn't, and it maybe has helped with the rapport for him and Debo to hit the ground sprinting. Jacob Martin is likely to be a part of this defensive line. He's scratching and clawing with a bunch of guys competing for a defensive end spot. I want you guys to get to know him a little bit. Really good dude I caught up with today after practice, former Chicago Bear. That's next on Grant and Danny, and then coming up in about 15 minutes, Matt Miller of ESPN on the 2025 NFL rookie class. Guys, it's Grant and Danny for our friends at Window Nation. It's the end of summer in Northern Virginia, and your AC's working overtime just trying to keep your house cool and comfortable. What can you do to make a difference? You can replace your old or builder-grade windows with windows from Window Nation. This month only, schedule a consult and get 50% off all window styles. Plus, you could even get them 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. I love Window Nation, and so does Danny.
Window Nation's windows are custom made from high-quality materials with precision fit, so they won't let the cool air out in the summers, and they keep in the heat this winter. Bottom line, your home stays comfortable year-round. They're even available in over 1,500 styles and colors, so you'll get the windows you want to protect and beautify your home. With an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau and over 3 million windows installed, you can trust Window Nation for quality and service. Hurry, Northern Virginia, this 50% off all windows sale ends soon, so do not miss out. Schedule your estimate right now at 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
The Commanders have quite a competition going in their defensive line to make the roster right now. One of the guys that is trying to fight his way onto the roster is Jacob Martin. I enjoyed my discussion with him right off the practice field today. He's had a good camp. He will be noticeable in these final couple of preseason games. Had 3 sacks with the Chicago Bears last year. I caught up with him right after this scrimmage to talk about what was a unique thing that they pulled off today in Ashburn.
I thought it was dope, man. It took me by surprise, so their ability to put this together in, we'll call it 24 hours, was awesome, to have this game-like experience and to be able to practice in a game mode, per se, against the starting offense is awesome, man. It allows both sides to get better and come out there and compete, talk a little trash and have a good time with it.
They called it burgundy on gold. You guys were in the white jerseys as the gold team, and you guys kind of got a definitive win, I would say. The first-team offense really struggled against the first-team defense. Will that lead to combos in the building and bragging rights, or how does that go?
I don't know. I haven't walked inside yet. We'll find out. Let's see who's on the aux right now, and we'll see what's going on in there.
What has camp been like for you? First year with this organization, pretty busy roster spot too, trying to forge your own resume here and make this team.
It's been awesome. It's been a dope experience, man. Really just with the guys in the D-line room, man. It's top from the top down, man. You got Ryan Kerrigan, you have you got Tapp in there, you got Sharif Floyd in there, you got Vaughn, you got D.A., D-Payne, Kinlaw, all these great dudes, that have played. You got Eddie in there. Like, you can go on and on and on about the guys that we have in the room, man, and they've made it super easy and cool for a new guy to come in and learn and grow and build that relationship with one another, man, and I'm truly grateful for their experience and the opportunity to be out here with those guys for sure.
It's a pretty unique situation, to your point, on the coaching staff. Kerrigan is a Ring of Fame type guy here, and you've got Daryl Tapp, who played here very recently as well. I covered him like 10 years ago. To have that many young, I'm sure he just got out of the league. Like, what does that do to help you guys when those guys were playing and getting sacks and getting pressure just a few years ago?
It's awesome, man. It's a different mindset. It's a different approach. And obviously each of those guys had their specialty. In terms of their pass rush or what their thought process was. But to have the ability to have 3 sets of eyes, even 4 sets of eyes, you throw Vaughn in there. Throw D in there, 5 sets of eyes to ask questions about how are you seeing this, or ask questions about when LT sets like this, how are you looking at this, or what would you change in terms of your approach if you're getting a guy that's jumping you or that's arm dragging or being patient in this set, those kind of questions. So having 3 to 4 guys, 5 guys you can bounce ideas off of. It takes your game to the next level, man. You know what I mean? Because they've already been there, they've done that, they have the answers to the test.
Jacob Martin is with me here on Grant and Danny. It seems to me, you tell me if you think this is odd, but I'm kind of viewing the way they're putting the D-line together almost like a bullpen in baseball, where everyone's got roles and it's going to be situationally used, like what you're good at. All right, you're on the field now, and vice versa with somebody else. A, do you agree with that? And then B, what's your kind of thought on that? Because traditionally we view it as like 4 starters, then the next group up, but it just seems like it's kind of this shifting amoeba with you guys.
We have a lot of talented guys that can do a lot of cool things, man. So I really applaud them putting guys in positions to make plays at the things that they're great at, So I applaud their ability to do that, and our ability to go with that and to embody those roles. I think that's super important, to win games.
What do you feel like maybe is your unique area or calling card in that? How do you feel like you're best to use?
I'm a football player, baby. You know what I mean? Wherever you ask me to be, I'm going to be. Whether that's in coverage or that's off the edge, if that's stopping the run, whatever the case may be, true Swiss Army knife.
Are you at your best in your mind, like playing the run, getting upfield? Like, if you could design how to use yourself, what would that look like?
If I could design how to use myself, it'd be 3rd down every play. But, wherever I'm called to be in the system at that time, or wherever the call is at that time, owning that role and owning that job for sure.
Jacob, how about non-football before I let you go? What are some of the things you're interested in?
Oh, man, all kinds of stuff. I can go on and on. I'd say big for me, I'm big on animal conservation. I'm big on dogs, big on rescues, big on photography, big on skateboarding. whatever's going to get me outside.
Are you a skateboarder?
Yeah, I do. I typically ride around with the skateboard deck in the back of my car. I'm in a rental car right now, so I don't have my truck with me.
So, like, were you in high school the kid that was wearing, like, the skater shoes and the baggy jeans and all that?
No. I've never worn a pair of Osiris's or, like, an Etnies a day in my life, you know what I mean? But I do rock Vans daily. That's kind of my skate shoe.
You get a deal with Vans?
No, I need to.
And then, as far as you mentioned, one of the other things you really liked was your passion with animals. Like, where does that go back, and what kind of work do you do in that way?
Oh man, my love for animals was my first love. Growing up, I always wanted to be an animal physiologist. And unfortunately, Temple, my university didn't offer that program. So football was the next choice. Thankful for all the things that have worked out in the way they have. But animals for me, I would love animals to the day I die. I've partnered with different zoos over the years, whether that be Brookfield Zoo in Chicago.
Have you been to the DC Zoo yet?
I have not been to the DC Zoo yet. Yeah. So I'm excited to check that out, and hopefully we can get something going with them.
All right, last one. What do you, when you watch? Are you shows, movies, binging? Like, what do you do to put your feet up at the end of the night?
Oh, man.
Get some entertainment.
Entertainment at the end of the night. See, none of my shows are on right now. I'm big on Game of Thrones or the House of Dragons. I love Breaking Bad. Heard they're supposed to be coming out with a new show in that same universe, so I'm excited for that. Movies-wise, I don't know, dude. That Accountant 2 is pretty good. Trying to think what else I watch. Yeah, I'm a big action guy. Yeah.
I love it. Thanks for the time.
Appreciate you, brother.
Jacob Martin, I knew nothing about him except what his Pro Football Reference page suggests when I walked up to him, and it didn't mention skateboarder, so that was an interesting development. I did not see that coming. Not quite as stunned as I am that Jonathan Jones is a pilot, but Jacob Martin, skateboarder.
Again, what? That never would have occurred to me. Like, you could give me multiple choice with like only two things, and the other one was skateboarding. I wouldn't have gotten it.
Matt Miller of ESPN on the 2025 Commanders rookie class and NFL draft class next.
Brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Terry McLaurin was on the field this morning. Well, okay, sort of. He wasn't part of the burgundy and gold scrimmage, but he was seen talking to GM Adam Peters on the sidelines. In case you're wondering, gold, which they actually wore white, with the number one defense, won 14-0 over Jaden Daniels' burgundy team in 2 quarters. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt also didn't play in the scrimmage. Yes, Bill, the running back, had a shoulder issue from the preseason opener. Just a precaution, though, there. Nats had their 2-game win streak snapped last night in Kansas City. Back out there again tonight. Mitchell Parker takes his 5.43 ERA to the mound against the Royals' Michael Wacha. Coverage starts at 7:10, first pitch 7:40. Right here on the Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Nick Ashew on the Fan.
We're brought to you today by the law firm Kondori & Murrah. They will handle your estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, or probate administration. Their attorneys are there to protect you and your family's assets, and you can schedule a free consultation with them today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Mention us to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We will take you up to 6:30 this evening. Nats baseball from Kansas City tonight in the 8 o'clock hour. Cade Cavalli was on the hill last night. He looked okay, not as good as he did in his first start back. He was fine. The Nats lose, though. They came in second. There's been a lot of that.
Yeah,
over
you've
the last
noticed
few
some
months.
of those, yeah.
Let's go to the hotline. Welcome onto the show, the ESPN NFL draft analyst and insider. We always love having on from the four-letter network. Matt Miller is with us, and we wanted to talk not only about the Commanders draft class, but some of the rookies who stood out in week 1 of the preseason. Matt, it's awesome to have you back on. How are you?
Doing well. Good to be talking to you guys in August and not in March and April. This is fun.
Ain't that the
That's
truth?
right.
So let's just start with Shedeur Sanders is showing for the Cleveland Browns. As has been the case with the discourse around him since he was drafted, like nothing can just happen normally, right? Everyone's got to have the hottest, most scolding take. What did you think of how he looked, and how significant is that in the overall eval, as he right now is still 4th on that depth chart?
I mean, he looked good. There's no way around it. I think that's, you want to look at every rookie and say, okay, how did they handle the pressure? How did they handle the speed of the game? What was asked of them? What situations were they put in? And you want, every positive takeaway is a good one, I think. I thought he handled the pacing of the game really well. He was accurate. Obviously, the 2 touchdowns he made plays. I think there were also times where you saw, like with some of the bailing of the pocket and some of the things where he was running around making plays. I don't know that works in the regular season like it does the preseason so much. So it's like I was still a little bit skeptical of some of the things he was doing. And I'm someone that, like, I was a fan of his. I had a second-round grade on him. I thought there was a shot he was going to be drafted in the top 15. So I think the key now is, does he get more reps with, second team? Does he eventually get some reps with starters? Because that quarterback room is very unbalanced right now, and I think we're all waiting to see what's going to happen. So he definitely didn't hurt himself in any way.
Would you make a Jackson Dart?
I thought he also looked really good. And similarly, like, Jackson just looks like he belonged. The pacing was great. Never looked, super rushed or pressured. And I think with each guy, I look back at, like, okay, where were we pre-draft? The pre-draft with Jackson was, hey, the ability's all there, but the scheme he played in, and some of this for Shedeur as well. But with Jackson, especially, like the scheme he played in college, it was so much, it's like, hey, if the vertical shot's not there, check down's not there, run. So seeing him get through some of the progression, seeing him be accurate and on time, I think that's what you're really, really looking for.
What's a reasonable timeline for both of those guys to get on the field this season?
Well, I think in New York it's different because Russ is there and Jameis is there, and those guys are established veterans. And so it's different. And also Dable needs to win. And so it's like, okay, I don't think Dart's going to get on the field. I don't know if he's going to play this year if they're competitive. And that's okay. He was He's barely 22 years old. He's coming out of that Lane Kiffin offense. So it's like you want him to have time to learn and acclimate. I think we've all learned lessons from, whether it be Geno Smith, Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, whoever it might be. We've learned lessons about, let's not rush guys onto the field, especially if they didn't play a ton in college. And so with Jackson, it's like I don't feel the pressure. With Shedeur, what do you have to lose? You're not going to win the division. You're just not. You're not better than the Bengals, Ravens, or Steelers in any universe. So like, why not? If he's showing up and being accountable, if he knows the offense, if his teammates, are respecting what he's doing, what do you have to lose by putting him out there? Because if you hit on a 5th-round pick, the financials, you're so above the curve on the financials. Like you should be begging that he does hit. Like that's what you want to happen in Cleveland is that he hits. Not only because it's a good story, and I want my guy Mel Kiper to be right, but also it's like from a financial standpoint, that's the way to win in the NFL right now.
Matt Miller with us here on Grant and Danny. Give him a follow at NFL Draft Scout. Pick 1-1. It's just so strange that there's zero attention or hype with a quarterback that goes 1-1. Nobody really seems to care all that bad about Cam Ward, but not much of a showing. We only saw, I think, 8 or 9 pass attempts in his first preseason action, but what'd you make of it?
I mean, again, I don't ever want to overstate what a guy does in the preseason, but it was encouraging. And Cam has the least talent around him of any of these quarterbacks we're talking about. And that's just the reality of that team right now. They are very much rebuilding, and, they've got Calvin Ridley, but they don't have a lot else. Their offensive line, it's like they're young. We need to see some jumps from some guys there as they move around, especially. But yeah, I thought he looked good, and I like Cam. But I will say this: I don't think Cam is ever one of those dudes that like you're going to watch him play in the preseason and be like, oh my God, he looks so good. But he was efficient and he was consistent, and he's going to be more of that playmaker. And I think we saw that at Miami last year. Like turn the lights on and give him a live rush, and he's going to go make some things happen. So we got a very small sample size from Cam Ward, but I think it was a good one.
5 of 8 for 67 yards in his debut. You know what interested me, Matt, about Cam Ward is like there was no looking to run at all. It was like balls coming out. It was very pocket passer-ish, which I was intrigued by. How much of his game, I know it's not Jaden Daniels, Lamar Jackson-esque, but I mean, Shedeur is a pocket passer, right? I watch him and I go, oh, that's crazy. He showed some mobility there. That guy wants to stand there center block footed and make throws. Where's Ward on that spectrum?
He's much more mobile than Shedeur. He's not Jaden Daniels, but he is definitely he's able to make things happen with his feet. I'm trying to think. I was pausing. I was trying to think of an NFL quarterback that I would compare his mobility to. Pre-draft, I compared him to Jordan Love, but I think he's a little bit crisper as a passer than than Jordan was coming out. So I mean, he's gonna do some things with his legs. What I love about his game is that he has some bulk to him. So he's gonna even be able to like run over some dudes, like short yardage stuff. Especially, we didn't see it a lot of Miami, but if you go back to Washington State, where he had to play hero ball a little bit, you definitely see more of his like goal line strength and some of his abilities there.
He ended up last year averaging right around 15, 20 yards rushing or something like that per game. So almost like did it when he had to create or extend. Matt Miller is with us at NFL Draft Scout on social. You should check him out there. In Washington here with the Commanders, we're watching them very closely. So we just watched them play the Patriots. TreVeyon Henderson was unbelievable. Rips off a 100-yard kick return, the first time he ever touches a ball in the NFL. He had a long run that was called back. I think he had like an 18-yarder that held up or something. And he caught a couple balls. I mean, he looked like a guy that should immediately be stealing playing time from Stevenson and Gibson. What did you think of him coming out, and how quickly could he be a real impact player for the Patriots in an offense that needs weapons?
No, I loved him coming out. He's so dynamic. He's such a great receiver. I mean, you saw that in the college football playoffs, right? Like that's who he was. What he did for Ohio State was like the outside running ability, the speed, what he brings to the table as a pass catcher. Like he is tailor made for where the NFL's at right now with, like Jahmyr Gibbs, like that type of back, somebody that can be a slasher, somebody that can be a receiver, and the return doesn't hurt, right? So, but it's funny because like you get the speed, but then he absolutely puts his shoulder into a defender and shows that he's willing to seek contact or that he's willing to run over contact. So I look at Henderson, and that's a team that, like, they're trying to figure out who they are. Obviously, you got Mike Vrabel coming in. Vrabel's got to love what he saw from Henderson and just be like, okay, like Ramondre Stevenson is a power back. That's what he's going to bring to the table. Gibson is a gadget guy, but Henderson, I think, has a chance to be a little bit of both. So it wouldn't surprise me if we see it mirror Detroit to some degree of, like, hey, David Montgomery's like he's the guy that kind of sets the pace, but we all know Jahmyr Gibbs is the dude. I can see New England being the same way.
What's a reasonable expectation for Travis Hunter this year?
So I honestly hate to pour cold water on it. I think it's to just learn. Like, I don't know that I want him to do anything more this year than just learn how to play in the NFL at multiple positions, because or even just like being great at one position, honestly. At Colorado, so much of his time was split. He would go to meetings as a defensive back and learn the offense, coverages, who do we have to defend. And then on offense, they would just like hand motion plays into him. So this isn't a dude that was like really, really learning how to be a route runner or, spending time learning about leverage. And he had such a good relationship with Shador that, they had that chemistry already. So coming into the NFL, now he's got to build that. He's got to go build that with Trevor. And he's got to, learn how to be a receiver while also, and I think corner is the second hardest position to go from college to the NFL and have immediate success. He's got to learn how to do that as well. So I don't think statistically, like if I were playing in a fantasy league, Travis Hunter's not super high on my list for this year. Long term, maybe. But I don't think we see statistically like a huge, huge jump from him this year.
So speaking of fantasy, a guy that I'm high on this year in this rookie class, and I just want to get your thoughts on maybe what he could be capable of, is Tyler Warren, the tight end for the Colts. They threw him a screen on the second pass of their preseason opener here against Baltimore. I think it came back, but he ended up 3 for 40 in the game. He had a 23-yard catch and run that was ultra impressive, middle of the field. He carried a guy to a first down on another catch. I don't know what kind of blocker he is. You'd have to tell me or what that looks like. But to me, he just looks like a weapon. How much of a player do you think he'll be right away, or what kind of project is he?
He's not a project. He's ready to go. There's a reason he was drafted so early. It's crazy because at Penn State, they needed him to be God, basically. It's like they needed him to do everything because, Drew Aller was really developing and they had a new offensive coordinator. They had a really strong run game. So he was a good run blocker as well. But they needed him to be, on gadget plays, he's snapping the ball and running go routes. Or there's times like he's, lined up in the backfield playing tailback. So he is very much capable of doing a lot of different things. He's a really good athlete. I mean, like everything about Tyler Warren is why he was really like universally talked about as a top 10 player in last year's draft class. And it's when he fell to 14, even, it was a little bit of a surprise. So he, we don't know what their quarterback situation is going to look at, but Warren is someone, and they've got a group of pass catchers there. Like they've got some dudes there. So if they could figure out the quarterback position, they've got all the weapons you could ever want in terms of, offensive talent and guys that can help your quarterback out.
Matt, I'm a notoriously terrible evaluator. I make snap judgments and then am like stubborn, heels in the ground, and just kind of get myself in trouble all the time in both good and bad directions. But I've fallen in love with Trey Amos, Washington's second-round pick. I feel like they might have a dude here. Just pour cold water or tell me I'm right. Your choice.
No, you're right. And I loved him. I thought he had potential as a late first-round pick coming out. Just technically speaking, he's so sound. And I remember being on the field at Mobile watching him at the Senior Bowl and just watching him go through drills. And it's like, dude, this is what it's supposed to look like. He's long. He's solidly built. Like, he's not the fastest guy in the world, no, but he's just so polished, and he had ball skills. There's things that he did at Ole Miss, and he was at Alabama before Ole Miss. Like, there's some pedigree there. Like Nick Saban recruited you. Okay, yeah, you're probably gonna be pretty good. They probably saw something there. And he was at Lafayette before that, so there's that chip on his shoulder of like this dude's worked, but he's a little bit older of a player. He's been 5 years in college, so he's experienced. 2 years in the SEC where he had I think he had 3 picks in his time in the SEC. So like. Yeah, he's just really really good. And I think especially more so of what they needed, like somebody with a little bit of bulk, a little bit of size who could play press, who's going to be a tackler in the run game to where he's not, the liability that like, Banks drawn out there at 170 pounds was.
He has been an NFL draft analyst and insider, Matt Miller. From one guy having a great camp with the Commanders to another, localizing here, Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt. So if not for his weird lack of availability on a list where he couldn't play and he had one game with Arizona, what round talent would he have been? He has been maybe the biggest story in the preseason for Washington.
Yeah, I thought just on his age was like a thing, right? Because he'd been all over. I think he's already 24. He was 24 before the draft. I would have said like round 4 probably. It was a deep running back class last year. That's another part of it. It's a really good running back class. I pulled up my grade on him. I gave him a potential starter grade, and some of that with running back. It's like so scheme specific because a guy with his size, speed, the one cut quickness, like that works in some schemes, not others. It works really well. And what Cliff Kingsbury wants to do. And this is a funny Cliff Kingsbury story. I remember talking to Mahomes when he came out just about Cliff and about like strategy and offense and stuff. And he's like, what people don't realize about Cliff is he wants to run the ball, and he's had success everywhere he's ever been running the ball, and his back throw is super productive. And so with Ja'Cory, it's like that one cut talent and how well he cuts in space and how crisp he is as a runner. It fits this offense really, really well. And so, the big key was age. And he, like you said, he only played with eligibility issues. That definitely made things an issue. But, he profiled as a really good running back too coming out. And so I would think that ceiling could be reached pretty quickly with how impressive he's been.
Yeah, he might be taking work away from Brian Robinson at some point if he keeps climbing the depth chart. Last one for me, Jalen Lane, the wideout from Virginia Tech that they nabbed in the mid-rounds, was drafted in the 4th round. Kingsbury said a couple weeks ago at a practice that he can do things they didn't see on tape at Tech. So maybe you have some insight on what you think he's talking about. But what was your eval on him?
Yeah, another guy that I really liked. I thought round 4 was even a little bit late. I remember being on the desk when he got drafted, and I was like, man, with this dude's speed, I mean, he ran 4.34. Like he is a blur, but he's not just a speed guy. Like he's actually a good route runner as well. So I was surprised that he lasted as long as he was with his versatility. I think he's a slot guy with long speed, but he can make you miss in the open field. I mean, I liked him a lot. You're always at that point in the draft. So I think you're looking for like what would be on this guy's business card. And for him, it's 4.34, obviously, but it's what he does. You can run him on jet sweeps, you can run him on screens, hitches. So it's not. Sometimes we see speed guys, and it's like all they can do is run in a straight line. That's not him. Like he has that shiftiness and the quickness to be an asset on some of that underneath stuff. Now he doesn't have, great size, and you're going to see that, when you stand next to Deebo Samuel, you're like, okay, these are different types of wide receivers playing in the slot. But what he can do, I think vertically separating is what would get him on the field, and some of that underneath quickness and probably even return ability is what I would get excited about.
Matt, awesome with us as always, man. Good to catch up with you in August.
Yep, you bet, guys. Have a great day.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Check out Matt Miller's work, NFL Draft Scout with ESPN, joining us on Grant and Danny. We got our Beltway Blitz coming up in about 40 minutes. We'll cover everything from Cade Cavalli's start with the Nats last night to the Commanders and the NFL. But next, ESPN ranking a 3-year window for every team. Jaden Daniels is the ultimate buoy for Washington in these rankings.
Oh, yeah.
Just how high up were they? They were top 10. We'll tell you next.
Brought to you by the Chesapeake Bay Sox. Purchase tickets at baysox.com. We got to be honest with ourselves. Hold-ins are always going to continue to be a part of the game this time of year in the NFL. And Terry McLaurin continuing his, though the good news is he was at least on the sidelines this morning during that scrimmage the team had. GM Adam Peters right next to him having a conversation. Bills running back James Cook also back in practice today after a week-long hold-in. He's in the final year of his deal in Buffalo. Cam Hayward in the middle of a hold-in with the Steelers. He's even hinting at maybe the possibility of sitting out regular season games. Nats back out there tonight against Kansas City. Coverage starts at 7:10. First pitch, 7:40 here on The Fan. Well, the NBA opens their season October 21st. We also know some other key games, including Cooper Flagg's debut announced today against Wemby and the Spurs, October 22nd. Catch the Chesapeake Bay Sox this week at Prince George's Stadium. Friday, August 15th, Daddy-Daughter Date Night. Saturday features Touch a Truck, a Jordan Westberg bobblehead giveaway, live music and fireworks. Get your tickets now at baysox.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Nick Ashew on The Fan.
Dad, I need you to hit up Nick Ashew. I need some information. I just heard Daddy-Daughter Date Night at the Bowie Bay Sox game or the Chesapeake Bay Sox or whatever they're called now. And I need to get to the bottom of that. That could be an opportunity for me to take the girls out.
Earn some points, yeah.
Little date night. And Daddy gets, I don't really get to watch baseball, if we're being honest.
Right.
But I get to be in the ballpark where baseball's being played.
Could you also hit up Nick Ashew for me, but like don't make it sound desperate? You know what I mean? Just like casually like mention my name to him, just see what he says.
He said it's this Friday night, actually.
This Friday night.
Yeah.
And what are they doing for the daddy-daughter element of this? Are we dancing in the concourse? I know they have like a merry-go-round. So maybe I could go do a merry-go-round with the girls. That'll be fun.
Live music, fireworks, and a bobblehead giveaway.
Live music, fire. So I could take my boy to that too then, yeah?
We'll see why.
Right. I mean, but it doesn't say and son's night also.
But the daddy-daughter theme, like what about what he just said is only for daddies and daughters? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
It's not like they're doing like a princess ball. It's not like they're doing wear your Elsa costume. It doesn't say.
No, that's fair.
It just says they have fireworks. My boy likes that too. They have music.
I did the fireworks at the Bowie Bay Sox, right? That's what we're talking about? I did the fireworks
the
there.
artist formerly known as the Bowie Bay Sox.
Right. So I'm going to keep saying Bowie Bay Sox. I'll probably get the next one right at some point. I'll
They're
update my
the
file.
Chesapeake Bay Sox.
Yeah. But when they were the Bowie Bay Sox, when I did this event, not this past year, but the year before, we did their July 4th fireworks. It was a blast. It was really, really fun.
You were there on July 4th?
Yeah.
That feels like a commute.
Certainly was. But my sister and her husband live in Crofton,
okay.
which may as well be Kentucky. I mean, it's like the opposite side of D.C.
It's
from
a lot
us.
more sense. So you were staying at their house, and then you went to the
So we
show.
did a little.
It all makes sense. I'm a sucker for fireworks in a ballpark. So I might have plans for Friday night now. There is a sticky wicket that is, how do I get from here to there with my children in time for the daddy-daughter baseball match?
That is a sticky wiki.
Also, the idea that I'm going to tell my daughter, we're going to a daddy-daughter date night at the Chesapeake Bay Sox game. She's not as excited to go do that as she was a couple years ago.
Okay.
You know?
How do you entice? What's the carrot you can dangle? Is it mascots?
I would say that they'll have a mask guy there. I'll start with that. And I will tell her, who she likes that mask guy, by the way. I'll tell her there's a merry-go-round. She's big on merry-go-rounds. They have that down the right field line. That doesn't always work. It's kind of like a ice cream machine at a McDonald's.
At McDonald's, yeah.
But a lot of times it does.
It was not working when we went that night, yeah.
There's plenty of times where it hasn't, but they also have like, you can clock yourself to see how fast you throw. There's a couple of kid activities down the right field line. Maybe she's into that.
Did you ever tell people how hard you threw that time where you got clocked?
What
Like
do you mean?
a few weeks ago?
I've never been clocked.
When was that? Darius, remember where that was, where Grant was when he threw and he couldn't believe the miles? He was like, is the gun broken?
I have not thrown to be clocked that I know of in a long, long time.
You didn't do that at MLB All-Star Weekend?
Yeah, isn't that where it was?
Recently? Something?
Isn't that where it was?
Not that I remember. I don't think so.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
We'll have to track down a couple of the witnesses because it happened and you were there and you did throw.
Did I?
Yeah.
Some would say I didn't.
Right. I would tell you this right now. I would not throw. Like, just given what's happened to me and how much I've deteriorated.
Right.
I would not pick up a baseball and throw it. And went, oh, come on, Danny. No, I'm not doing it.
I didn't throw, but if I were to have thrown,
Yeah.
what I would say about having thrown, had I have done it, which I hadn't,
Which you did.
and I wouldn't do that.
Okay.
I would probably throw a shockingly low miles per hour velocity.
See, I think what happened was you thought it was going to be a lot better than that when you threw, and you couldn't believe it.
Again, I didn't throw, but had I have thrown, I would have expected to throw a lot more than I did.
Yeah.
In the situation where I didn't throw,
Mm-hmm.
because let's just say I had thrown.
Right.
Had I have gotten in line and there'd be this super old guy doing it. 68 to 82, somewhere in there. But
That's how hard he threw. How old he was.
No, that was the age.
If you can throw your age, by the way, you're silly.
I think he was probably, honestly, like, my dad is young to mid 70s, but this guy was older than my father for sure. And so here's what it looked like, hypothetically, if this were to have happened.
I see, yeah.
What it would have looked like
Mhm.
is like a chest pass in basketball, where he's like taking the ball and he's just like pushing it toward the machine.
Yeah.
Had I have thrown, the difference between his velocity and my velocity was not far enough, is my guess, if I were to have thrown.
Hypothetically, was the first digit a 7?
If I would have thrown?
Right. It was not, was it?
I bet it wasn't.
It wasn't.
Had I have thrown.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no chance had I have thrown. Was it a 6 is a better question. And the answer to that is no.
Oh, no.
Had
you thrown?
Was it in the 50s is a better question.
Grant.
Had I have thrown.
Would you have been pulled over on a highway, hypothetically?
I will never know. I don't know.
Right. How could you know?
How could I possibly know?
Surface Street, yeah, because it's 25 and there's a speed limit and there's stop signs.
Or would a cop be nice?
Oh, no. Get off with a warning?
Would the cop
dear.
say, you wouldn't have killed anybody if you hit him?
Would the speed camera have said, he's fine?
Had I have thrown,
Right.
I would have been very disappointed with the velocity,
Mm-hmm.
is what I'm going to say.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I will.
I mean, it's no warm up. It's you're not throwing out in the bullpen with someone who's only 8 feet from you.
I'm happy for to say.
Thank you, Coach.
I would have expected to go up there and throw 69 miles per hour.
Okay.
I would have liked to have touched 70.
Sure.
But having watched a bunch of people go in this situation, had I have done that,
And was it a slow gun too? Was it reading a little slow for people?
I think had I have gone, the gun that I was throwing on would have been the slowest gun of all time.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think the gun was calibrated correctly.
Because that happens, right?
If I was to have gone.
Because you've seen that Instagram video, all those different ones where it's like, this guy's former college player at the fair throwing 97 with no warm up. And I'm like, that's probably a little hot. That gun's a little hot.
Lastly, I will say.
Okay.
Again, didn't throw,
Right.
had I have thrown.
Mm-hmm.
The velocity would have been so low that I was in disbelief and don't believe that the machine worked.
Yep. Now, again, we're dealing with hypotheticals. It's so
Yes.
hard to pinpoint any facts. Did you see anybody else throw and it read much better for them? You follow me? Like, did someone come in and light the gun
there
up?
There was one person on the same machine as me
Yeah.
who threw right after me.
Yeah.
They didn't have quite the issue I had, I would say.
So it worked okay for them.
Better for them.
Yeah.
But the time I threw, it stopped working.
It just didn't read.
In this hypothetical.
Right.
No, it read.
Right.
It read a velocity. But it wasn't a high velocity.
Oh, man.
Dude.
But I didn't throw.
You didn't throw, so how can we?
None of this matters because I didn't throw.
Mm-hmm. Will you be able to throw at the Chesapeake Buoy thing? Is there any throwing
sure.
there?
Yeah, if I go to daddy, son, daughter date night,
Yeah.
take all the kids. You have so many kids. You need to get the kids out of the house.
They gotta get
all
out.
the kids.
Mhm.
And yeah, we'll throw. Mix it up. Warm up a little bit. Sure. No problem.
You know what you got to do is go through the full regimen. Like go full like heavy ball, backwards arm motion,
Right.
do the jobs,
Well, I need
get yourself hot.
I think I need a lot of work with heavy baseball,
Yeah.
weighted ball treatment.
Well, I'll put you on a program in the bullpen starting next week if you want.
I don't know if I'm ready for that. I think I need to. Maybe I'm going to retire. Again, I didn't throw anyway.
You can't leave it on that one, hypothetically. Like that can't be the last sample.
It's been so many years.
Right.
I think if I'd have thrown it would have been bad enough that I never want to throw again. Not in public.
Oh man.
Not in a way where anyone sees the number.
Because the way I left it was my last pro tryout with the Phillies, and in right field, I was like, I got to unleash. I got to throw it as hard as I can. I airmailed the third baseman from right field, and it was kind of like that was my third throw out of 3.
Where was this like some thing where there's like 100 people trying out, or what was it?
Yeah, so it was in.
Or did they like bring you in for a workout at like Citizens Bank Ballpark?
No, it wasn't even that high level. I mean, I'd already gotten my. You're not welcome here or here or here, and I'm.
So where were you?
They're like, yeah, go home, wait for a phone call. Phone call never came.
Where were you?
This was a park outside of Philly. Where
park?
Yeah, no, up like a baseball facility.
Well, but
somewhere
I mean,
outside
they're
of
just
Philly.
having people come out to some random field.
No, it was like
Okay.
invited guys and people that were sort of shuffling around. I mean, this is the fringes of the fringe. This is like dudes that.
What time of year is this?
This is in the early summertime. After spring season is concluded, draft is concluded, and I'm still waiting on my phone call for the draft. By the way,
Is this a common thing now? They don't even do this.
they don't really do these anymore. No,
So it's literally a tryout.
Yeah.
Where they just work people out,
Mhm.
and if it goes well, they send you to instructs or something.
Yes, pretty much. So I'd been 3 or 4 days with the Dodgers doing a couple things. They're like, yeah, well, you're gonna get as soon as all the signings shake out, we'll figure out a place for you.
Where was the Dodgers thing?
That was in Vero.
That was at their spring training facility.
Mhm.
Okay.
Back then, yeah. And so they're like, yeah, it turns out like a bunch of the 15-year-old kids from the Dominican signed, and we have no place for you, you low ceiling zilch. We need the T-shirt
One
back.
of them might have been Adrian Beltre.
Could have been. And so, yeah, but there's we put a couple calls in. Some teams are interested in you. You'll definitely get a call by the time you get home. No calls. Finally, like I'm beating the bushes, and it's like, yeah, the Phillies will let you come to this workout anyway. So my last throw, I airmailed this thing, showed some arm strength, not a lot of accuracy. Didn't run real great, didn't hit great, and I was like, all right, that's probably it. I'll start my life now.
We had a good run.
Yeah, that was my last like organized official throw, and I was like, I should leave it on that.
The Commanders came in the top 10, Danny, on a 3-year window ranking of teams in the NFL by ESPN. Where in the top 10 did they come in?
They came in at 10th, exactly 10th, my friend. And the criteria were as follows: quarterback, that's weighed heavy in a good way for Washington. Overall roster minus the quarterback, coaching and front office. So they scored okay in coaching and front office. I think that rank will go up as time goes on, talking about the front office. Coaching-wise, they were middle of the pack, 16th in terms of their score. Teams up at the top, you'd probably expect some of these usual suspects here. Philadelphia, ranked incredibly highly front office, incredibly highly roster-wise. Again, towards the middle of the pack in terms of coaching, but QB, borderline top 10. Baltimore, excellent in all facets. Kansas City, excellent in all facets. Buffalo, excellent in all facets. You kind of get the theme. But Washington was 13th in overall roster, which is even higher than I would have thought.
Way higher.
Higher
But
than I
that's
would have
a
thought.
Heavy Jaden Daniels influence, I'd imagine.
Quarterback 5th. So there it kind of fits, right? With that front office Mike Sando poll, 5, 6, wherever you have Jaden Daniels, he's knocking on the door of the top 4, that kind of elite 4 horsemen. Coaching 16th, front office 8th. So the future rankings for Washington, if you had an average quarterback, they would have been 17th, 18th, 20th, somewhere in there. But because you don't, because you have Jaden Daniels for the next 3 seasons on a rookie deal, they're really well thought of here.
Yeah,
They're 10th.
Most of these lists that keep coming out, where they're like, we're going to rank all the talent on your roster. We're going to rank all the guys under 25 that you have. We're going to rank, in this case, the 3-year windows of every team in the NFL. I find it really complicated to deal with Washington's rankings because there's kind of a Jaden Daniels and then in everybody else, right?
Mm-hmm.
And with Daniels, he is such a buoy and he elevates things so much that the rest of it almost feels like it's irrelevant. Like if you replace Jaden Daniels with any kind of replacement level quarterback, just pick some guy like a Joe Flacco from Cleveland, then Washington is a bottom 10, maybe bottom 7, bottom 5 situation. But they found the thing that everyone's looking for, including themselves, for 30-plus years. And assuming Daniels can continue down this path and that he can replicate, maybe not the exact successes of last year, but the propensity to show that he's an MVP caliber QB and, as you said, a top 5, top 7 type guy, then it really doesn't matter that you lack a lot of talent at other positions or that you don't have a ton of young talent, because you're constantly going to be a place people want to go to in free agency. You've got to hit in the draft, clearly, but you're going to be able to trade and bring in veterans. You're going to get guys like Von Miller and Bobby Wagner who want to sign with you for their last act because they're ring chasing and trying to win a championship. They're trophy hunting, basically. So that's kind of right now, I think the paradigm is you got Jaden Daniels, you got a shot. We're all operating based on the fact that what we saw from him last year is exactly what he's going to be, and there's no regression coming. But if he can prove that last year was the real deal, and I don't know why it wouldn't be based on everything we're seeing, then, yeah, the rankings, I don't care about any of these lists anymore. Like, you're the Bills, you're the Ravens, you're the Chiefs. You're one of the teams that every single year will be in the conversation because you have the quarterback.
Couple of things break right. There you are competing for the championship. I mean, to give you an example, a comp, the Patriots are 18th. Quarterback, they're ranked 7th. This is over the next few seasons. That bullish on Drake May, right? This group. The rest of their roster stinks. 26th in terms of ranking. Coaching 18th. Front office 19th. Point is, Washington's roster, to me, is, I'm not sure. The rest of the league more bullish on the non-quarterback Washington roster than I am. And than a lot of maybe people here locally are. That's the point I find interesting.
Double play is next. What's going on in our lives, nothing to do with sports. I saw a story about a wedding and something that happened I want to bring up and see if anybody did anything wrong. And then the Beltway Blitz is coming up in about 18 minutes. We'll cover all the teams in town you care the most about. I want to talk about a jam-packed running back room for the Commanders next hour on The Fan. My name's Grant Paulson, and I'm a FanDuel Sportsbook guy. On Tuesday, August 26th, FanDuel Futures Day will be here. It's a new holiday for football fans like you and me. 24 hours of deals on all your favorite football season predictions. I think there's money to be had. There's bets to win on the futures market, generally, more so even than watching something day to day. Take a flyer on an MVP race. Crown your champion in August. Parlay your division winners and dark horses. You think Jaden Daniels is going to win MVP? You think the Commanders are going to win the division? Whatever your futures bet is, mark your calendars. August 26th, a couple of Tuesdays, couple of weeks from right now. That is the big day for all the great deals and values on FanDuel. Visit the FanDuel app today and start planning your futures bets now because Futures Day is one day and one day only. FanDuel, play your game. Must be 21, present in Virginia, gambling problem. Please call 1-800-GAMBLER. Camp coverage on The Fan is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Caught up with Ja'Cory Brooks, the wide receiver who led the Commanders in catches and yards in preseason game number 1 against the Patriots. You'll hear that interview on the show in 2 hours at 5:45, part of our coverage from Ashburn today on 106.7 The Fan. It is time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. So, Danny, I saw this headline. I thought, okay, these are always fun and interesting. Let's see how I feel about it. Let's bounce this off old Danny Houtier, see where he comes in on this. So the headline from the New York Post is rude couple bans bartender from putting out tacky tip jar at wedding. Quote from the couple, or someone in the couple, "I would be horrified if you asked my guest for tips." Okay? So to read from this story then. Gratuity was included in the contract. Don't lie. Asking guests to tip is tacky. I guess I skipped a couple paragraphs.
Okay.
But that's an important note.
That is an important context.
I'm doing this thing where this is the worst website I've ever seen. If more things could pop up, then maybe I could read one sentence at a time.
You're not supposed to do that.
I mean, my God, the pop-ups on some of these sites is out of control. But anyway, here's what.
And then they yell at you like, "Hey, disable your ad blocker, man! Disable it!"
But it's not even pop-ups. It's like they're
the autoplay videos
their
and
crawl
things
drops down.
Sucks.
It's ridiculous. It's pretty standard to leave a cash tip for bartenders at weddings, especially if it's an open bar. However, a young bartender named Hannah so-and-so revealed in a TikTok video captioned, "This labor isn't free, people," that she supposedly was not allowed by a couple to put out a tip jar at their wedding that she was working. The video said so much, yet so little at the same time, but enough to spark a fierce debate on tipping at weddings in the comment section. "I wouldn't want my guests to feel obligated to spend any money at my wedding. That is tacky," one commenter suggested. "Gratuity was included in the contract. Don't lie. Asking guests to tip is tacky." The girl that posted the video felt compelled to post a follow-up video in response to thousands of opinionated comments she received. She said, "I got an hourly wage from the venue. The bride and groom are not hiring me to be a private bartender at their wedding, so that's why I usually have a tip jar. I don't get gratuity in my hourly wage," she explained. "I'm not signing a contract. I just work for the venue, and the bride and groom just said I couldn't have a tip jar." So when I read this, my first thought was, her having a tip jar is perfectly reasonable. If somebody wants to tip, they should tip. And if they don't want to tip, they shouldn't. It's not like she's pointing to the jar every time someone comes over or going,
Yeah, it's not like when you buy like a $4 latte and it like in order to check out.
Right.
It's like, "Here's the tip, you should leave." You know?
It's one of those things. It's almost like a chair in the room. It's furniture. You don't even notice. To me, when I go up to a bar at a nice venue, certainly at a wedding, some kind of event like that, there is often a tip jar. It's not like done like my kid made it with some like piece of paper and red marker and says tip or something. It just sits there. It's a cup and there's a couple bucks in it, or you could drop something in. And when someone's making me a drink, if I have ones, normally when I'm going to an event like that, you try to get a couple of ones knowing it's open bar, and you'll tip as you go. Now, if they had paid this person 20% on top of whatever fee there is to have a bartender, I could understand some annoyance to say, "Hey, buddy, I already gave you 20%.
Yeah, come on.
I don't need you now asking my guests for tips while you're making them their drinks. The whole reason I'm paying you good money and tipping you is so that they're not bothered." That's not what happened here at all. So I am team bartender here.
So the only question I have is, was this understood beforehand? Because if we get to the night of and the wedding planner or the bride or somebody
show starring Riz Ahmed,
yeah, and John Turturro with like weird feet, if someone's coming up and yelling at you, thank you. If someone's coming up and yelling at you, "No tip jars," and it wasn't previously discussed, I don't love that. But to me, if it's a condition of, "Hey, if you'd like to do the wedding, we don't want that at our wedding for whatever reason," right? Then you got your choice to, "Well, I don't want to work it," right? But you see what I'm saying? Like,
yes.
If that's a condition up front, to me, what I don't like is the audible. I don't like I usually have this. Is that a problem? Nobody thought about it. And you come running up saying that I'm ruining your wedding.
Yeah.
You got to put that away. It's like, well, we didn't talk about that.
So my guess
right?
is, I don't know. It doesn't say it in the story. I would imagine this is something that was not discussed beforehand, right? And that this person works these weddings. She says she's hired by the venue, really doesn't deal with the bride and groom much. It's not like they hire her or have anything to do with her.
They contract with the venue, and the venue has their own.
So then Danny Houtier is the groom at the wedding, and he sees this tip jar on the counter, and he's going, I'm paying $80,000 for this wedding.
Right.
Whatever, out the door, and a lot of money for this venue.
Yeah, our guests have come a long way, spent a lot of money themselves.
I don't need this tacky jar asking for $5. But if you were to pick a side, I'm team bartender here. I got no problem with the tip jar. Where's Danny Rouillet?
If I have to, I guess I'd be team couple. But not
would be?
Yeah, because again, it's your it's how you want it, man. It's like your special thing. It's like you do this in theory. You do it once. It's like there's the one time it's your wedding.
But this is not a vendor you contracted. That doesn't matter at all?
Right. That's why I would say it's not something I'd
let's
go
say
to the mat for.
You didn't negotiate it beforehand in any way. You went to them and they said, we've got a bartender who will be available. She's going to make great drinks, whatever. And you're like, excellent. The tip thing doesn't come up, and then you see it. You're probably not going out of your way to tell her to remove the tip.
No,
jar.
I'm not going to cause a scene at my wedding or whatever.
Would you say anything?
I would. So what we did, we had and here's why I bring this up. We had a day of wedding planner person as opposed to like a full wedding planner.
Sure.
It was cheaper. And I would say to the day of wedding planner, hey, I don't love that. Is there a way to do something about that? I don't want my guests to feel who've come all this way and spent all this money at one of these expensive hotels where we got folks staying and this, that, and the other. I don't want that out of control. Maybe we can do something to make her whole on the back end. Maybe we can offer a couple $100 to make it more worth her while. But I don't love that tip jar out there. I might have done something to that effect. And if the answer was no, then so be it. That's the thing that you'll notice that no one else will care about at your wedding because you were so intimately involved in planning every detail of it.
How many
you
people
see things
that go up to the bar are bothered by a tip jar, by the way?
Again, not that many.
Don't you agree with me? It's furniture in the room. It's ubiquitous at almost every counter you go up to order ever. It's just that I go up to Five Guys and it's just sitting
It's
right
just there.
there. It's
Yeah.
just a tip jar.
I mean, so to everybody else who goes to a wedding, the stupid chicken dance or what's not this time, those stupid songs that suck so much, the choreographed dances, it's just what you do. To me, it's like nails on a chalkboard. I have hatred. Don't play that at my thing. So my point is, I've got things that I want or don't want at my day or like my bride and I's day, at our special thing. And so it may seem weird and quirky to those on the outside, but it's their deal, right? So I'm with you. I mean, I'm not offended by the tip jar. It wouldn't bother me at all. I would just either tip or not tip, and I'll be fine. But if it really bothered them, I have some empathy there. Not much.
Beltway Blitz comes your way next. Want to talk Commanders running backs this hour. You're listening to The Fan.
Brought to you by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Terry McLaurin on the field this morning, kind of for the Commanders. Wasn't actually part of that scrimmage. They had the burgundy and gold scrimmage, but he was seen talking to GM Adam Peters on the sideline. So, a little progress maybe there in case you're wondering. Gold, they actually wore white, though, with the number one defense. That's how they were kind of built. 114-0 over Jaden Daniels and the number one offense, the burgundy team, in 2 quarters. Ja'Cory Crosskey-Merritt also didn't participate in the scrimmage. Did have a shoulder issue from the preseason opener, just a precaution according to the team. The Nats had their 2-game win streak snapped last night in Kansas City, back out there again tonight. Mitchell Parker taking that 5.43 ERA to the mound against the Royals' Michael Wacha. Coverage starts at 7:10, first pitch 7:40 here on the Fan. The Packers announced Jordan Love is going to undergo a procedure to correct a thumb injury in his non-throwing hand. It's a ligament issue, they say. They're hoping he's back with the team in about a week or so at practice. Bills running back James Cook also back at practice after a week-long hold-in. The NBA trickling out a little bit of their schedule day after day here. We now know the debut of Cooper Flagg, Mavs, Spurs, and Victor Wembanyama, October 22nd. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Nick Ashew on The Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Our coverage of the DC sports landscape today on The Fan's presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. I think Paramount Plus also has the show that you love with Kevin Costner.
Oh, yeah.
What is that? 1787, 1426?
Well, it's got the different years, but it's all in the Yellowstone universe. Yellowstone is silly.
I got into Yellowstone big time. Like, watched the first 2 or 3 episodes. I had like a free week trial or whatever was locked in. I need to get back to it. It's one of those things where I fell off the wagon, didn't hop right back on the wagon.
Well, now it's football season, so don't order it now, but you'll get to it.
Now's not quite the time. Let's get to your Beltway Blitz. We'll get you to Mark Zuckerman of Masson Sports, but we'll start on the gridiron. Mitch Tishler of Monumental Sports to get things going. Mitch was out at today's festivities. The Commanders with a scrimmage in Ashburn. Mitch, the offense, my goodness, they had a rough day against the first-team defense.
They did, but a lot of things in life, when one side is good, the other side is bad, and I choose to look at it as a glass half full. The defense looked really good today. Clearly, part of that is Terry McLaurin and Noah Brown not being out there, but the defensive line really got after the quarterback today. And I think, some of the offensive struggles we have to take into account, that Jaden Daniels isn't rushing out of the pocket. He's not, breaking outside, contain, and making plays with his arms and legs. He had one run today that was pretty good, but I think you're seeing a quarterback who's working on being more comfortable in the pocket, more comfortable working through his progressions. And we know the athleticism that he has, and, doesn't have to show it in training camp for us to believe that come September 7th, he's going to be ready to go with it.
Do they have enough weaponry on offense with or without Terry McLaurin?
I mean, with Terry, absolutely, yes. Without Terry, I think it brings a lot of questions into play. I mean, we're less than a month from the first preseason game, from the first regular season game, and we haven't seen Noah Brown go through multiple practices in a row. And I think that has to start being concerning at some point. And maybe he's on the same program as Terry, where you can roll him in, 10 days before the start of the season, and he'll be ready to go. But the biggest concern with Terry not being there right now is kind of the domino effect across the rest of the wide receivers. You're forcing Luke McCaffrey and Jalen Lane to line up on the outside and try and win in those situations. And quite frankly, both of those guys, at least at this point in their careers, are more suited to the slot position. And I think, Debo Samuel teams aren't rolling coverages towards Debo right now in training camp. The team's not practicing doing that sort of thing. So you're getting kind of straight up coverage across the board. Now, when we get to the regular season, if we're still in the same scenario, I think you're going to see teams do to Debo what they've done to Terry in the past. And maybe Jalen Lane and his speed and quickness, will work a little better, not having to deal with both safety and corner at the same time. But, this offense, I think, looks dramatically different if Terry McLaurin isn't in it. And I think, it's going to put that much more pressure on Cliff Kingsbury to scheme up some stuff. And ultimately, I think it puts more pressure on the run game as well, because teams aren't scared about that over-the-top receiver, because there's not really a guy out there that's proven that they can stretch a field vertically.
Mitch Tishler, Monumental Sports on Grant and Danny. Mitch, you've been very candid about being frustrated with the McLaurin situation and kind of how we got here. It's now August 12th. He was down on the practice field for the first time today, standing on the sideline in a hoodie, watching. I mean, do you feel like that in any way is a positive sign?
Not really. It was certainly nice to see him and Adam Peters talk. It's good to know that they can be cordial with each other. I think him being on the sideline today is a function of the first time that they've had a practice without fans since Terry McLaurin left his holdout to hold in. You hear the players and the coaches talk about it. They understand the business. They talk about it. He's in meetings. He's working out with them. He's doing side work, all the different things. If there's 5,000 fans there and Terry McLaurin walks out during practice, it's going to be a distraction. And I give Terry credit for not creating the rest of his teammates. Today, I think, the combination of this burgundy and gold scrimmage with, kind of juices being amped up a little bit, probably Terry wanted to go out there and watch it. But I think mostly it's because fans weren't there. And I think as we move forward between, now and the start of the season, or now and whenever Terry figures out what's happening with him, I imagine we'll see him on the sidelines, taking it in, watching what's happening, and kind of being up close and personal with it all.
So, Mitch, here's where I'm at. I am not angry at Terry McLaurin at all. I want to be very clear about that. I have no ill will. I get it. Get what you can get. It's a limited window type deal. But I'm now starting to look at my watch where I go, okay, enough's enough. We got to do this season, right? And if something happens where he's, not in game shape and doesn't have the reps and there's a soft tissue injury and this year kind of gets derailed because he didn't report and show up and do the football, I understand you're disgruntled and not thrilled about your contract. I have empathy for that, but you also kind of owe everybody a season at some point, right? So I guess what I'm saying is I'm now approaching that time where I almost like would talk to my kids and go, you've said your piece, now it's time to brush your teeth. You see what I'm saying? Like, is there a time like that for you where you kind of would go, okay, Terry, you made your point, now you got to show up and play football? Does that ever come across for you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we hear players talk about it all the time. There's a difference between football shape and just being in good shape. And part of it is the stresses of, running plays, quick cuts, all the different things that you do on a football field. You can practice all that, but when it becomes a dynamic thing and someone's forcing you to do it, when not at your will, certainly those soft tissue injuries and whatnot become an issue. And, I think we're starting to get close to that time. It's a delicate balance because you look at, Rashawn Slater's the tackle out in L.A. for the Chargers.
Mm-hmm.
He signed a 4-year, $100+ million deal. 3 days later, blew out his patella tendon. If he didn't sign that deal before blowing out his patella tendon, when he comes back from that injury next year, you better believe the team would have used that injury against him in terms of money that he's owed. So I understand from Terry's side not wanting to risk that side of things.
Right.
But we're also in a situation where he's got to go out and play well to earn, if they decide to play super hardball with him and not give him any sort of extension, he's got to go out and play well if he wants to earn a contract next offseason. So it's a delicate balance. I mean, the good side of it is that Terry has proven to be a very durable player, and he and Jaden clearly already have a good connection. He's in the meetings. He's hanging out with the guys. They still have that rapport. But, yeah, at some point soon, I'd say in the next 10 to 15 days or so, it would feel super late if it's any time after that for him to get back out on the practice field.
Yeah, 10 to 15 would be worrying me. Mitch, thank you, buddy. Appreciate you.
Thanks so much, guys.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, you got it. Check them out. Monumental Sports. Let's keep the Blitz moving. Go around the NFL in studio here, Danny. Najee Harris, the running back now with the Chargers, longtime former Steeler. He had the eye injury with a 4th of July incident with fireworks, which is scary. There was a picture that was published of him in his helmet where it looked like his eye was not completely open, led to a lot of people speculating. Daniel Popper, who covers the team for The Athletic, did say he was jogging again today. This has actually been a really slow build back up for him.
Anytime you think, oh, okay, that's a bummer, or it'll heal. It's a freak injury. It's nothing. Sometimes you realize how serious those sorts of things are, right? Where you're not capable of doing all the things just yet, and it is a slow build. So obviously, it was more serious maybe than I initially let on. That's an interesting backfield there too. By the way, they drafted Amarion Hampton late in the first round. The Chargers did.
He's going to be a stud,
and that's a guy that the fantasy owners are excited about certainly. And Harris is one of those dudes that we've kind of seen it from Pittsburgh. So it's one of those post-hype situations where everybody's kind of bored and not that excited about him. They're more excited about the new guy. But he could have a role there. I mean, think about their backfield last year with a couple of cast-offs that ran the ball really effectively for Harbaugh.
Cleveland Browns camp Dylan Gabriel, according to the Athletics' Zach Jackson, is being outplayed throughout training camp by Shedeur Sanders. He still remains number 3 on the depth chart with Shedeur listed 4th. Looking at some of what was written about their most recent practice, Gabriel missed the first preseason game with a hamstring injury, returned to 11 on 11 work today. Sanders is the only one of the primary 4 quarterbacks yet to take any snaps with the first-team offense. I think that could change here soon. If he has another good showing in their preseason game 2 coming up, I think you probably have to start letting Shedeur Sanders get some of those looks. I was listening to what Zach Jackson actually said recently on the Athletics football show, and he pointed out that from a physical standpoint, like watching Shedeur and Gabriel next to each other, there's no contest, right? Just physical traits, attributes. You think about it like baseball tools, as we call them, arm strength or athleticism or mobility or whatever. Shedeur by a mile over Dylan Gabriel. Now, there's more to the quarterback position than that, clearly, and one of the reasons that Shedeur fell to the 5th round had nothing to do with physical talent. It was kind of all of the other stuff that comes along, baggage, if you want to call it that, with, every time he does anything, it's the biggest deal in the world, positively, negatively. He's a little bit of a distraction, not even his own doing. And then there is some of the maturity questions and how he handled the pre-draft process. But if he keeps out playing Dylan Gabriel, nothing else should matter. He should just get more reps.
That's my view on it. I mean, listen, it's a dubious honor with that group because it's a hodgepodge, a mismatch of leftovers, cast-offs, and ne'er-do-wells. But Sanders is the most talented quarterback there. I don't think that's a hot take when you're talking ancient Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett on team number 2, Dylan Gabriel, who transferred 3 different times from colleges, not a ton of arm strength, is more of one of those, limited check down type passers, I think, at his best. And you can run an offense, maybe, and guys can carve out nice careers there. But Sanders is the most talented guy, and he's got to climb over a number of bodies, but I expect that to happen at some point.
Let's go to Dateline Bears camp here. A stock report that was done by athletic writer Kevin Fishman, who covers the team. And Kevin Fishman said that the stock is up on Montez Sweat, former friend, also Jaquan Brisker. But how about on the passing game stock being down? He said that Caleb Williams has, quote, been not consistent enough in training camp. His accuracy has not been there like it was even last summer. Now, he's getting a lot thrown at him from Ben Johnson. Yeah. They're loading him up with the entire playbook right away. This is becoming one of the bigger stories of camp because we didn't see him in their preseason game. The tune-up with the Dolphins, they sat him. But the reports are not great out of Bears camp on Caleb Williams right now. I think it's going to take some time because this is a pretty complicated offense. And again, they're giving him every page and loading him up right now to dissect. But you'd like to just be hearing things like, Caleb Williams looks comfortable. He looks good. And that is not the story.
No, this should have happened last year. You know what I mean? Like when you do last year's dance with coaches that can, if your coach can be fired if it doesn't go well, that's not the time to draft a quarterback. It's paired wrong. It's a big waste. So Williams goes far enough down one road. They try to make something work that was low ceiling and limited. This is the kind of thing that should have been going on last year, where his rookie adjustments. You're almost doing rookie year right now all over again in year number 2, and you're kind of setting him back.
Last one, more quarterback news. Matthew Stafford with his back injury, not practicing again today. Remember, over the weekend, Sean McVay said he would be back on the practice field Monday. Mm-hmm. That did not happen. Now, he did not practice today either. So this is becoming a developing situation in L.A. Still not concerned, at least publicly, from McVay that Stafford's not going to be ready to go or that they're pushing back his timeline or anything. But when you come out and say that the guy who hasn't been practicing because he's got a back, whose body breaks down on him frequently, will be on the field finally, and then 2 days later he's still not on the field, there's going to be questions. McVay did say they're monitoring it. He says it's flexible and fluid as a situation right now on Stafford's back. So not ideal for the Rams, a team that thinks that they could make a playoff run. Let's keep the Beltway Blitz moving and talk baseball. Zuckerman of MASNsports.com. Mark, the Nats play and lose in Kansas City last night, but the big story was Cade Cavalli's second start. What did we think?
I thought it was fine. It wasn't as electric as his return was last week, but that was kind of like everything fell into place. And he admitted the stuff wasn't as sharp this time, but I actually thought what impressed me was that he was able to be effective even without the swing and miss stuff. I think he only had like 7 swings and misses. The 6th inning home run by Sal Perez that kind of spoiled it somewhat. It would have been 2 runs instead it turns into 4. But it wasn't a terrible pitch. It's down and in, and a guy who might be a Hall of Famer someday went down and got it and drove it out. So I actually think Cavalli was fairly encouraged by it. I think the Nationals should be encouraged by it. And to me, it's just nice that after all this time, we're not just talking about, well, when's he going to pitch for them and, when's he going to be healthy. He's a big league pitcher now, and he's going to pitch every 5th day for them. And that in itself, to me, is maybe the most encouraging part of it all.
No, I'm with you on that. What are kind of metrics for success for him the rest of the way? I mean, to me, my bar is so low. I'm not concerned about results at all. Can we make it through September and have a healthy, normal offseason to kind of build up and have them be part of the major league rotation? That's kind of where I'm at. Where are you at? Maybe where's the team at?
Well, I do want to see some success.
Well, sure.
I think the team does too. Yes, health is number one. Can he pitch every 5th day and get through that? But, we're now going to finally find out, how does this stuff play against big league hitters? And so far, pretty good. Now, the next test is a big one because he's going to face the Phillies next time out. So you're not facing the A's, you're not facing the Royals. You're going to get Schwarber and Harper and Turner and the rest of them. So that, I'm very interested to see how it goes with that. But it seems like physically he's in a good place right now. I don't think, as far as I know, that they're going to have to talk about shutting him down at the end of the year. I think he's good to go the rest of the way. And, the pitch count has been up in the 80s. I think they can push him beyond that as well. It would be really nice if at the end of this year you could look at this and say, Mackenzie Gore and Cade Cavalli, that's your 1-2 going into next season. That would boost a lot of spirits, I think.
Not to fuel this bus again, but I still think there's a chance, depending on what they do this offseason, they could trade Gore. Thought on that, in terms of the offseason. But then also, what would the rest of the rotation look like? They've got a lot of guys like Josiah Gray and DJ Hurst coming back from injury. I know Hurst will be a little further behind. What would that look like for you going into next year as a group of 5 right now?
Yeah, first of all, sure, they absolutely could look at the Gore situation again this winter. And it really boils down to who is the GM permanently and what is the vision, not just in the short term, but the long term. But they don't have a lot of obvious, sure thing pitching depth. So let's presume that they keep Gore. You got Gore and Cavalli. What Brad Lord has done has really stood out. I know he's still got to finish out the year, but if he keeps on this path, he's definitely a part of the mix. I would love to see Josiah Gray in the big leagues before the end of the season. He has not faced live hitters yet down in Florida. They're taking it very slow. We're getting close to that point where it's either going to have to happen soon or it's going to be tough to see him making it back this year. That doesn't mean he won't be a part of it coming into next spring and next season, but I would love to see a little evidence at least of him back here. And then you're talking about, less sure things like Mitchell Parker, DJ Hurst eventually, someone else coming out of the system. So that to me is why, if you have any visions at all of trying to be a competitive team next year, you'd think that Mackenzie Gore has to be a part of it. I understand why GM might think, hey, let's see what we could get for him. Maybe we do have to think longer term than that. But if you could start with a Gore, Cavalli, Lord, and Gray, that's a pretty good starting point given how weak it has seemed for the better part of this season.
James Wood looks like he's coming out of it, business picking up for him. During that slump and that scuffle, what were you seeing and kind of what's the difference?
He definitely looks like himself again, and I think the biggest thing is he's staying closed, his shoulder, his hip. He's driving the ball the opposite field, even against lefties. That's what he did so well, of course. for the first month of the season, and he looks like that again. Now, he's still chasing a little bit. Last night, he didn't strike out. That's great. First time he hasn't done that in a while. What happened during that stretch, he's not getting fastballs to hit, and he is chasing breaking balls and off-speed stuff down and away and flying open with his front shoulder, all that stuff that everybody goes through at some point. This was the first time for him. This trip so far, the 4 games so far on the trip, he's looked much more like himself. I think he's going to be all right. And hitting leadoff, as it did for Schwarber years ago, maybe there's something to that. It helps take some pressure off, and he's looked really good since he's gone up to the top of the order.
Mark Zuckerman, MassonSports.com. Go check him out there. Thank you, Mark. We appreciate you.
You got it. Thanks, guys.
That there is your Beltway Blitz. Next, I want to get into the Commanders running back room. As I was watching their scrimmage today in Ashburn, it dawned on me that even though they may not have a star running back, they've got a lot of talent in that room, and they're going to cut a couple players that will get carries on other teams this season. That's next on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here from my friends and my realtors. That's Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team. They are the go-to experts when it comes to getting homes sold, especially those tough-to-sell, expired listings that other agents just couldn't figure out. I will tell you firsthand, they sold my place. We got more money than I thought was possible. The whole thing was done in a weekend, and it was all cash. It could not have been an easier process. They know what to do and how to do it to get you the most money quickly. That's the whole point, right? They're not just going to put your home on the MLS and cross their fingers. No siree, Bob. They're being an aggressive, proven marketing strategy that targets the right buyers to get your home sold. And here's the game-changing guarantee. If for some reason your home doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price you agree on. That is their guarantee. It's incredible. The point is, your home is getting sold, and for the money that's just right for you. Call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team now to find out more about their guarantee at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or go to DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. Let's be honest. Hold-ins will continue to be a part of the game this time of year in the NFL. Terry McLaurin continues his, but he was seen on the sidelines this morning during the team scrimmage talking to GM Adam Peters. We're going to go ahead and let the lip readers figure out exactly what was said in that video. Bills running back James Cook back at practice. He had a week-long hold-in. Cam Hayward also in the middle of one for the Steelers. He's talking about missing the regular season now. The Nats are back out there tonight in Kansas City. Coverage starts at 7:10. First pitch 7:40 on the Fan. And the NBA, we know the regular season opens October 21st. More key games out, though. Cooper Flagg's debut against Wemby and the Spurs, October 22nd. There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to beat the heat. Surfside's only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Look for the can with the sunset stripes. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Nick Ashew on The Fan.
We're Grant and Danny. We are brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad.
Exclusively sponsored by that law firm. Estate planning, elder law, I'm sure. Elder law, real
Big
estate.
elder lure guy.
Elder law. Do you know about this? Elder law. Real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. They now do elder law, which is a big deal.
They've added that to their portfolio.
A lot of people say elder law. Not me. Not when I'm doing the read. Elder law.
There's a lot of positions where the Commanders are going to end up cutting a player that's going to end up playing in the NFL for somebody else this year, which has not been the case in a long time. That is evidence of the fact that they are better, I think, number one. But number two, that they have a old team, honestly. I mean, you look at wide receiver, they're going to cut names. Like Michael Gallup, KJ Osborne, Chris Moore, a couple of maybe those guys are going to be available and probably get signed by someone and kick around on a practice squad, get a chance to catch a pass this year. There are other spots defensively. I was thinking about the defensive line. You know, if they keep 9 or 10, Armstrong, Payne, Kinlaw, Miller, Wise, Goldman, Newton, Farrell, Baptiste, Day, Carl Davis, Jacob Martin, Jalen Holmes is at an awesome camp. Andre Jones, former 7th-round pick. Like, there's dudes here that get cut that are going to play somewhere else. I really believe that. The spot that I really had this epiphany watching practice about today was the running back room. Because everything's been about Ja'Cory Crosky-Merritt. This Bill Merritt breakout, everyone's, I don't even want to say overdoing, but correctly discussing that he looks the part, and now everybody saw it in the preseason. There's no secrets anymore, and you guys see what we see. It's the one cut, it's the up the field, it's the physical, violent running. He had probably 3 plays that particularly stood out to me against the Patriots where I go, you see? That's the thing. That's what everybody's been talking about. But let's say he's on the team and you can put that one in pen. Robinson, Eckler, Merritt, likely to keep at least 3. They could keep 4 backs. They're definitely not keeping 5. They have Chris Rodriguez on this roster right now. Got cut at the beginning of last year at the end of camp. Ended up running the football as effectively in the same role as Brian Robinson, basically. I don't think that, this is my little hot take, I don't think the gap or the difference between B-Rob and Rodriguez is that significant. But Rodriguez is probably not going to make the team. He's an NFL running back to me. Every time that guy plays, he goes out and averages 4.5, 5 yards a carry for a couple games at a time. Jeremy McNichols was on this team last year. He was good. He was actually helpful. He caught passes. He ran the football effectively. Go back to the Cardinals game. I think he scored a couple touchdowns when they hung 40 on Arizona. Like, there were games where Jeremy McNichols was not just an NFL running back, a solid NFL running back. He's not going to be on this team, maybe. Demetric Felton got carries dating back to 2022 in the NFL with the Cleveland Browns. That guy's been on fantasy rosters before. He was like a flavor of the month in the past. You saw the preseason game against New England. He looked pretty good. He hit 42 yards, averaged 6 a carry. Today, they didn't give out an MVP award. That would have been really wacky in their little scrimmage. Demetric Felton was the most effective player. Like, from a stat line, if you could look at a box score, nobody had a better statistical game than he did. He had a touchdown run, ripped off 2 really impressive runs. He was probably the biggest offensive standout of anybody in that practice. And so my point is, at a position where they're likely to keep 3, maybe keep 4, Robinson, Eckler, Merritt, McNichols, Rodriguez, Felton. That's 6 guys. Half of them may not make it. At least 2 of them won't make it. I'm not even going to bring up Kaz Allen, who I think is super interesting and can catch the football and was a wide receiver return man in college who flashes occasionally at practice. But that's just one position group to point out. They've got a ton of talent, and they're going to end up cutting some decent players.
Yeah, I don't think there's a star there.
Definitely not.
You know what I mean? And that's kind of what we're always sort of looking for in Hunting's, that bell cow, that 250, 300 touch running back. I don't think that exists in here, but there's a lot of guys that are, I don't know how to say this better than that. It sounds disrespectful, but 5s out of 10 at the running back spot, but they get to that 5 in different ways, like different attributes, right? Like McNichols a little bit more pass catcher maybe than Rodriguez, who's more MJD kind of power
it's like
style.
saying they've got a rotation full of 4th and 5th starters.
Yeah, exactly.
But they've got 8 of those guys for 5 spots in baseball parlance.
Totally.
You know, they have 6 running backs for 3 or 4 spots. Yeah, maybe it's all 3rd and 4th starters, but they actually have some decent depth of guys that are somewhat redundant or comparable.
No, but there is depth there, kind of to your point, right? So you can do a hot hand bit. I mean, there are times where, again, I always point to that Atlanta game where Rodriguez ran the ball the best of any running back that was on the field that day. There were games where McNichols that had that title, certainly, right? So it is going to be fascinating. But the question then becomes, who can you get to the practice squad, right? If there's an issue there, if there's a potential. Like, are you terrified of losing Kaz Allen? No. Probably, right? I mean, if anybody
Definitely not.
Somebody poaches Kaz Allen from you, fare thee well, I'll help you pack your bag. Somebody steals Demetric Felton from you because they're desperate. You know, I wonder how much better these guys are than the other 6 or 7 running backs that are in Name That City now.
I don't know. Well, those 2 guys specifically, I don't think they are at all. Like, you could get Felton to your practice squad. Do I think that there's 20 Chris Rodriguez's necessarily being cut? I don't. Like, again, maybe I'm higher on him than most, but I've got...
Every time we've seen him, he's done well.
I was going to say, I've got I'm not going to say tape on my side, but I've got performance on my side. When he plays, he produces. I mean, how big is the gap between Brian Robinson and Chris Rodriguez? I posed this to someone out there with the team, and basically what came back to me was Robinson is more of, gives you more of a chance to actually be a bit of a horse. Like, he could take on the workload. I just think that you've seen him do it. That's the difference. How do you know Chris Rodriguez couldn't be that guy? I don't remember if it was the Giants game. Last year, he had like a 17-carry game, if I remember, didn't he? Where he toted the mail a little bit at one point last year. Maybe I'm making that up. I'd have to look. But for some reason, that sticks out in my head.
Tennessee game where they were blowing them out and everyone ran for 1 million yards, 13.
Okay.
There's an 11-carry game against the Giants, 11 for 52.
So 11.
Yeah, when nobody was doing anything on the ground that game except for him.
By the way, that's a second half. That's like a half of football.
Right.
So that's like a 20, 22 carry, whatever it is, like pace that he's on. Who's to say he couldn't go out and be B-Rob and go 15 for 75 or something? Now, I'm not saying that Robinson's not going to start. He's going to. They've had the chance back-to-back off seasons as a staff to go in a different direction. They have not. My point is just they'll cut Rodriguez, and he is the kind of guy to me that is not that different from your actual starter.
Well, when you say the gap isn't that big, has Robinson improved? Oh, thank you. Listen, I'm over it. I'm ready for something else. So if you want to power back, I'll do Chris Rodriguez. Again, Robinson's got a role in my team.
Would you actually consider, in a world where you're keeping 4, well, how do I want to say that? Okay. Would you consider Robinson out, Rodriguez in?
No, because he's a 3rd-round draft pick, and there's no financial incentive to do that. Like, I'm keeping him because the difference really, and I'm stick aside, isn't really that big between the 2 guys.
Correct.
I can afford to tinker around with Rodriguez to practice squad and that sort of stuff. But to me, I'm over and out on the Brian Robinson era. Love that dude. Really impressive guy. Again, what he's gone through, that's a separate issue for me from the football part of it. I have no interest in the football part of it. Other than I got a 4th and 1, I'll trot him out there and ram him into the line of scrimmage a couple different times, but he is not leading my team in carries by a long shot. But they seem to want to do that.
Yeah, I just feel like by now we kind of have the information we need. The tragic, awful situation that unfolded in his rookie year where he got shot in the leg.
Shot in the knee.
Going to pick up food in D.C. back in the summer of 2022 is not lost on me. And what I mean by that is, like, he comes back 4 games into the season, comes out of the tunnel like 50 Cent playing.
Unbelievable,
it was crazy, right? He walks out, and it was an awesome scene. I still remember the smoke and the song and the edits that were all over social media, and he ended up averaging 3.9 a pop. Now, every year it's gotten a little bit better. And a Brian Robinson truther or some defender of his could say, well, every year his average has gone up to 3.9 to 4.1 to 4.3. It was a 4.0 yard per carry average for 2 seasons. It's currently 4.1 through 3 now years and 570 attempts. I know what I got here.
Yeah.
It's a singles hitter.
It was the worst on the team last year for anybody that carried it more than a couple times.
Yeah, Eckler averaged more. Rodriguez averaged more. Correct. But it's singles with the occasional double. I'm looking for a gap-to-gap doubles hitter who could hit the ball over the fence. I think Merritt could be that guy. So he's going to play a lot for me pretty early on. I'm going to spend the rest of the preseason finding out, can he pass pro?
Yep.
Is he good in these other areas? I should point out, I don't think this should alarm anybody, but I'm just throwing out there what I learned today. He did not play at all in this scrimmage, this burgundy versus gold scrimmage today. And I grabbed him after practice real quick and just asked him about it. And he's dealing with a little bit of a sore shoulder or something. I don't think it's anything, but it was one of those, like, why are we pushing him? We got 9 days between the 2 games, and they kind of held him out. That having been said, that Bengals game, he's going to work with the ones for me.
Well, yeah. Well, here's why that matters is because what you're thinking about is what they're thinking about. Going, what about week 14, 15, 16, and this long grind? Can he sustain that? Can he play for us and be a bell cow or be a guy that we can give 10, 12, 15 touches to? Maybe the answer is no if that's what happens after one start. Again, you're not holding it against him because you're trying to think long term, but they're trying to prognosticate not just who's good against the Giants in week 1, but when we're keeping people around, who can still help us kind of as the season grinds on and the hits pile up.
I think they'll keep 4, and McNichols might be in as like a return man, special
Teams guy, yeah.
Especially if he can cover. And I haven't watched close enough. I'll have to maybe monitor that. But if he could prove like willingness to get down there and make a tackle on teams, maybe he saves his bacon and he makes the team that way, because he's one of these guys that he's beloved in the locker room.
Mm-hmm.
Like what the players would call, he's a dog. You know, he's just one of those dudes. He won on your side, send him out into the alley with you to go fight everybody. And so players will be rooting for him to make the squad. But I know Robinson and Eckler are in. I'd assume Merritt's going to be in. And that might be a position where, especially with practice squad, whether it's Rodriguez you could get through. I'm not convinced or sold, but maybe you could. It's been forever since they've had anybody claimed. I always just defer to the possibility that you can get a guy through. Like Rodriguez, Felton, Kaz Allen, McNichols, 2 of those guys could be on your practice squad. And then they're still on your roster. It doesn't matter if they're on the active roster or not. So I probably would try to save a spot somewhere else and just keep 3. Especially because Robinson and Eckler are so different and do different things.
Totally. And they're thunder and lightning, whatever you want to call it. They're yin and yang. They're opposite players.
And Debo
it's going to be such
gives you like a little bit of like, I could line him up and give him a carry in an emergency. Same thing with the Jalen Lane
here and there.
So I don't know that you need to like, if you're worried about what if 2 guys go down, well, you still have somebody, let's say Merritt, the 3rd guy, to be that guy, and then you still have someone else who can take carries from receiver.
Well, when you start doing the math on it, right, and some guys have already done some early roster prognostications, and you go, we'll keep 9 defensive linemen or maybe 10. Well, where are you going to cut? Like, where's that spot for you? And if you can get a guy or 2 to the practice squad that will come up, a la Chris Rodriguez last year, then maybe that's where you sacrifice a little bit.
Would you guys keep a 4th running back? And if so, who would be your leader in the clubhouse there? What would you like in that spot? Behind Robinson, Eckler, Merritt. Rodriguez, are you comfortable with him possibly not being back? Jeremy McNichols, who was very helpful last season. Did you see enough from Felton that he becomes interesting? 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
First and 10 from the 25. Sam Hartman. There's the give. Bill continues to churn up to the 34-yard line. That's a hard run by Bill Krosky-Merritt.
Ja'Cory Brooks, Commanders wide receiver, led the team in catches and yards in preseason game 1 against the Patriots. Will be on the show coming up at 5:45 today. You're listening to The Fan. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, who you just heard making a play, has been the talk of camp. It's got us thinking about the running back position. There's been so much dialogue on where he's going to fit on the depth chart. Can he take carries away from Brian Robinson early this season? My bigger picture point is just that they're pretty well off at running back. Would I like to have Ashton Genty? Of course. Would it be nice if Saquon Barkley was going to tote the mail and carry you? No kidding. Yes. But even though they've got a bunch of guys that are not stars and are just okay, basically, I do think they have more okay options than they've had in a while. Robinson, Eckler, Merritt, and then the depth guys who the margin in this league between cutting on the practice squad and getting 5 carries for 25 yards on a game day is pretty small. Like your Chris Rodriguez, Jeremy McNichols types played really well at times here last year. They probably won't be on the team. Demetric Felton has played in the league for the Cleveland Browns. He's probably not going to make the roster. He was the most impressive player on the field today at practice and had the best numbers in their preseason game. So it does feel like they've got some depth at running back. We want to know how you guys feel about the position. Pete's in Annapolis on G&D. What's up, Pete?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, man. If I in a world like I'm keeping 4 running backs, I gotta do Chris Rodriguez. I mean, I got B-Rob, I got Eckler, I got Krosky-Merritt for sure. And if we're doing 4 on the 53-man roster, I gotta do Chris Rodriguez. I mean, I just think like you guys have said, not to beat a dead horse, but like when he was given touches last year, you know, he makes them all count. You know, I mean, I was at some games last year where he did pretty well, and I think his style of play reminds me so much of like an Isaiah Pacheco, like such a hard, like aggressive runner.
Despite not being enormous,
yeah, exactly. Like for his size, like he's an animal. I just think that adds so much to and complements like our running back room.
Thanks, buddy.
I appreciate you. That touchdown he scored against Atlanta, I'm probably overstating it, but that little pitch to the left, to the short side of the field, he breaks a tackle, wiggles, makes another guy miss, and carries 2 dudes into the end zone. I'm going, Brian Robinson wouldn't do that, even though he's kind of the backup to Brian Robinson, if that makes sense. Like McNichols was Eckler's backup almost. I mean, not exactly 1-to-1, but that's kind of how it felt how they split those services. And when Rodriguez has gotten opportunities, it's never been extended huge run. I think his high last year was 13 carries and a blowout against Tennessee, where you and me ran for 100 yards. But generally, he's made the most of them. And what else are you supposed to do, right? Like, what else can you do other than when given opportunities, you perform well?
Yeah, if your job is to go into the game and perform, when that's all I've done in my career, don't I get something for that?
Mm-hmm.
He averages in his career basically 1 yard more per carry than Brian Robinson does. Now, it's very different. It's, 35, I guess it's 85 career runs for him. And B-Rob is over 500, right? It's a 6-to-1 or something ratio.
Right.
But my point is, one of those guys averages 4 yards per carry. The other averages 5 yards per carry. And by the way, a career average of 4.9 a pop ain't nothing. Like, that's a pretty impressive deal for Chris Rodriguez, who was a draft pick. He was a 6th-round pick who had a good college career in the SEC. It's not like he's some random dude from a directional college who no one had ever heard of who was a college free agent either. It's not like he doesn't have NFL size. Like, all the boxes get checked for him. Let's go to Mark, who's in Largo on Grant and Danny. What's up, Mark?
Hey, guys. How you doing, man? My four would be – what's up, Danny? My 4 would be McNichols, Eckler, Merritt, and Rodriguez. I would cut Brian Robinson. If this team has Super Bowl aspirations, you got to make Super Bowl decisions. And that means it's going to be tough decisions, but it needs to happen. Let's just get this out here. Brian Robinson may average 4.3 yards per carry, but he is below average as a running back. If you can't rush for 1,000 yards, you're not even average. Brian's got to go. I mean, I would try to work a trade to get him, move him on, but I don't see how he makes this team. I'm sorry, I don't.
Appreciate you, buddy. He's going to make the team. I'd be surprised if he didn't. So if he doesn't, call back and tell me I'm crazy. But it would be stunning if he didn't. He's their starter projected for week 1 as of right now. And he didn't play at all in the preseason game because they're resting him because they're getting ready for the regular season with him. The 1,000-yard thing, I think I get his point, which is to say, in today's NFL, 2-3 years ago, 1,000 yards was a huge deal. It was hard to get to. Last year, there were 15 or so backs that did it. I would say like 850 is now that mark, where if you're not there and you're a full-time starter who plays every week, like, are you even lifting, bro? Like, what are you doing? But I don't do the yards in a season thing because that's not really telling, because you don't know how many carries a guy got, what his opportunities were. Did he miss any time? Was he injured? Was he playing banged up? I do yards per attempt or just other metrics like, the rushing yards over expected in next-gen stats. How many guys does he make miss? How many tackles do you run through or avoid? And none of those metrics were particularly great, again, last season. So I'm not going to sit here and stand on the table for Brian Robinson, but when we start saying he's not going to make the team, I don't buy that. By the way, our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day is up on the 1067 The Fan Twitter account. Our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day: local, long distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades, best in class service and experience. We're asking you, how many backs do you think Washington keeps, 3 or 4? So far, first 50 or votes in, 70% of people think they keep 4 running backs. And with the competition at that position, that tends to make some sense. Next, Terry McLaurin, for the first time this month, came down to the field and watched from the sideline during practice, even had a conversation with Adam Peters. Does that mean anything? We're Grant and Danny.
Brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Got to at least see a little bit of Terry McLaurin on the field this morning, talking to GM Adam Peters. That's as far as that went. But, of course, that video is all over the place now. He wasn't part of the Burgundy and Gold scrimmage. In case you're wondering, the Gold did win that 14-0 over the Burgundy, even though the Gold was wearing white. Number one defense, though, essentially beat the number one offense for the team. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt also not part of that scrimmage, dealing with a shoulder injury from the preseason opener. Just a precaution, they're saying, though. The Nats' 2-game win streak done after last night's loss in Kansas City. They're back out there again tonight. Mitchell Parker's the starter up against the Royals' Michael Wacha. 7:10 is your coverage. 7:40 is your first pitch right here on the Fan. The Packers announced Jordan Love going to go a procedure to correct a thumb injury on his non-throwing hand. They're saying it's a ligament issue. They are hopeful, though, he should be back at practice in about a week or so. Bills running back James Cook back at practice after his week-long hold-in. He's in the last year of his deal in Buffalo. 16 rushing touchdowns last season, tied for the NFL lead, also had his second consecutive 1,000-yard rushing season for them. At Prince George's Community College, your military or federal work experience can count for college credit through their Prior Learning Assessment Network. Save time, save money, finish your mission, because at PGCC, your mission is their mission. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Nick Ashew on The Fan.
We'll take you up to 6:30 on Grant and Danny. Welcome back. You're listening to The Fan, brought to you today and every day by the law firm Condori and Murat. They're going to take care of the important paperwork you need to handle in your life. Set up a living trust or put together a medical power of attorney with them. Schedule a consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Terry McLaurin was at practice today. How big of a deal was him showing up on the sideline to watch his teammates work out? Hadn't happened yet. How big of a deal was him having a public conversation with Adam Peters in front of the media, which they had not done at any point during camp? That's the question. The way I want to phrase this, Danny, is thing or not a thing. We could also say progress or no progress. But do you think this is relevant to the larger conversation as to whether or not we're closing in on his return? Whether that means contract or just begrudgingly playing football again. And we'll open up the phones at 800-636-1067.
I think it's definitely a thing. I don't believe that details of the contract were being hammered out in that conversation. McLaurin in shorts and a hoodie. I don't think that it was the most intimate details of the grievance or what's going on or what's not going on. But it is, to me, evidence that this has not gotten into the deep-seated, I can't even be in the same room with you, I hate your guts so much, personal animus that you're seeing around the league. Now, maybe those are for show and it's part of negotiating as well, and it all gets fixed with an extra comma or some more guaranteed money. But this one looks like, to me, this is a two-siloed thing. Silo number one, all the personal stuff, we treat people really well, we're kind to you, we'll make sure that your wife gets the good seat at the game, and if you got kids, they've got a good babysitter for you in the playroom, and you can come on the road, and this, that, and the other. We'll treat your family great. Everybody's awesome. We love you. We love each other. That's great. Perfect. Kumbaya. Brotherhood. Ding, ring the bell. That's one silo. That still exists. Silo number two, this is the business part of it. It's not going great, but it remains the business part of it. If that business spills over to such a high degree into the personal, it becomes toxic. You get a Trent Williams situation where he says, I'll never play here again. Bleep you, that's it. And you have to spin him for way less than market value. Then, yeah, but what that showed me was that we're not there. It showed me that this is the business part that still has to be worked out. That's not easy. That's not just flip a switch. It's not just everybody just, sits down and it's done in 10 seconds. But it told me that this has not gotten to the point that it's so toxic and personal that they can't even be in the same place. I think that was instructive.
Yeah, so I think we're pretty similarly viewing this, I would say. Thing or not a thing, I'm going to say this is a thing. Progress, no progress, I guess I'm going progress. Again, phone's open, 800-636-1067. But like you, I don't think actual progress is made on the contract, and that led to this. I don't think Buddy Baker and Adam Peters or Brendan Sosna, whoever's actually talking to Buddy Baker, had a breakthrough in a conversation where all of a sudden now they agree, okay, actually, let's talk about this AAV. Now we just got to hammer out some guaranteed money. And we're in a different place than we were a few weeks ago. And that's why McLaurin is now elevating what he's doing. So he was in the building, and now he is on the sideline, and soon he then will be on the field. Like, that's not what I think is happening at all. But having said that, seeing what I did today in Ashburn makes me more confident that he will be on the field against the New York Giants. Which feels like a big statement, I think.
Yeah.
Which,
given the trend line, sure, yeah.
But I think the fact that he went down there and is at practice and then is standing there talking to Adam Peters, maybe I'm overrating it, but it does give me more hope and more confidence that he will be on the team and on the field playing in week 1. He has the choice to stay in the building and to do his own thing. He didn't do that. There's this different kind of day happening on the field where they're having this scrimmage that they put together over the last couple of days, and everyone was very excited about, and the players were talking a lot of trash about. It's exciting. It's a fun practice, right? We're going to do a cool thing today. I'm the substitute teacher, and I'm going to be your play caller, right? I was on swim team as a kid. We would have these like wacky days normally, right after a meet or something, if we had a good, productive meet, where we would play water polo. I'm sure with your teams you did something like this where it was like a fun day.
Of course, yeah.
Right? That was today at Commander's practice. And Terry McLaurin wanted to be there. He thought it was cool and he wanted to watch it. He wanted to go see what it was like. He wanted to be around his teammates. I think that in and of itself is telling. He had not been there for the normal practices. The normal 11-on-11s don't get him out of his rocking chair to come over and check on what's going on in the other room. But he wanted to go down and see this scrimmage. So that tells me something. And then to stand there, knowing we're all there and taking pictures and videos and NBC4's cameras rolling, and to talk to Adam Peters is a choice. Everything that you do, like we're at a point where everything's going to be analyzed, overanalyzed.
Yeah.
That's a choice you make. I also think that just having that conversation rather than a quick nod and keeping it moving until I'm signed, it shows a respect. It shows a willingness to chat. Like, I hate when people compare themselves to football players or like the NFL or sports or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But like there could be a time, just as an example, like I don't have an agent that handles my stuff. When my contract's up, I talk to the people I need to here and we move on. But like I have seen even in radio where someone's at odds or wants a contract or wants to do something, and like the program director and the person on air, maybe they're not going to talk about it. Like, talk to my agent. I don't want to deal with you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, totally.
And that's not what Terry McLaurin's not going, hey, man, I don't want to be talking to you. Micah Parsons is doing that with Stephen Jones.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't trust him. He said it. Don't put me in that room. Don't close me behind some closed door and try to talk to me without my agent around. So, like, there is just a respect there still, a willingness even. I don't think they were talking numbers.
No.
But that still shows something. If you're still acting buddy-buddy and a normal relationship conversation is telling. So I guess to sum it up, what I would say is for Terry McLaurin to miss week 1 and to hold out in season, he needs to be more angry than is normal for a hold-in. There must be more vitriol and more venom toward the team than is common for a player doing what he's doing. Because they almost always play. They almost always cave. And nothing about today made me feel like there is more anger or more venom or more vitriol. And in fact, it's kind of the other way where I go, I've now seen him dapping up an owner. I've seen him talking to Adam Peters calmly. I've seen him giving hugs to the quarterback's mom. Not trying to overread into this, but it does not come off like someone to me who is demanding that he be traded. It does not come off like me, to me rather, like someone who is going up to Adam Peters and going, you're never going to see me on that field again, buddy. It's just not the vibe I get.
Right. So I put more stock in this than a lot of people did about the hold in versus the hold out. And here's why. He's not doing any football on-field activities. As my understanding, it means he is going to meetings. He is in rooms with his friends, his buddies, his guys that he's gone through all this stuff with. And as the business of the season draws closer and closer and guys are ramping up their preparation, that call is very powerful, right? And that's part of the secret sauce for teams here to kind of hold fast and know that your brotherhood is going through this and you're not. So at some point, and him going down there today to see it, because you could tell this is not just a Tuesday where you're practicing. This isn't just the millionth time where pads are popping and offensive linemen and defensive linemen are doing individual drills and the running backs are going through those little cones and ducking under the turnstiles and guys with big foam batons are trying to make them fumble. This is a special one. So you go down there for it because that pull is powerful. Well, if that's what happened or not, I don't know, but it's what it looks like. And then you mentioned all the other context clues, right? Of, hey, we're talking to Peters, but seeing Harris and not doing a, thanks, good to see you, bye, I'm walking by you. No, we're sitting in and chatting and talking to Jaden Daniels, his mom, etc. It looks like a colleague. It looks like a guy that's doing everything but practicing. It looks like someone that's about to start the business of football this year.
What do you think the conversation was like between Peters and McLaurin? How much of it was just two guys saying what's up and talking, and this was not a GM and a receiver in any way? Like, do you think there was even an acknowledgement of his situation?
No. Other than, I think Peters has too much EQ to make that kind of foot and mouth type mistake. It was probably, to me, if I had to guess, Peters going like, hey, man, with all this stuff going on, how are you? You know, like,
I think so, too.
This isn't a lot of fun for anybody. I get that, dude. Like, how are you? How is your wife taking it? Like, what is going on in your mind?
Because I 100% agree with you. I think that's what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
Aren't they having that conversation like 9 times by now? I mean, they're both in the building. I don't think Terry's walking to Adam's office to sit in a chair and hash out their feelings or anything. But there's zero chance they haven't seen each other in the cafeteria. I mean, it's not that big of a facility.
No.
There's zero chance they don't see each other in the hallway.
But I think there's a difference between that, where there's everybody around, that it can be collegial. Hey, man, how are you? What's up? What's up? And versus we're sitting there chatting away from everybody else.
But I think that, like, the chat they had today, I'm guessing is semi-common.
You think they've had it before?
Like, I think it's one of those where if you're Adam, again, both of these guys are mensches by all accounts, and, like, not only good dudes. I mean, Peters, the way he's handled players and called parents when they've been hurt and the little things that he does for the families. Like, I just think he is a people person, and he treats people the right way. So I don't think a week ago, if he would have walked past Terry in the hallway, they're not stopping. He's going, hey, T, how you feeling, man? Like, I understand we got work to do here. And we're not seeing eye to eye, but everybody good? How, he just got married.
Yeah.
Right? How's your wife? Like, what's it like being married? I think that was probably a lot more of the conversation today and every time they've talked. But, like, was the convo out there today new, or is it just the first time we saw it? I think it was just the first time we saw it.
Yeah.
I don't think any bread was broken or
ground was broken. Yeah.
I meant to say bread was broken in terms of, like, actually chopping it up, not like over dinner. But, yeah, but, like, same thing. I don't think they made any major leaps in terms of, he's like, hey, just so you know, we've been talking. And we're going to figure this out. Like, I don't think that was the conversation at all. Or certainly not. Some people were like, they got to be talking numbers. No, that's not how that works.
Not at all.
Like, it's not even a little bit how that works. Peters, as a GM, does deal with that, but Sosna's the guy that's handling it. And you talk to the agent. I mean, this is what got Jerry in trouble with Micah Parsons and his agency, right? So there's zero chance of that. But I'll bet you it was just more like, hey, man, I know this is taxing. Like, how you holding up? I also think it could have been a little bit about football shape. Like, hey, how close are you? Like, how do you feel? Could you run out here today with these guys if we got you back next week? Like, if I'm Adam Peters, I'm checking on that for sure. I'm trying to get intel on what kind of shape are you in. Is there any chance that he's even playing along with the foot injury thing?
No.
You don't think?
No.
Like, he's like, how's the foot or ankle?
That by the way, continues to be one of the weirdest things to me.
I completely agree. I actually said to a beat reporter today, the way they do the press conferences out there with Dan Quinn are a pain in the ass, if I'm being honest. And it's somebody's fault. Like, the PR staff's amazing. But it's hard to get a question in when you're on the side of the room that I sit on, where I sit. Because, like, they start the mic on the other side of the room, and everyone gets 2 questions. And by the time it ever gets to me, like, everyone's already asked questions. And half the time, I don't even go for that reason. But having said that, the playing along with Dan Quinn on this, like, hey, man, we're not going to miss anything. We're going to hit every benchmark with Terry McLaurin. Pretending like he's Sam Cosme and he's just coming back from some injury. Is that what you're referencing? Like, it is the weirdest, dumbest thing. It is time to start drilling down on that.
Yeah, somebody, I guess they agreed that this was the best way to do it so no one has to answer questions about it.
Who agreed?
The McLaurin's camp and I guess the team. Just because Dan Quinn's going to have to talk to the media, and so he doesn't have to answer questions
I don't even
about
think
the player.
You think I think Terry showed up and said, I'm hurt, because that way he doesn't have to get fined $50,000 a day, and the team basically
agreed to go along with it. Like you got to,
as opposed to what? I mean,
like the training,
he's not hurt, making it bad.
Yeah, I mean the training staff has work to do. So like he's going to go in there and they're like, okay, I'm going to put on the gel for your ultrasound now. Like there's nothing wrong with his ankle.
I don't know how much they're doing to that.
That's my point. Is like so there's nothing happening. Everyone knows there's nothing wrong with his ankle. So the team has to be going along with it in some way.
Well, no. The team is playing along at the podium.
Yeah,
for sure.
And that's what I mean. Like we're playing pretend. I can't believe we're playing pretend. Like that. I don't have any other. I don't know why. I don't know what the motivation is.
So I guess what I'm saying to that is, or my rebuttal is, I don't know that they have another choice. They could call him out and say he's not hurt. Well, how does that help anybody?
I guess that's kind of the point.
Now all of a sudden he's out of here and he'll never play for you again. I think he's saying he's hurt. What are you supposed to say? No, you're not. And then when we ask Dan Quinn about it, like he laughs it off and goes like, well, he's hurt. Like, no, you have to now, as long as he's telling you I'm not right, you're going to tell everyone he's not right. That's kind of was there a deal? I don't know. But I don't think that they have a choice. Now, there's going to be a time, though, where, okay, Terry, games are happening. You still hurt? Are you sure? But my guess is they just never do that. They high road it the entire way. Like week 1 against the Giants, he says, I'm not ready. My ankle still hurts. 4-week pup list. Dan says, yeah, he's a little bit behind schedule. He's, it's not quite right. He's still feeling something when he runs. Or I don't think you can go stick your neck out there and just say he's a liar and he's not hurt. And what is the benefit of that?
I guess my point. There's no upside. I think
seems, you're waging war with your franchise receiver.
It just seems crazy. I don't have another way to put it.
I agree with that because, as I said, I literally told one of the reporters today I was talking with, I said, when is it time to actually start like drilling down on this Dan Quinn thing a little bit, where he can't just keep getting away with, yeah, his ankle, man, he's working at it.
He's going to make every milestone. We're going to have him on it.
We all know
there are no milestones when your ankle's fine. You know what I mean? Like, but it's. I just think it's a way.
A game,
right?
It's like your buddy telling you like talking about this girl that he's dating when we all know they broke up a month ago. It's like, at what point do we call him on this?
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, we're supposed to talk again soon, and we'll see. And it's like, bro, my wife told me, she talked to her, like, you guys haven't been together for 6 weeks.
Yeah, she's coming over tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, but he just keeps going with it, and everyone's like, he gets asked a question or two, and then it's on to, how does Brennan Coleman look at left guard? I mean, it's just
So to me, there's just some sort of like, yeah, that's the best way to handle it, right? We'll just keep kind of playing this charade. But I'm with you at some point, like, hey, man, like, is there any progress on his non-existent ankle injury? And can we all just admit that this is not a thing? I don't know what you're supposed to do. This is such a weird situation in that way that everybody just seems to be on the same page of this is the best way to go about it. I don't know what I want exactly, other than everyone to stop lying.
Well, there's also, I think when you're this many years into the league, you're not ever 100%. So, like, I get that we can all acknowledge, like, the idea that he's got this injury. Not really. He's got an injury until he gets paid.
He's got a contract injury.
Right, exactly. His injury is contractitis, contract ankle. But is it true that, like, every now and then he might feel something in his ankle in the same way that you do when you get out of bed?
Yeah. I bet
so
you.
I'm hurt.
Yeah, I bet you he's sore.
In air quotes, every player every day is making the decision, am I going to push through? Oh, I felt something. So what? You know what I mean? Like, so you can't really tell guys they're not hurt. Like, teams are not in that business. That's not really what they do. When Malcolm Kelly is in the cold tub for 6 months in a row, you're just flying him to Lewis Anderson in Charlotte to get him looked at, to get the toe and the foot looked at over and over and over again. You can't really say, no, you're not. I mean, that's just not how injuries work at the professional level.
Actual injuries do work that way.
Yes, that's true.
Contract situations where we're pretending he has an ankle. I guess this is how this works. I'm learning this as we go. For the first time, I get when Josh Doctson's foot wasn't right, and they tested it a million different ways, and we're like, we can't figure out what's wrong. We'll just not have you play football. Okay, I get that.
But what do you think Dan Quinn should do?
I don't know, is my point.
I can tell you what he shouldn't do.
Right.
He should not tomorrow morning say, guys, just so you know, Terry's not hurt. He's just being a pain in the butt, and this is his way of negotiating. I don't know why he's like from Texas.
He's a Southern guy. Just loves football.
Yeah, he's Terry McLaurin guy, man. this guy's lying about this injury. Like, no.
That doesn't help anybody.
You just keep pretending. But I am just shocked that he's not being drilled on it a little bit more.
Is it a tendon? Is it a sprain? Is it a strain? Is it twisted? Is it bruised? It looks like there's no markings when he's wearing ankle socks out there on the field, walking fine. Can he run? Can he jump? Can he cut?
But if you're McLaurin, you had to come up with this to avoid the $50,000 fine every single day. And by the way, $800,000+. I think it's $811K for every preseason game missed. So he'd already be out $815,000 plus all the 50s that have added up. I mean, this would be almost a $2 million situation now.
So forgive my ignorance, but I thought you could hold in, simply say, I'm not going to practice till my contract is done, and just do that. I didn't know you had to pretend to be injured. That's I guess I'm learning that too in real time.
Well, I guess it is possible because Trey Hendrickson's holding in without an injury. I'd have to look into that, but I don't know why that would be allowed. If you're holding in and not practicing, why is that better than holding out? I don't understand.
Because you're attending meetings, you're going to everything
but
except
you're still
running.
not practicing.
Right.
I guess that's true because Trey Hendrickson's doing it. I'll have to look at it. But I know that this gives you no end date. Like in this case with McLaurin now, there's no guaranteed end time for this because the injury could just linger forever. Whereas if you're Trey Hendrickson and you're saying, I'm not going to play till I get a contract, eventually the games are starting and you either have a contract or you don't. And then they could actually come after you financially. But yeah, that's a good question. I'll look that up now. 800-636-1067 is the number. That's 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in. McLaurin was on the field today, not practicing.
Nope.
On the sideline watching practice for the first time. And he even had a conversation with Adam Peters. We're going to play a little thing or not a thing. Is this a good sign? Grant and Danny on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. Reynolds, a Power Home team of Keller Williams. They've been recognized as the number 8 mega team in the United States for total volume and number 9 for families served, according to the 2025 Real Trends plus Tom Ferry, The 1,000, as featured in the Wall Street Journal. They were ranked the number 1 team in the entire state of Virginia and in the D.C. metropolitan area alone. They have the honor of serving 653 families in 2024. I was one of the families they served. Would have been 2021 or 2022. I can't remember which. But the point is, they got a great deal for me and my family. We are in a home and a neighborhood that I love thanks to what they got me for my previous home. They're the go-to experts when it comes to getting homes sold, especially those tough-to-sell expired listings that other agents just couldn't quite figure out. Here's the game changer. If your home doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price agreeable to you. That is the guarantee. Call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team now to find out more about this guarantee at 844-654-SOLD or go to DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Whenever a star player is having a hold in or hold out, whatever, every little detail matters, right? Well, Terry McLaurin sort of back on the field for the Commanders today. They had their scrimmage. He was on the sidelines talking to GM Adam Peters. So if you're looking for a sign there at all, at least they're speaking. Bills running back James Cook also back at practice after a week-long hold in there. He's in the last year of his deal in Buffalo. Cam Hayward also in the middle of a hold-in with the Steelers. Now, he's talking about even missing some regular season games. That's not a good situation in Pittsburgh. Nats back out there again tonight in Kansas City. Coverage starts at 7:10, first pitch, 7:40 here on The Fan. The NBA announced that they're going to open their season October 21st. That was a while ago. They're trickling out more games day by day here. 4 games announced for MLK Day, plus Cooper Flagg's debut is going to be against Wemby and the Spurs October 22nd. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Nick Ashew on The Fan.
All right, so I just fired off an email to confirm with the league, but from what I've gathered, when you are holding in, the team has the ability possibly to negate the fines. So like the $50,000 per day for the holdout, the team cannot not make you pay that. That's changed most recently over these recent years.
Because for rookies, they can, I think, on your rookie deal, but then later you can't. That's now one of the changes.
McLaurin missed 8 practices holding out, and he actually held out for a couple days. So he had to pay the $150,000 for the 3 days or whatever he didn't show up for. But if it was 8, then that $400,000 used to be the team would get a deal done and they'd be like, oh, you're Terry. We love you now. Don't worry about it. Don't pay us the money. Now that's not a thing. He has to pay that money. But the hold in is up to the team's discretion, it sounds like. And also, rather than the hard and fast $50,000, it can be conduct detrimental. It can be, they fine you for missing practices at their discretion, essentially, is what I'm gathering. But I'm trying to confirm that with the league. But regardless, the question and the topic at hand now is, do we think that today was progress? Do we think that this means anything, thing or not a thing? McLaurin actually attending a practice on the sideline for the first time and having a conversation on the field with GM Adam Peters. Let's go to Bert in D.C. on The Fan. Hey, Bert.
Hey, I definitely think that it was a thing, but I think the part we're not looking at is the fact that this is Terry talking directly, not his agent talking. This whole thing is basically a mess because the agent decided to show up the organization at Eastern Motors. Terry could have had this whole thing backdoor, quiet as kept, and probably would have a deal. But you tried to show up the new regime because your agent told you it was a good idea. And now you're on the sideline going, what's going on, man? And your agent said, what? Well, let me tell you what's going on. That's why they're talking now. Terry knows he's got to play. He knows he's got to play. But now I got to get involved in this, supposed to let my agent handle it. Because this is not going where my agent told me it was going to go. My agent told me I would have a deal by now, go on to Eastern Motors, show them up, they got to pay, you're going to get it. And it's not working out. And now Terry's sitting there going, I need to take care of this myself.
So, Bert, I think it's a good phone call. Let me ask you this question, because he makes some good points. You say he shouldn't have done the Eastern Motors press conference.
You put the brand new regime with all of this good grace and all of this good energy that we got going on. You took your chance to throw mud in their face by saying all the negative things about them and to call Adam Peters out. They haven't talked to me. They're not doing this. He started throwing mud at the new regime.
So
now,
what
Adam
should
Peters
he have done,
like,
in your opinion? It's not like he did that the day after the season. They hadn't negotiated in a month plus. That's not ideal.
And they still haven't negotiated, which means you still had time to work on it. But you still had time to work on it.
Understood.
Look, I'm not happy.
But
I want this
here's
deal.
my question. Hold on. Here's my question. So when he did the Eastern Motors thing, he claimed at that time that they had not talked in several weeks. There had been no new, I don't even mean progress, like attempts to get a deal done.
I agree.
So he has no real leverage here, as you've pointed out. The team's got him between a rock and a hard place. One of the few, hold on, let me ask you the question. One of the few things he can do is get some people on his side by stating his side of what's going on. You're saying don't do that, just keep it all in-house. He did that for months. Where did that get him?
No. If you're having a disagreement with your wife and you guys aren't communicating, but you're still married, and you decide to go get the family and friends involved in it, instead of letting it ride out, you know how that plays out. You're still married to the Redskins right now. You're still on the team. Look at man. I gotta bite the bullet for a little bit. I'm gonna keep letting them know I'm unhappy. We're gonna talk about this amongst us, because you got plenty of time to do it, even though they had not talked in quite some time.
Right. It's a good call. I appreciate
you, bud.
I don't think it's analogous, frankly. I mean, this is the normal business of a holdout, is that the player has an ability to get their word out. The team has an ability to get their word out. I think your analogy is correct. I probably wouldn't call my wife's friends and family and bash her. I just don't think it's analogous to this situation, which is the only leverage a guy like Terry McLaurin has in this situation and is expected to use by the team would be the fact that you're a pretty popular player that people like, and you're trying to let them know I want to be there, and they don't want to pay me, and they don't value me.
So while I don't agree necessarily that Terry McLaurin has gone, oh my God, my agent's incompetent, I better solve this myself with Adam Peters on the sideline of today's inter-squad scrimmage, I do agree with your assessment, though, that the agent has kind of miscalculated some of this stuff, and they're so dug in now that they can't do anything other than make this seem worth it. In other words, you can't come to a good compromise because it'll seem like defeat. It'll seem like you lost. I bet you poured honey potion and promised that this would go a different way than it's gone. Not really looking at precedent, not looking at what, Newmark and company did in Detroit, or what Peters and company did, or Sostin and company have done in the past, and how these things tend to go. I bet you they thought it would go different. Like, once we pull this lever at Eastern Motors, you'll see. Once we do the demand for a trade, you'll see. And it hasn't happened just yet. So to me, I do think there's probably some of that a misfire there. But I don't think that because of that now Terry's talking to Adam Peters.
So I think it goes both ways, though. I think what you just said is true. I think the team is in the exact same boat. Do you think Adam Peters, in his updates for Josh Harris, told them that on August 12th, Terry McLaurin would still not be practicing? I'll bet you they thought they would have this thing done by now.
I'm sure you're right.
It's not just the agent who is miscalculated. I think they probably assumed Terry would play nicer, that Eastern Motors wouldn't happen, to the caller's point, that he wouldn't hold out, did, that he wouldn't hold in, did, that he wouldn't still be holding in, did, that he wouldn't dig in on, I'm going to make up the number, we don't know it, but the reports are $33.5 million or whatever per year, because that's not what guys his age normally get. So I think both sides probably thought this would go very, very differently than it has. Let's go to Druitt in Eastern Shore. What's up, buddy? How are you?
Good. So, I think this is a positive thing. I don't think that there was any negotiation or movement on the contract discussion at all because Terry was on the field. So I'm definitely not saying that. But I think that this was an indicator from Terry's perspective and from the team's perspective that Terry's planning on being on the team, and the team is planning on having Terry on a team, and they're doing what they can to get ready. And, knock on wood, this all gets resolved before Monday night, or certainly before next Saturday. Huge. Yeah, but I think this is a good sign. I think it means they know they're going to be together. They're just not negotiating on the field because
your phone's too crackly. Sorry, but it's a good.
No,
phone
but
call.
I think it's a good. I think the point was good there. Yeah, that bummer about the phone. But there's at some point you got to go. You got to go to work, right? I think everyone acknowledges that, and that's kind of been my sort of steadfast baseline. Anytime we have a conversation, that's been my anchor. I go back to that. Where if Terry would like anything good to happen, he has to play football this year for this team. Like if he wants the money, if he wants this, if he wants the next deal, or like that has always kind of hung over as the end all to any holdout, to any upset that you have is you're under contract this year. You're not a free agent that's arguing with the team about how much you should get.
But that is different than solving this thing correctly so that you have a willing employee.
Totally.
A guy that wants to be there. Odyssey can just make you keep showing up. You're an energy vampire. You suck the life out of the room. You're not fun to be around. I'm acting like I'm saying this to you, but this is not how This is not how I feel. But I'm saying in this hypothetical.
No, I get it. No, I understand totally.
You're bringing the show down. You're bringing the station down. Like, enough already. There's a difference between, well, Danny still works here.
But I get what I'm saying, or my point here is that there's that conversation, to the caller's point, could be an acknowledgement of that, where at the end of all this, we got to work together. You know what I mean? At the end of all this, there's too much important at stake this year. The business part it's not going great, where there's animus there, there's people are upset, nobody's on the same page, etc. But at the end, we're going to have a football season this year, and I'm part of that. So for both guys in that circumstance, and I think that, to caller's point, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but that's kind of what was the acknowledgement there.
Let's go to Brendan in Fredericksburg on Grant and Danny. What's up, buddy? How are you?
I am so sick of players doing this. Could you imagine if Dan Quinn had one more year left and he's like, I'm not going to coach during training camp? or any of the preseason games. Or if Adam Peters had a year left and he said, you know what, I'm not going to pick any players in the NFL draft till I get a new contract. Why do we let the players do this? If you're under contract, especially when you're making, well, his contract was for like $22 million for like 4 years. Oh, boo-hoo. The last year's only $15 million. Give me a freaking break. And I like Terry. We allow all these players to do this crap. We don't allow the coaches. We would never allow the GMs. This needs to stop.
Well, the players can be cut at any moment, yeah? So it goes both ways, no?
He still gets his money.
No, he doesn't. Not if he doesn't have guaranteed money.
Okay, well, how much was his guaranteed money for? $62 million?
No, not even close to that. On this past contract that he signed?
Yeah, what do you think it was? I mean, he made like $22 million for 4 years. This is the way he agreed to it. He agreed that this last year would have no guaranteed money and then it'd be for $15 million. That's what he agreed to.
Right, he agreed
Correct?
to play this year at this rate, no doubt. This is the negotiation right now is not about the.
Well, what if my job? What if I was under contract for this year and I said I'm not going to work, guys, till you guys figure something out?
It's just not.
Why do we allow the players to do this?
Well, again, appreciate you.
Thank you, bud.
There are people that feel that way. Frankly, we haven't gotten nearly as many of those calls as I expected to.
I think the closer we get to the regular season, we'll get more.
Yeah, and I think there's a little bit of merit. Like the idea that there's 0% legitimacy to that call, which a lot of people think is wrong too. But as soon as people start doing the "what if I did this" thing, that's where you lose me a little bit. It's just not the same.
Yeah, if you had an average of 2.5 years where you could work for your whole career, then you might feel differently.
Also, what if you tackled all your teammates one day? It's football, man.
Right.
It's a different thing. What if you were in the locker rorum cutting up and doing off-color jokes and yelling about, it's a different world.
Right.
It's not the same thing.
But his point about coaches and GMs, I think is a good one. Jim Riggleman tried to do that and basically said, I'm not getting on the plane until I get an extension.
Right.
Well, then you aren't getting on the plane.
What if you were naked next to your colleague and towel whipped him when he came out of the shower? That probably isn't happening on Wednesday either.
That's an HR visit.
You know? Come on, man. But his frustration and his passion I love, and I totally understand. But the dispute right now is not over this season. And that's kind of what he's saying is you owe me a season.
Right.
And I think that is a good point. You owe the Commanders this season. That was your last contract. You signed that contract. Now, the more broad, like, why do players do this? How dare they? That I disagree with because a team is never going to offer a guy more money when they're running a running back into the ground and his career is getting shorter or when he is overperforming his contract. And if teams did that, then I would say, you know what, sir, you're right. Players shouldn't do this. But if Terry McLaurin went out on his rookie deal and caught 100 balls for 1,900 yards, Justin Jefferson style every single season, the team is never going to tear up that rookie contract and go, you're so good, man. We're just going to give you a lot more money. So you can't have one without the other. Like the team is going to take advantage of you, and when you have a chance to make money based on what you've
got
become,
very few chances.
you
By
get
the way,
a few years to do this.
Mhm.
Your lifespan is a decade. But that passion is excellent, and I love it. I appreciate it. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in on Grant and Danny. One of the beneficiaries of Terry McLaurin's holdout, now hold in, is Ja'Cory Brooks, who led the team in catches and yards in the preseason game in New England. You will hear from Ja'Cory Brooks next on Grant and Danny.
On the 3rd and 7 from the 39. Johnson, straight drop, across the middle. Did he get it? Ja'Cory Brooks, they're going to say it's a catch and a first down for Washington as they now move to a little hurry-up offense.
Ja'Cory Krosky Brooks. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. No Krosky on Brooks. That was a joke. Everyone looked at me really weird. So if you guys didn't get it, maybe no one in their cars got it. There's another Ja'Cory on the team that's Krosky Merritt.
There are a lot of Ja'Corys. There are more Ja'Corys right now than there have been in some time.
Correct. Ja'Cory Brooks was the leading receiver, catches and yards against the Patriots. He is one of the beneficiaries getting more run at the receiver position with Terry McLaurin not practicing. Caught up with him after the workout today as he tries to fight for a roster spot on the 53.
I think we had a nice scrimmage, both teams, but, as far as the team I was on, the gold team, we still came out with a dub, but, we had a couple of mistakes that we still need to go and clean up. But as far as a whole, as a team, we feel like we getting prepared still for the game. So,
coming off of preseason game 1, you led the team catches and yards. How did you feel like you played, and what were you able to show?
I felt like I played good, but as a team, it's just not just me. But as a team, we didn't come out with the win that we thought we was gonna come out with, and that just showed us, more work we got to put in for the next game. And I really wasn't looking at too much individual, my stats or whatever yards I had. I was just going out there and playing. Whenever they called my name, hope my number make a play.
But in terms of your quest to make the roster at this point, just to fight your way onto the 53, you got off to a fast start at camp. Now you've shined in the first preseason game. How do you feel like you're doing in that journey?
I don't know. I just feel, you feel me? I still feel good, but it's not up to me to judge. It's for other people to judge. So I'm still got my head down, working, and continue to grind. Trying to stay healthy. Well, still keep staying healthy.
For fans that are still getting familiarized with you, how would you describe your skill set, or what would you say you bring to the party that might be a little bit unique?
A little bit of everything, man. I got big man game, I got small man game. I feel like I got a little more elusiveness added to my, my yak. So, anywhere they can plug me in type of guy. So that's how I feel. But, I'm just trying to get equipped and fit in wherever they need me so I can plug and play.
When you look at your college experience and then coming out as an undrafted free agent, like in what ways does that add fuel and motivation for you to just prove to everybody that you can hang in this league?
Oh yeah, it's definitely it always leaves a chip on my shoulder. So ever since college, I had been going through adversity and things that wasn't played out right, and I never complained, but I just keep my head down and keep working. So I just know it's always adversity. It's always something, a chip on your shoulder, And I know where I want to be at in a couple of years. So I just continue to work. I ain't worried about where they place me at or whether I got drafted or even me going undrafted. I was a little disappointed, but that just made me go harder.
Ja'Cory Brooks with me on Grant and Danny here on the Fan, coming off a big preseason game. With Terry and Noah not practicing right now, there's spots to be had, there's reps to get, there's targets to get. How much has that influenced or maybe even benefited you in a weird way when you look at it that way?
It benefited me a lot because, the coaches had a little trust in me to put me out there and, get a couple of reps. So, I just try to shine when I'm out there and, build on the past days and continue to develop myself as a receiver, but as a player in whole, from the blocking standpoint to the route running and just knowing the defense and knowing my assignment. So I just still feel like I'm getting better. I'm learning every day. I don't say I have it all down pat or whatever. So, and just with those guys being out, they still behind, still got word in my ear. They push me and they let me know right from wrong and how the details go and how everything operates.
In your mind, as someone who studies the game, who's the best receiver in football?
Me.
Right now. Other than you, who's the number one?
I got a lot of guys on my list for real. Even the guys that I'm playing with besides today. So I could go from retired vets to players that's playing now, even in high school, man.
Who's your favorite guy to watch and study?
I had this debate with my homeboy yesterday. So I really don't have a favorite. It's like everybody come out to me, so it's like, man, I like what he do. But if I just say a name, who can I say? I'm gonna say Keenan Allen. Then I'm gonna say Keenan Allen. Yeah.
Just like, is that a comp for you in terms of like body style and play style?
Yeah, body style and play style, but just not just him. It's other guys like, you feel me, even Devontae Adams, and I could go on and on. Like, I could name guys. I could name Terry you feel me? Like, there's a lot of guys that got that oomph in them. So, and I like that. So as far as being a receiver, I take from everybody.
Ja'Cory Brooks, leader in catches and yards in preseason game 1 for the Commanders. We're taking you up to 6:30. Still got a leadoff coming your way, getting you ready for the Nats and the Royals, plus an announcement. Speaking of the Nationals, something fun coming to this radio show we'll tell you about next right here on The Fan.
Brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Got to at least see a little bit of Terry McLaurin on the field this morning, talking to GM Adam Peters. That's as far as that went. But, of course, that video's all over the place now. He wasn't part of the Burgundy and Gold scrimmage. In case you're wondering, the Gold did win that 14-0 over the Burgundy, even though the Gold was wearing white. Number one defense, though, essentially beat the number one offense for the team. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt also not part of that scrimmage, dealing with a shoulder injury from the preseason opener. Just a precaution, they're saying, though. The Nats' 2-game win streak done after last night's loss in Kansas City. They're back out there again tonight. Mitchell Parker's the starter up against the Royals' Michael Wacha. 7:10 is your coverage. 7:40 is your first pitch right here on the Fan. The Packers announced Jordan Love going to go a procedure to correct a thumb injury on his non-throwing hand. They're saying it's a ligament issue. They are hopeful, though, he should be back at practice in about a week or so. Bills running back James Cook back at practice after his week-long hold-in. He's in the last year of his deal in Buffalo. 16 rushing touchdowns last season, tied for the NFL lead, also had a second consecutive 1,000-yard rushing season for them. At Prince George's Community College, your military or federal work experience can count for college credit through their Prior Learning Assessment Network. Save time, save money, finish your mission, because at PGCC, your mission is their mission. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Nick Ashew on The Fan.
So we just spent the commercial break talking to Chris Russell.
I don't want that to stop. I just need to hear more about it.
I have 1,000 questions. We found out this was a mistake, if I'm being honest. We found out from an employee here at the radio station in the middle of the show that Chris Russell claims, and actually the funniest part that we haven't even talked about is how we found out, but that he used to throw in the mid-80s, just casually. As a 10th grader in March, while it was snowing, he was chucking mid-80s mile-an-hour fastballs in a baseball tryout. And he blows out his elbow or something, and he never plays baseball again. But basically, if not for that, he would have been on the Mets right now.
Yeah, he's on his way to a Scully, you know.
But the bit is that he was telling Adam Peters this, the GM of the Commanders.
Which is also incredible, by the way.
Can you imagine Peters just being like, "Really, Rooster? You were chucking?"
Is that right? Would you look at my watch?
So
it says I gotta go.
And I'm like, wait a second, you were throwing mid-80s, and I thought he would kind of hedge a little bit. Nope. He just claimed low to mid-80s, just what he did.
Yep.
He was working on a breaking ball. The arm went on him. He was a freshman in high school, becoming a sophomore. He never played on varsity. He was just trying out, and his arm went. But there's no like, he's like, I never saw the velocity. I never saw the radar gun.
The coach told me that's what it was.
My coach told me it was mid-80s. That's unbelievable.
I would be surprised. I'm dubious.
It's one of those things where you got to know Reaney.
Yeah.
And to connect the dots, you have to have like played sports with him in the bullpen out here, or seen him try to catch the ball.
You're talking about 10-time Suffolk County All-Star?
That's right. We asked him. We're like, well, wait a second. Well, did you play before this? Because he's like, I never played high school baseball. Did you play before? And he said, I was a 10-time Suffolk County All-Star.
I mean, I'm like, are you just dominating the Pony League, the Babe Ruth circuit, the Legion balls? You just throwing perfectos? Guys just can't get around on that heater?
Reaney.
What in the world?
Our throwback conversations about Chris Russell's velocity are presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can count on Reaney throwing 85.
My God.
Always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
He needs some more nicknames. I'll start calling him Velo, Gaseous Clay, just throwing cheddar.
I am flummoxed. By the way, there's a 100% chance I'm going to call him on my way home again. He's going to be annoyed.
He's going to be – he was already annoyed at us because we kept asking questions.
But also, you can't just tell the general manager of the Commanders that you were on your way to throwing a hundo.
Didn't even get to that angle,
In
honestly.
an era, by the way, no one threw that. Big leaguers were throwing 87. He's just touching 85 in 1984 as a freshman in high school. Get out of here, guy.
In the freezing cold, upstate New York.
He said there was snow on the
Just
ground.
fastball riding. Looks like it's that's hydroplaning.
All right, let's get you some NFL burning questions on Grant and Danny. We'll spin you around. Some bring in Dad Dameron.
Look at that.
Did you ever throw 85?
I have never thrown 85. If I did, I probably wouldn't be working here, I would imagine.
I mean, it's possible you still could be working here.
Sure, I guess. Yeah. Maybe retired.
Could have thrown your arm out before you were a superstar.
Final year AA. I mean, there are people who work here in our building that did throw 85 at one point in time.
Is that true? So let's start with the Tennessee Titans. Cam Ward made his debut last week. Probably the least talked about number 1 overall pick ever, I would think. He made his debut for the Titans. What would it look like if Cam Ward is actually really good for the Titans here in his rookie campaign?
I think if Cam Ward balls out, the Titans are one of the surprises in the NFL. And they completely turned themselves around from a couple wins last year to I could see them winning 8 games this year. I don't think they can make the wild card. Even in that division, to me, getting 2 teams is impossible. It'd be more likely to me that they go 9-8 and win the South. But the problem is the talent around him. We were talking earlier today with the ESPN draft analyst,
Matt Miller.
And he said there's not enough around him. He's got one of the worst situations of a young quarterback. I kind of agree with that. Running back room is average. It's Tony Pollard, former Cowboy, Tyjae Spears, the former 3rd-round pick a couple of years ago. They just drafted a 6th-round running back. Wide receiver room. Van Jefferson's been on more teams than I've got polo shirts. Tyler Lockett comes over from Seattle, long in the tooth, not a lot left in terms of being a Pro Bowl caliber player. Calvin Ridley.
Ridley's a nice player, but
very solid, but not a star by any means. He's the number 1, and it's not even close. They've got 2 4th-round receivers they're going to try to crowbar in and get looks for. But there's not a single skill position guy that I would say that's a definite Pro Bowl type player. And because of that, offensive line with 3 new starters in free agency, there's just too much going to be asked of him. But if he's really, really good, it's not going to be C.J. Stroud 2 years ago, Jaden Daniels last year. It'll be less than that. They could be a sneaky 7-8 win team, and Brian Callahan could be a Coach of the Year candidate. I think that's the ceiling.
Yeah, I think you touched on it. I think it's the division. If Jacksonville doesn't have their act together, Indianapolis kind of continues their schneid with their window kind of closing with a quarterback, muck of their own, you could be just okay and end up with 7-8 wins, which is a dramatic departure from picking 1. And Dare said it. There has never been less hype or attention to a guy that went 1-1 in my lifetime. It's just sort of this, we were bored with it already somehow, that this guy that was the worthy number 1 overall pick, admittedly in a down year, wouldn't have been 1-1 the year before, or probably the year before that, but he was a quarterback that went 1-1 and nobody cared. It's just a very strange thing. He's just kind of going and twirling in anonymity in Tennessee for a program that I don't think is quite ready yet, but he could have a nice year where he's just, let's take care of the football, let's be solid, if kind of a lower ceiling.
All right, I have a list for you guys here. I'm going to read it off here. Flacco, Gabriel, Sanders, Huntley. I'm missing one. There's another one. There's so many quarterbacks. Pickett, yes. So many quarterbacks for the Cleveland Browns. Predict what their quarterback depth chart looks like by week 9.
Week 9?
Oh, week 9.
Random flag in the ground. All right.
Like kind of rough halfway point. Yeah.
All right. Week 9. I will say QB1 is Shedeur Sanders. QB2 is Joe Flacco. QB3 is Dylan Gabriel. And Pickett and Huntley are no longer around, or Huntley's on the practice squad or something like that. I think by week 9, Sanders is starting for them because I think they're going to be awful. I think they'll be one of the worst teams in the league. They'll be picking in the top 5. They're going to get off to a 3-8 start or whatever. And somewhere along the way, they're going to say, what are we doing here? We're really going to keep playing Joe Flacco or Kenny Pickett or the guy with the most upside, Shedeur Sanders. And even if he's, they don't feel like he's got the bright future, there's going to be enough yelling and screaming from the fan base that they're going to want to show the fans, guys, settle down. This is not what you think it is.
Yeah, I think this is almost
starts playing
an ownership decision, right? Where people are going to be mad at us.
Those
this is
have
such a
gone well
mess.
for them.
Yeah, it's always good. But it's a. I know you probably think we're a little bit better this week with Kenny Pickett, but nobody cares. So no, thank you. I think Shedeur Sanders ends up playing a lot, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. It's interesting. It's intrigue, and I think that's what the Browns need, or whether they need it or not. I think that's what they think they need. So that's what'll end up happening. So he's 1. I'll just say for the sake of argument, Pickett's your 2, and Gabriel's 3, and they say thank you very much, Joe Flacco.
Well, Flacco's at home on the couch.
He's at home, and he'll go rescue somebody else's season late.
The Jaguars had Travis Hunter get reps at both cornerback and wide receiver in his first preseason game. Can Travis Hunter actually win Rookie of the Year on both sides of the ball?
So be Rookie of the Year for offense and defense?
That'd be correct, yeah.
Yeah, no to that. And it's not because I don't think Travis Hunter's incredible. I think he is. But Matt Miller said it. Like, learning one is really hard. You got away with it at Colorado because you were a much better athlete than, frankly, everybody. There's too much nuance, too much difficulty at the NFL level for the receiver position, where he just sort of walked over and was like, okay, I'm more athletic, I'll run an out on this one, or I'll run a go on this one. You can't do that in playing on Sundays. So I just think it's too hard to do. I think he plays both ways. I think he does decently this year, but that looks like, call it 700 yards receiving and, a perfectly okay cornerback year. He's incredible, but winning O-Roy and D-Roy, I just don't see it.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. First of all, receivers don't win that award. I mean, when Puka Nacua goes for 1,600 yards, C.J. Stroud had a pretty good year.
Yeah.
It's just so it's not a thing to go O-Roy. And D-Roy, is he going to play enough? That would be my big question. I think he's going to play so much receiver that the situationally used corner role is going to be more like 10 to 15 snaps a game than a full-time cornerback. So I don't have him winning either Rookie of the Year. If you told me somehow, some way he was the offensive Rookie of the Year because he had a monster year at receiver and Cam Ward, like none of the rookie quarterbacks balled out, I guess I could be convinced of that. But I think Jackson Dart's going to play eventually for the Giants. We just talked about Cam Ward, who I think is a lock to get a great opportunity to win it. And if a non-quarterback wins it, I would actually say the guy drafted after him, Ashton Genty from the Raiders. Not a great line in front of him, but Genty's going to get
touches, yeah.
270 carries or something with Pete Carroll calling plays, chomping on his gum.
Bucky Brooks of NFL Network lists the three biggest contenders to the Eagles in the NFC as the Rams, the Packers, and the Commanders. Do you agree with that? And if not, which team would you replace and with who?
Still got to be Detroit, right? I mean, I know they've lost every coordinator in human history, but there's still too much damn talent there. There's still too much pedigree, too much challenge, or too much fight in them with Dan Campbell leading the way. And their defense will be healthier than it was a year ago at this point. So I don't know about 15-2 again, but they'd probably jump in there for me. I still like Tampa better than the average Bear, but I think they're maybe lower ceiling, but they're frisky. So the team I'd bump out is LA with all the mystery around Matt Stafford's health, and I'd put Detroit in there.
Detroit's the right answer, I would say. I do like that he's given love to the Packers. I think they're being undervalued. Matt LaFleur is an awesome coach. Jordan Love still has a gear that he hasn't found yet. I really believe that as an athlete, a quarterback, dual threat type guy, but pocket passer who can kind of extend and create. But the Lions are going to take a step back. I just still think that step back is still going to have them in the playoffs. Last year, they were one and done. I think they're going to have a better year in terms of winning a playoff game this time, even though they're a worse team and probably not the same level of Super Bowl contention. Another team I would throw out there, again, I know I'm on an island on this, but I think the Vikings are super frisky. If J.J. McCarthy, if he can have just a calm, football protecting, game managing role where they go out and call enough plays to get him to like 27 touchdowns, 12 picks, that's a 12-win team. Awesome defense. Brian Flores, one of the best coordinators in the league, one of the best supporting casts right now at receiver, at running back, at O-line. They get better and better every year on the O-line. They've used some of the money they didn't spend on Cousins to kind of build everything else up around Sam Darnold, who they made look good, and now J.J. McCarthy. So it's a big if, because I know he's a huge question as essentially a rookie. But Minnesota, to me, is a team that I think is going to be better than people expect.
Add one more to the hold-in list. Longtime Steelers defensive lineman Cam Hayward continues to sit out in hopes of getting additional money added to his contract. Of the current group of players holding in, who's most likely to actually miss games? Cam Hayward, McLaurin, Parsons, Cook, or Hendrickson?
I'll say Micah Parsons. Trey Hendrickson's a close second. My answer is based on Parsons seemingly being the most angry. Now, Trey Hendrickson called his coach a liar a couple months ago, basically like lit fire verbally to the Bengals organization. That was a long time ago. I haven't heard as many rumblings lately about how angry he is. I mean, Micah Parsons went full on, like, note on his phone, screen grab, posted on Twitter, and it was him because he, like, didn't crop it, and you could see, like, how much battery he had left and all that stuff. That's not what an agent does. That's what a player who's angry does. I know you need to charge your phone. It's got 7% left. And by the way, you have 2 emails that you need to open, Micah. You should go check that out. But he's upset. Terry McLaurin is just not practicing. He did the taking it day by day, and walked into the building. Micah Parsons said things like, I don't want to play for this team. I don't like this team. Jerry Jones needs to stop talking to me. Call my agent and leave me alone. It's a very, very different tone for Micah Parsons. By the way, he's got so much football ahead of him, and he's just respectfully to Terry McLaurin, better player, that he actually has more leverage in this thing. This is not an age thing with him, and he might be the best player in the league at his position. Oh, by the way. So he's more likely than Terry, certainly. Hendrickson, I'll say, just because he's been so dug in for so long that it feels like, maybe he would let this thing linger a little longer than McLaurin would.
So I tend to agree with you, but I'll say Hendrickson just to flip it. And here's my only argument. Cincinnati signed their first-round pick like an hour ago in an era where there's no mystery with picks. Like, they can't do it right. Now, I know Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones and Billy Jones and every Jones ever marches to the beat of their own drum and they ruin stuff. But to me, Cincinnati is the ultimate can't get right. So that element is kind of the wild card here. I could see that one extending into the regular season, too.
Let's stick with Cincinnati. The Bengals are actually changing the guard by giving their ones a lot more reps and playtime in preseason, as you saw this past week, and we'll see when they face the Commanders here next week. Can they actually get off to a quick start in 2025?
They're going to try to, because they love going 0-2, 1-3, having terrible starts, and then coming on strong at the end. They started off 0-3 last year and finished 9-8.
They're 1-11. 1-11 over the first 3 weeks of the last 4 seasons. Think about that.
Yeah.
So they've gone 0-3 multiple times. They've gone 0-2 in like 3 straight years or something.
It's unbelievable, by the way. Like, outside of that, they're really good. But, how do you get outside of that? There's only so many games. So I do believe they're capable of it. Like, with players that good and Joe Burrow, you could, of course, win some games. It wasn't like they were blown out in every one of those things. They could have won that game against Washington. I think they played Kansas City extra tough, if memory serves, in week number 2. Barely lost that game. So they're capable of it. So I would say, yes, they can avoid a horrendous start for the first time in almost half a decade.
Yeah, they're definitely going to, because they're doing the correct thing and actually pretending like the preseason matters, which it does. They are completely reevaluating. I don't even think the physical benefit of getting exhibition games under your belt matters as much as the mental, where they're going to be told and drilled for days on end, and have for weeks probably already, by Zach Taylor, hey, we fixed this. This is what we did before. Now we're doing it this way. We used to eat Fruit Loops. Now we're eating, what are Pebbles? I don't
Fruity
do cereal.
Pebbles. Yeah, Fruity Pebbles.
Fruity Pebbles.
Yeah, you got it.
Now we're eating, give me another cereal.
Cocoa
person.
Puffs.
Cocoa Puffs. Now we're going to do Cocoa Puffs.
Lucky
right?
Charms.
Now we're going to do Lucky Charms.
Golden Grams.
We used to eat steak. Now we're going to eat pork. Now we're going to eat ribeye. Used to be, give me another steak.
Cap cut.
Filet mignon. Yeah.
Filet.
I think that mental change is the whole game for them. And they're going to feel going in like, okay, we did things differently. Now the start's going to be different. So I actually buy that. Also, they play the Browns in week 1. That's the easiest layup win in the history of the layups. And then they play the Jaguars after that. Be a tougher game, but it's your home opener against Jacksonville, new head coach. They should be 2-0. They have a great chance to get there. I will say, though, they've had some duds. Like, they lost to the Patriots.
Yeah, I was going to say, they had a great chance last year, too. Lost to the Pats.
A little bit different, though, this time, in my opinion, with the work they're putting in. But we are going to see them play, I think, a quarter plus maybe on Monday Night Football.
Ryan's disappointed you didn't mention skirt steak. The last one here, the Chiefs are on a 9-year streak of winning the AFC West. Write the script for them to not extend that streak to 10 in a row.
Patrick Mahomes misses a bunch of games. Anything you want to say, Dan?
No, that's the boring one. It'll finally be enough guys like aren't available to them, right? Where it's like, this guy's suspended, this guy's DUI, or this guy's injured. Maybe not even necessarily Mahomes, where you've been getting away with just this Andy Reid Mahomes magic, and finally Travis Kelce can't do it. And finally, you don't have enough around you. And one of these other teams that's on the rise. The Chargers won 11 games last year, and nobody seems to care, right? Because Kansas City won that division by so much. But Denver's one of the top defenses in the sport. They were number 1 last year, or top 5 last year. They could be as excellent again, or if not better, with Bo Nix and now Sean Payton and company. All of a sudden, emerging. Somebody knocks them around a little bit, and the gap closes. It's not the craziest thing in the world. Again, I'm picking Kansas City because I'm not a crazy person, but it's not as easy maybe as it's been.
There you go, burning questions with Dad as we spin you around the NFL. Greg's in Springfield, wants to hop in on Grant and Danny. What's up, Greg?
About this, and I was talking to your guy on the phone, and we weren't sure. So my understanding in the NBA is, I think Blake Griffith is one of the examples. If you don't play at all as a rookie and you get hurt and you miss the whole year, you're eligible for the Rookie of the Year the next year.
That happened, yeah.
Going by, right? So why couldn't J.J. McCarthy be eligible for Rookie of the Year?
So the NFL
Why
very
is the NFL
specifically
different than the NBA?
Yeah, they just have a rule that it's got to be a first-year player. Major League Baseball is an example to add them to the equation. You know, they have set rules on playing time to qualify as a rookie. So if you play in 50 games, you're no longer a rookie. If you play in 39 games and you don't have 150 at-bats as a hitter, you know, you have 143 at-bats, you could still be a rookie the next year. Great example is Junior Caminero right now with the Tampa Bay Rays, who's a beast, by the way. What an absolutely awesome player he is.
Hitting nukes.
But Junior Caminero, if you go back to last season, played barely, like days, too much over the threshold. He played 43 games, got 165 at-bats. If he got 16 fewer at-bats, he'd be an eligible rookie this year, and he'd be running away with the Rookie of the Year award in the American League with 33 home runs. He might hit 40 this season. Basketball, I don't know if it's still that way, but that was the case at one point. Hey, you haven't played yet, you can be the Rookie of the Year. In football, you have to be a first-year player. That's how they do it. So in this case, even though he never played it down, second-year player, not eligible, he's hunting down a Comeback Player of the Year award. That's what J.J. McCarthy
there you go.
is trying to win. Edwin in Silver Spring, what's up, buddy?
Hey, I wanted to, on your Cam Ward question, I wanted to give one answer and then give two questions about him. I'll start with the questions first, and I'll give my answer, and then you can answer my questions, please. All right. So I think with Cam Ward, people are more intrigued about. Well, the question is, if he was drafted in last year's draft, where do you think he would go? One, and then two, what do you think are the qualities about him that are so outstanding that people are missing and not intrigued about him? And my answer to the question about why people aren't, for me, is that I think people are still more interested in the guys from last year, seeing how they develop, seeing where they, rank against each other comparatively, seeing who will be, the top dog in that class still. I think there's still so much intrigue.
I think it's a good point.
Thank you, yeah.
Frankly, I think it's that he plays for a terrible team in the Titans that aren't that interesting. Like, if he got drafted to the
Giants,
Jaguars, let's say, who traded Trevor Lawrence or something, even them with Liam Cohen coming over year one with a new coaching staff, absolutely. You said the Giants, great example. New York, major market, I think it would be a different situation. It's a tiny media market in Nashville. They've been kind of irrelevant the last couple years. Brian Callahan is likely to get fired if they don't turn it around. I just don't think that's an interesting team. I think that's working against him. I also don't think he is, as a prospect, like, because there was no debate. The last quarterback class, the best thing with all those guys is we were fighting over it. We were arguing over it. Williams and Daniels and May and Penix and McCarthy. I mean, it was a daily conversation, not just in D.C. where they were looking for a quarterback, but how many markets were involved? I mean, that was like 5 or 6 guys up for grabs in the first round. They all went in the top 12 picks. All those quarterbacks are in those seats now that aren't playing musical chairs. This was a one-off quarterback class. It was like, okay, he's going to go 1-1, now what? There wasn't 4 months of debating him and breaking him down and studying him to see who's better. It was just he's going 1 and what happens after that. So that hurt him a little bit too. And then the last answer, I don't know if you feel different. I mean, it's hard now because we've seen these guys play, but trying to think about them not coming out and playing, I would, Drake May was the guy that I liked the most. I still love Drake May. I would have him over him. Jaden Daniels would have been right there behind him. How are you not going to put Jaden Daniels with 50 touchdowns in the SEC over him? Caleb Williams would have been after that. I think he was a better prospect. Now, seeing what I see now, there's more concerns, but he would have been over him for sure. He went 1-1 and was most people's number 1 on their board.
Where it gets interesting then is Penix, McCarthy, and Bo Nix.
Yeah.
How that would have gone.
I probably would have I liked McCarthy a lot. I probably would have had him maybe right behind McCarthy with like Penix and Nix. The guy that I don't think I gave enough love to is Bo Nix. Bo Nix looks like he can play.
Yeah, found the right spot for sure. Working with Sean
that's
Payton.
A good point.
Yeah.
He definitely found a great spot.
Yeah. So again, it's always eye of the beholder, right? Where someone could see Cam Ward and go, "Oh, hell yeah, like that's exactly what I'm looking for." Versus, no, I want McCarthy. I want the guy that ran a pro style offense at Michigan and wasn't asked to do all that much. I want him to do that for me. Or I like Penix. He's prolific from the pocket. Who knows? I mean, I would have had him, I think, behind Penix, just in front of McCarthy.
All right, let's get you ready for Nationals baseball with the leadoff. Brought to you by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom.
Behind. When we going to pitch, Mitch Parker? Leading off, playing left field, that's James Wood. Batting second, Jake Abrams at shortstop. Batting third, Josh Bell. Batting fourth at third base, Paul DeYoung. Batting fifth, he's playing first, Nathaniel Lowe. Batting sixth, doing the catching, Riley Adams. Hitting seventh in right field, Dalen Lyle. Batting eighth at second base, Luis Garcia Jr. And batting ninth in center field, Robert Hassel III.
His WAR is low.
Thank you.
Anybody? Nobody?
Hustle double last night.
We'll take it.
That was labored.
But I like seeing it. Hustle is the good word. We're looking for that. We want some of that.
We need some of that
around these parts. Nick Ashew is next with Overtime right here on The Fan. We're back at 2 o'clock tomorrow. Thanks to Darius, Ryan, and Baresh. You're shaking your head no. The Nats play tomorrow.
Yeah, after them.
Whatever. I mean, they'll be on. Eventually they won't be, and then we'll talk. Grant and Danny saying so long.
Thank you for coming.